professionals, institutions, and change makers from across the healthcare ecosystem, and definitely all under one roof, driven by a shared vision for leadership, excellence, innovation, and impact. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Shubhojit Ghosh, anchor, MC, and talk show host, and it's my absolute honor and privilege to be amongst all of you over here in Bengaluru for this very, very special occasion. Thank you so much, sir. And we will now be moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, to begin the day's proceedings with the chief guest address right now, which is going to be on science and technology shaping the future of healthcare. Before I move forward, I'll request everybody to please kindly keep their mobile phones in silent mode, as we don't want to distract our chief guest when he's sharing his thoughts and insights. Ladies and gentlemen, to tell you all about our esteemed chief guest, he's a senior statesman known for his commitment to inclusive development, scientific advancement, sustainable water governance, and people centric policy making. Under his leadership, ladies and gentlemen, Karnataka has strengthened its focus on science for all, making science more accessible, experiential, and inspiring for citizens, especially students and the young innovators of this beautiful country of India. He has also been instrumental in advancing Karnataka's vision in emerging technologies through the ambitious Karnataka Quantum Mission, positioning the state as India's future quantum and deep tech hub. Alongside this, his vision of water is future continues to drive lake rejuvenation, groundwater recharge, sustainable irrigation, and technology led water management all across the wonderful state of Karnataka. Ladies and gentlemen, I request all of you to please give a big and warm round of applause for our Honorable Chief Guest, Sri N.S. Bosraju Sir, Minister of Science and Technology and Minor Irrigation, Government of Karnataka, Leader of the House, Karnataka Legislative Council, and District in charge, Kodagu District. A bigger round of applause for Sir, please. Thank you. And I'll also invite Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World, to kindly join us on stage and felicitate Sir as a token of our respect and gratitude for his incredible work. Can we have a big round of applause for both these gentlemen? And can we have the token of appreciation, please? Sir, thank you so much for joining us. Absolute pleasure to have you. And can we have a big round of applause going in for this wonderful moment, ladies and gentlemen? And alongside the felicitation, we will also be right now doing the unveiling of the BW Healthcare World latest issue magazine, alongside a wonderful, wonderful book, The Will to Live. Yes, exactly. By Harbinder Narula, sir, CEO, BW Healthcare World, BW Wellbeing World, and BW Pharma World. The book is written by him, Mr. Narula. So please give him a big round of applause as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe the clapping and appreciation should continue throughout. This is the first time the latest issue of the BW Healthcare World is being unveiled, alongside the special book as well, written by the one and only Harbinder Narula sir. And we are doing the unveiling as well as presenting both of these as a token of our respect and gratitude and appreciation to Bose Raju sir over here. Thank you so much. I'll request Dr. Batra and Mr. Narula to take his seat. Sir, I'll request you to come back on stage. Sir, I'll request you to please kindly come back on stage. Once again, sir, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. Can we have a bigger round of applause for sir, please? And I'll request you to share your thoughts with us. You would prefer this mic, sir, or a hand mic? This is fine. Okay. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to all of the distinguished doctors, healthcare professionals, members of the health tech industry, media friends, organizers, and respected guests present here today. Gives me a great pleasure to address the Business World Healthcare Excellence Summit. There is a famous saying, health is the greatest wealth. Every nation that has progressed in history has understood one simple truth. When people are healthy, society becomes a productive and prosperous. India's healthcare journey over the years has been truly remarkable. Today, our country is recognized as one of the leading healthcare destinations not only in Asia but across the world. Indian doctors, farm scientists, and healthcare professionals have earned a global respect through their skill, commitment, and service. We have become a major center for the healthcare and medical services. We attract a lot of patients from the Middle East and Africa to our hospitals due to our advanced hospitals and doctors. Also, we are one of the largest export of vaccination and medicines, which we have demonstrated during the COVID time. Our strong medical education system has helped produce some of the finest doctors in the world, many of whom today are leading global institutions. The future of the healthcare will be the adopting technologies such as artificial intelligence, quantum computing, data science, and genome studies. Artificial intelligence today has the capability to advance healthcare from the reactive and preventive. AI can assist doctors in identifying diseases such as a cancer at a very early stage, sometimes even before symptoms become visible. AI and robotic has improved the success rates of surgeries. These technologies have improved diagnostic, reduce human error, and make a quality healthcare more accessible and affordable. Quantum computing has the potential to speed the drug discovery and can make a personalized medicines and treatment possible. Bangalore continues to lead the India in this technology and transformation. Bangalore is the first city in India where we have an indigenously built quantum computer on which drug discovery applications are being solved. Startup companies like QPI AI and Quantum Biosciences are working on improving medicines and sensing complicated diseases. Our government, under the leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Sri Siddaramaiah and Deputy Chief Minister Sri D.K. Shivakumar, has recently announced our quantum ambition, which also includes a quantum city in Bangalore. I am happy to share that we will have a research labs dedicated to quantum application and healthcare within a Q-City where scientists, doctors, academicians, and healthcare institutions can collaborate. I take this opportunity to invite you to actively participate in building this advanced healthcare and research ecosystem in Karnataka. At the same time, we must also remember that a large part of our country still lives in rural areas where access to healthcare remains limited. Malnutrition, TB, malaria, anemia, and other diseases continue to affect thousands of families in our state. Technology must not remain in urban centers alone. Our government is deeply committed to strengthen healthcare access in rural areas. In my home district of Raichur, we have improved the healthcare infrastructure by upgrading existing medical facilities and started a popular cancer center to support a cancer care for people in the region. We have also built a genome lab in Raichur University to study the malnutrition in our area. We are also continuously following up the establishment of a aims in Raichur, which we believe will transform the healthcare of the entire Kalyan Karnataka region and bring advanced medical facilities to our people in the backward area. Our government is committed to building an infrastructure where it is a advanced research facilities in Quantum City or strengthening healthcare institutions in backward districts of the state. Government alone cannot transform healthcare. We require the active participation of doctors, hospitals, medical association, technology experts, and educational institutions. I sincerely request all members of the healthcare industry present here today to dedicate a portion of your time and resources towards solving healthcare challenges in rural India. Even a small contribution can create a big impact. Before I conclude, I would like to express about the book The Will to Live, written by Sri Arvind Narola, CEO of Business World. Books like this remind society that curing is not only about medicines, it is also about hope, compassion. Meaningful effort and thank the organizers for presenting the important work we have moved forward as a nation. Let us work together to build a healthcare system that is advanced in technology within everybody's research and human as its core. Let Karnataka continues to lead the within innovation. Let India continues to lead with humanity. Thank you all. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
Thank you so much, sir. What a pleasure to hear all this from your end. Can we have a bigger round of applause for sir, please? Thank you so much. We are truly privileged and honored that you took out time from your busy schedule to be with us over here, sir. Thank you so much. We are very, very grateful. Ladies and gentlemen, the ninth edition of the BW Healthcare Excellence Summit and Awards is anchored in a very powerful and timely theme, which is shaping the future of healthcare leadership in the country. A theme that reflects the evolving reality of Indian healthcare, where leadership today must go beyond clinical excellence and business growth. If it must embrace innovation, accessibility, affordability, technology, patient trust, ethical practices, and most importantly, a sustainable impact, because sustainability is the need of the hour. As India continues to strengthen its position as one of the world's most dynamic healthcare markets, the role of visionary leadership becomes all the way more important. Today's conversations will focus on how healthcare leaders can build institutions of trust, create scalable models of care, drive innovation, and contribute meaningfully to the future of healthcare in this wonderful country of India. As we convene today, let us embark on a captivating exploration of the multifaceted world of healthcare, a realm teeming with innovation, leadership, resilience, and boundless possibilities. Before we move forward, may I kindly request the BW team to kindly showcase today's event audio visual, which will offer us a glimpse into the riveting sessions, thought provoking discussions, and inspiring conversations that await us throughout the day. Can we have the event AV, please? Thank you so much. As you all are well and truly aware of, the BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media Group, is one of India's fastest growing business media houses, with a network spanning across 25 niche business communities and 8 magazines. BW Business World is proud to be deeply entrenched in various verticals of the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. With changing times, BW now has a massive leadership in the digital space as well. Through its portfolio of niche B2B communities, BW Business World organizes conferences, forums, summits, and leadership platforms to facilitate meaningful interaction between sectoral business leaders and create a conducive environment for collaboration, dialogue, and most importantly, growth. Ladies and gentlemen, to keep yourself abreast of developments across industries, we encourage you to subscribe to the Business World group magazines. It would add to your professional quest for knowledge and insights. And please do check out the latest edition of BW Business World, covering how global CEOs built for uncertainty and India's rupees 3 lakh crore growth risk amid global shocks. We are going to be now moving forward with the inaugural address of the day, which is going to be on why healthcare leadership today will define India's tomorrow. To do the honors, I would like to call upon stage a visionary media entrepreneur and thought leader who continues to champion meaningful conversations across industries. And for the longest time, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor in Chief, BW Business World.
Good morning. It's my honor and privilege to be here. Give Shubho a big round of applause. He's hosting the event with aplomb.
Thank you.
You know, clapping is good for heart muscles. Uh, and there's no GST on clapping. It's a full house. You can, I thought we could have clapped better for the Honorable Minister. First of all, my gratitude to Shri N.S. Bosuraju ji. I hope I'm pronouncing it right because they say Baswaraju, but the spelling is more Raju. But sir, thank you for being here and thank you for telling us about your district and the work happening there. I think more people need to know, and maybe at another forum you should talk about that. Thank you, Mr. Vishal Rao, Dr. Vishal Rao, for making it happen. Uh, my acknowledgement of Mr. Rajiv Vasudevan, who's the founder and CEO of Apollo Ayurved Hospitals. Ayurved is a science that we must go back to in healthcare. I'm not an expert on healthcare, but I know a little bit about it. But I can tell you the word preventive is used a lot in healthcare. Ayurved is truly preventive. I mean, healthcare is about, if you talk to any healthcare entrepreneur or professional, they'll use the word personalized, the three P's of healthcare: personalization, prevention, and uh, and predictive. So, you know, the three P's. So Ayurveda can really help us prevent things. And as I said, I'm not really an expert on healthcare, but I'd like to just say I was asking, sir, when's your birthday? It's my hobby to ask everyone I meet when's their birthday, not the year. When I interviewed Sanjana for the first time, of course, I know Harbinder birthday. It's 19th December, mostly I wish 20th. Yeah, so why do this every year? I wish him Monday before her, right? So he said he's 5th June born, and on 5th June he'll be 80. And I can only tell you, you can be healthy, happy, active, and still excited about what you want to contribute to the society at 80 if your thoughts and actions are in sync. You know, if you are really, you can't be. I mean, you can't be healthy and excited if your thoughts and actions are. So I think I don't know him. I just met him for the first time. I can only tell you what he told me about the work happening in his district. Um, and the work he's doing in grassroots innovation, uh, which he feels that the work at the grassroots innovation is what will help us, India and Indians, to produce maybe a health tech company that solves the issues of everybody. But I just want to say that at Business World, we are not in the business of magazines, website events. We are in the business of audiences, and we are in the business of content. Content creates audiences. And today, form doesn't matter, whether it's a video format, whether it's text, whether it's online. I started as a media professional, as an entrepreneur. I started a website 26 years back. It's called exchangeformedia.com. It's the homepage of everybody in the advertising, marketing, media domain for the last 25 plus years. It's a leader. And, you know, I started as a website, and the story is I didn't want to build a media company. I was trying to build a B2B e-commerce company, a Commerce One, Ariba, for the media industry. And I'd started a newsletter, which with all humility became the homepage of everybody in the advertising, marketing, media ecosystem, and I stayed as a leader uh, for the last 25 years. So clearly, at healthcare, BW Healthcare World, under the leadership of Mr. Harbindan Narula, we believe we have a long way to go, though we are 6 years plus young, but we believe we can do much better. And normally we do this event in Delhi, Bombay, but we started to do it in Bangalore because we believe that we need to do much more in Bangalore, in this part of the world. Sir has extended us an invitation to do a event in his constituency and his sphere of influence, though his sphere of influence is Karnataka and not just his constituency, but still. And I can only say in healthcare, with what's happening in AI, the biggest domain that gets impacted is human longevity. I was chatting with an investor yesterday, he's a large investor in the Indian ecosystem, and the amount of bets they're making in terms of helping humans live longer and better. We know that the average lifespan is 78, but looks like it'll grow uh, to a larger number, bigger number, thanks to preventive, proactive, and personalized healthcare. The question is healthcare affordable for Indians? You know, I'm sure you're turning 80, you know, you're more selfless for your family, for your community, for your country, for your constituency. I think healthcare, I remember I just acquired Business World, and on the flight to, I think Delhi, Bangalore, I ended up, next to me. Those days, Jet Airways used to fly. Me and Dr. Devi Shetty were on the flight. Of course, I recognized him and we were chatting. And he said, I will launch that 1 rupee insurance. He told me, this must be, I bought it 2014. So it has to be 2015. So 11 years back, right? And he's launched that, right? But healthcare was never a business, sir. Healthcare was philanthropy by large industrialists. Media was also not a business. Religion was also not a business, right? So everything has become a business, become too commercial. Maybe I'm younger to you, sir, but I'm a little old-fashioned in a lot of things. I believe in relationships. I believe relationships are more important than anything. I believe family is more important than anything. I believe friends are very important. Yes, I turned an entrepreneur, and so I think good health comes to them, to those people who are simple. I think if you want to be healthy, be simple. Uh, I can only say public health in India needs to improve. It has a long way to go. And while all the issues with healthcare, my mother passed away almost 18 months and 20 days back, and she was in a hospital. I had a choice to, I live in Delhi, I had a choice to take her to a certain hospital. I did call Arbinderji, and eventually I took her to a certain hospital, and she came back, she was okay. Then again, she was not feeling well in about 15 days, and we took her to a hospital, and that hospital has a certain reputation, very big hospital, possibly the biggest hospital. And with lots of anxiety, I took my mother there, and she passed away. And they were putting her on, she had diabetes and she had dialysis. They were putting her on dialysis, and then they were putting her on a ventilator. And I asked the doctor, and I know the doctors, see that anybody you put on a ventilator never comes back. He said, no, no, Anurag, 10% of them don't come back, 90% come back. And I've grown up to trust the doctor. That's how I've grown up. If the doctor says something, you got to trust him, because that's the kind of doctors I met when I was growing up. And my mother passed away. And my daily bill, it was an insurance. Even if it was not on insurance, I can afford it. And it's my mother. Even if there was something I couldn't afford, I would have tried, right? But it was 1,65,000 rupees a day, right? Now, how many Indians can afford that? Around that time, I read this. Somebody posted that you're one illness away from bankruptcy. Somebody posted around that time. And I said, it's so true. Luckily, in my case, I had the insurance. Plus, with all humility, I can afford it. And, I had a role in that hospital being set up. The land was indirectly introduced to me to the hospital promoter. And again, I believe the doctor पे क्या blame करना. जब समय आ गया तो समय आ गया. My mother was 83 years, 4 months and 19 days when she passed away. But I called my mentor, whose father also passed away some time back, and he asked me. So I said, sir, the doctors here care about the health of the hospital more than they care about the health of the patients. I was very politely, I said it to him, because I don't want to run down hospitals or healthcare professionals. They're doing a job. The environment has become like something. So I have gratitude. I've never grudged about the fact, but I do feel that healthcare has become unaffordable. That's something I definitely feel. Um, Of course, insurance is still underpenetrated, and I think the government has done its schemes which are working. So only thing is, can we help improve our public health? Uh, I was with somebody who I admire. He lives in Bangalore, originally not from Bangalore, Manisha Sabarwal yesterday, and we were talking about what can India do. And of course, sir, you talked about grassroots innovation in that room. You talked about education. So if you improve the education, everything else improves. Similarly, so should the government be in the education domain? Not sure. I'm not sure. I mean, I went to a convent school, then I went to an engineering school. Jokingly, I say, sir, I did BTech in beer drinking, but that's jokingly, sir. Right? And then I ended up getting into a good business school. And yesterday on the flight, the guy sitting next to me asked him, so he turned out to be from a business school called MDI. So I asked him, really, you're from MDI? He said, yeah. So, I told him I also went to MDI. So point is, I believe everything, we give human beings ourselves too much credit for our success. I read this book called The Fluke. Mr. Nadig, I will gift it to you. And fluke का उर्दू में मतलब है तुक्का, which means luck, chance, preordained, prarabdh, serendipity, whatever word you want to use. But it's a book by a social scientist called Brian Clough. And it basically says that everything in life is a fluke. And the best way is Donald Trump hadn't ducked, the world would be a very different place. Of course, there are theories on that, that it was stage managed, the Russians did it, the deep state, I don't know. But you saw Donald Trump in Russia yesterday. He was so well behaved because he's dealing with a powerful China, right? And when your powerful people are in front of you, you're normally well behaved, right? So you have to be powerful. India has to become powerful. It will happen if we fix our schools. It will happen if we fix our hospitals. It will not happen. I think about my children. Of course, I think about my company, money. To say an entrepreneur doesn't think about money is, I mean, it's not true. We need money as it's a fuel for people, for whatever we do. So I'll only say, sir, I wish I'd met you earlier, but we will take up on your invitation. And Mr. Nadig was kind enough to tell him in Kannadiga, and he was also being our salesperson saying they need a certain amount of money to be able to do it. All that is okay. Life is not just about money. Money is important. You need money. I won't say that. But I'll say the Indian healthcare still does a fantastic job. There are lots of doctors who are still very, very focused on just curing the patient. Everything else is secondary, right? Because they're part of a certain system, they have to go with it. But doctors are focused on curing patients. Uh, we have not exploited the power of Ayurveda. I hope we are able to do it. I think we've now, I was reading ancient Hindu texts, and one thing I realized that the wealthy people 200, 300 years back relied on two people. One were astrologers, the other was homeopaths, right? So clearly, the natural medicine we have in India, they say, when we were younger, if we had some skin things, we put a certain mitti, and it'll be okay in 3 days. My mother would do, if I had a stomach ache, she'd give me, a certain kind of water infused with certain herbs, or she'd put, ghee in my navel, and I'd be okay as a 10-year, 8-year-old. So I think we have to use the power of AI to be able to bring the best of both worlds. India has a lot to offer to the world in healthcare. We're of course leading in medical tourism. We are leading in what we are doing in medical technology. We've also, in some cases, become, India missed the bus on production and manufacturing. But look at, we are the largest producer of pharma in the world. If you take the top 10 pharma companies in the world, 9 are Indian, right? So if we can do it in pharma, why can't we do it in healthcare? And why can't we do it at a price point that really works for our Indians? Uh, Also, I must say that I love media companies, I love OTT companies, but today the biggest reason for bad health is lack of sleep. Today we are spending much more time looking at our phones, watching OTT content in the night, including me. I mean, I am no different from others. Last night I kept my phone away and I slept well. Today we also have quick commerce food delivery companies. You can order a pizza at 2 a.m., eat it at 2:15 a.m. I'm not saying it's bad, but our lifestyles and lack of sleep are also leading to health disorders. We are spending too much time. I don't want to take names. They're very close friends of mine, the big personalities, both in the one in the agriculture space, one in the media space. Both their children died, young children, like my children's age in the last 30 days. We don't know the reason, but mental health issues. So the biggest healthcare pandemic in India is mental health. It's not what we call the non-communicable diseases. Just to give you a statistic, officially 15% of Indians have some kind of mental health issues. But my hunch is that the real number is at least two times that. Today young children have anxiety, and it is happening because parents are spending less time. There's too much social pressure. So the biggest healthcare issue, whether it's constituency, I know you were Minister of Irrigation and water is a big issue, and someday we talk about water. Now your science and technology, you brought in the quantum mission, uh, and to keep young people occupied when they're younger and give them something worthwhile to chase can also solve the mental health issue. So I think if each one of us, maybe there are 120 people in the room, take one person, young person, 10-year-old, 15-year-old, to console and spend time with him or her, we can do something जिससे दुआ लगेगी. Ultimately I keep saying, Mr. Nadig, I keep writing shade. I'm married, तो मैं तो शेर हूँ नहीं, but मैं शेर लिखता रहता हूँ. तो एक मैंने लिखा, sir, can you translate this, Rao, for sir? I'm sure he understands Hindi, but मैंने लिखा कि जिंदगी का जिंदगी की दवा दोस्त और दुआ. Because that's the only, if you have really genuine friends who accept you as they are, and second, you get blessings when you do selfless work. I genuinely believe healthcare in India needs to start with mental health, and we need to focus on public health. We focus too much on private sector health, which is also needed. Private sector, the reason I keep thinking, I go to America, I've not studied in America, my children have, um, uh, is, you know, Americans are, okay, I say it, are not as smart as Indians, okay? I'll say it. They're not as smart as Indians, in my view. I can be wrong. My assessment. You may agree. And again, there may be Americans smarter than some Indians, but generally Indians are smarter. They're more industrious, they're more sincere, they're more honest. That's what I feel having traveled the world. But why does America make so much money? Why are they able to build such large companies? And the only answer that I have reached on that is we don't treat our entrepreneurs well. I mean, one thing is Donald Trump has gone to China. He's taken 17 large entrepreneurs with him. Imagine him, Prime Minister Modi took large 17 entrepreneurs, or our Chief Minister from Karnataka that say doing crony capitalism, right? So we have to treat our entrepreneurs. So private sector has a huge role to play. So I'm not saying don't, private hospitals are needed, health tech companies are needed, but I think we need to fix our public health and we need to fix our mental health issues. And mental health is about more counseling centers, more trauma centers, more suicide prevention centers, and I can go on. But mental health is the biggest issue that we need to fix. I'll not stand between you and Mr. Narula going, and I know the minister has to go, but I'll definitely come and meet him, especially either here or in his hometown. I wish you well. I'll call you on the 5th. Wish you an 80th happy birthday. Thank you for being here. God bless you and wish you good health.
Thank you so much. Please give a bigger round of applause to Dr. Batra. And sir, happy birthday to you in advance. Happy 80th birthday. May you live 100 years happily and healthily. That's what it is. That would be the message. Thank you so much, Touchwood, and God willing. And on that note, I would now like to move forward, ladies and gentlemen, by making a special announcement. BW Healthcare World, the exclusive healthcare community of BW Business World, extends a heartfelt welcome to all of you over here as we begin this transformative journey together. One that celebrates ideas, leadership, collaboration, and most importantly, the power of purpose driven growth. Before we begin today's proceedings, I request the BW team to kindly please present the BW Healthcare World's brand AV so that we can give our esteemed audience a special glimpse. Can we have the community AV, please? Ladies and gentlemen, can I once again request all of you to clap and acknowledge the presence of our Honorable Minister, sir? Thank you so much. Like always, he has a very busy schedule, but he has taken time out for us. So we are very, very grateful from our end. Thank you so much, sir, once again. And thank you so much. Thank you, sir. I must tell to all of you that today's digital broadcast transcends the confines of physical walls, extending its reach across the BW Healthcare World platforms, the social media channels, as well as the website, which is www.bwhealthcareworld.in, which is ensuring the fact that knowledge, ideas, and most importantly, whatever insights that we are getting over here is spread at a wider level. You know, everybody is aware about the fact that this is the world of social media. I mean, whatever professions, be it content creators like me or doctors, everybody's on social media, right? So everybody understands the impact of hashtags, right? So whatever posts or engagements that you're sharing from today's conference, I request all of you to please also engage and use the hashtag BW Healthcare Excellence Summit. In that way, we can engage with your posts as well, and maybe like, share, reshare, and all of that. And we might just create a nice community all together on social media itself. So thank you so much. Please do use the hashtag. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to all of you over here to the ninth edition of the BW Healthcare Excellence Summit and Awards. You know, genuinely, I must say this, that no event is possible without the support of the partners. So I want to take out a special moment to thank our partners for the day. Without the support, we truly couldn't pull this event off. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, organized by BW Business World, powered by Blue Star, built on trust. Support partners Lupin Digital Health and Kites, event partners Joy Travels Private Limited, Opal Events, Beanley Coffee, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, and Pitch. And on that note, I'll also request the console to please kindly play the partner AV for our esteemed audience over here. If you need more time, then I can keep talking from my end. So, you want me? You want me to keep talking and blabbering, whatever it is? All right. So they want me to keep talking and blabbering, right? All right. So good morning to all the doctors and all the healthcare professionals. Let me just see how long I can continue, right? I'm like going off script and everything. Uh, I don't know. I mean, I have a lot of respect for doctors. I couldn't be one myself. Never was intelligent enough, but my elder sister is. So I understand the hustle and all the daily sacrifices that you all put to the table on a regular basis by keeping aside family and everything. Sometimes even your own health for the sake of others, right? So I think that's truly a very thankless job, I feel sometimes. So I think every thankless job also deserves a certain sense of appreciation from your very own community. So what I'm going to request is that all of you एक बार अपने लिए बजाइए जोर से ताली, because you all deserve every bit of it. And I think on that note, we should be good enough for the Eve. Are we? Huh? Oh, you're not ready for the AV. Oh, so what do you want me to do? You want me to dance and all as well? Huh? You'll clap for us. So thank you so much. Very, very kind and sweet. But then I think they're fixing because this is something that we need to present for all our esteemed audience over here. But I mean, how was the session with Bosraju sir over here? Any comments over here? Can I have a mic quickly? Now that you have given me time, I'm going to take a lot of time. Huh? Now, don't blame me if I kind of actually. I hope this is working, right? Check my mic. Huh? Good. Anybody wants to share, and I'll request the videographers to capture the moments as well. Sir, you ready? Good morning. Thank you. Sir, please, if you could share what's your opinion on the opening address. I think Dr. Batra said some wonderful words. No GST clapping.
I was not expecting that. Let me introduce myself. I'm
Ji, sir.
Dr. Sandeep, or I'm entrepreneur
Yeah.
and a psychiatrist.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was so much thrilled to listen to Dr. Anurag Batra's mentioning about the mental health aspect, because when I joined psychiatry 35 years back, I never thought it will become the most important branch.
Mm.
He talked about two things. One was public health, and second, the cost, that is affordability, and second was the importance of mental health. So I think the time has come that all of us should recognize the importance of mental health. And I'm humbly, I would submit that I have been able to get the world's first AI-based patent for mental health screening,
Wow.
in which we can screen millions of people at no absolutely minimal cost and actually tell whether somebody requires help or not. I'll just give you an example. The example is that when there was COVID, RT-PCR used to be the gold standard. At that time, the issue was, one was the cost factor, the other was lack of human resources.
Right.
So we came up with rapid antigen test, which was you do it yourself and decide whether you require help or not. So my concept is stressometer, which is a 55 question simple rating scale. And you have to just fill it up and you get to know yourself whether you require help or not. So, for example, if all of the people sitting here, if I just send them a link, they'll just fill it up and get to know. It's purely anonymous. And then they will take a call whether they require help or not. So I was really thrilled to see, and Dr. Anurag Batra, I have never met him.
Yeah.
Actually, I was invited by CEO Harvinder
Ji.
Ji. So I was really happy that he understands the importance. And at this juncture, I can tell you, I'm getting children as young as 5 to 6 years old who are addicted to screen, you know. And the fact that you'll be surprised to know that brain is getting damaged by regular use of mobiles, and especially the way that we keep on seeing reels. It tends to harm your brain's biochemistry as well as the brain's, nerves, neurons. So many people come to me, they have nothing else but forgetfulness. And when I ask young people, 30s, 40s, they have no clinical symptomatology depicting anxiety or depression. When I ask them, what is your usage of media? They say, oh, we just use Insta, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours. And I was just reading in the meantime, just now I've received a psychiatry news. That's the American Psychiatric Association journal. Monthly, we get a newsletter. Both Meta as well as Google have been fined by the jury, and they have made, this is last month's this thing, because there have been around 1,600 plaintiffs in USA who have mentioned and in various courts of USA saying that their children mental health has been suffered. And the chief petitioner was a 16-year-old girl, and the jury, two states of juries have said that the platform is responsible for the first time, and they are denying it. So I think it's high time we understand the importance, and Dr. Anurag Bhatta just mentioned that two important lives were lost of people who could afford anything.
Yeah.
So I think we have to take care of the fact that all of us have to be careful about use of media, use of digital media, and especially our children, because that is very, very important. Thank you.
Very rightly said, sir.
मैंने तो आपके लिए वैसी ताली बजवाई थी,
Sir,
आपने
of
मेरे
course,
लिए
of course.
बजवा
That's what it is. Sir, मुझे बोलने की जरूरत भी नहीं. Organically लोग बजा रहे हैं आपके लिए. Can we have a bigger round of applause? And I think I agree with each and every bit of it. But only reason why some of you might have seen me make a poker face when he was talking about Instagram and all is because, let me quickly introduce myself. So my name is Shubhojit Ghosh. I come from Mumbai. So I'm a content creator. I host podcasts for my YouTube channel Shubhojit Ghosh with Bollywood actors, TV actors, and also police officers of the state and bureaucrats. So, and so of course, for me as a content creator, I come from that business where Instagram reels and all are important, right? So it should not hurt my business at the end of the day, but also there should be a fine line which we draw. Done, sir. We'll speak on it. You have to come for a podcast when I come on YouTube. Viewership. Sir, I'm very happy. Views means money, so of course, very happy. Thank you so much, sir, for being so kind and informal. Can we have a bigger round of applause once again for him, please? Thank you. And on that note, I'll request for the partner AV to be played once again, please.
आप कौन?
गर्मी स्क्वाड, हम गर्मी का आतंक मचाने आए हैं। ओए, प्लीज।
Blue Star? AC on. Fast cooling inverter ACs with voice command technology. Blue Star गर्मी की छुट्टी. अरे फ्रीज तो आप हो गए.
नीचे नीचे डक्कर, ऊपर स्टेयरकेस के ऊपर, चल चल चल, आन के पास स्लिप, तक यार, तक।
ओए, आप कौन?
टीम गर्मी ब्लास्टर्स, हम आपको हराने हैं।
बड़ी कॉन्फिडेंस मानना पड़ेगा.
बैट तो ले आओ।
ब्लू स्टार है ना. फास्ट कूलिंग इन्वर्टर एसीज फ्रॉम ब्लू स्टार. अरे गेम ओवर. ब्लू स्टार गर्मी की छुट्टी. ओए, आप कौन?
48 डिग्री लोकल गर्मी चैंपियन, 52 डिग्री नेशनल गर्मी चैंपियन और 56 डिग्री इंटरनेशनल गर्मी चैंपियन.
मेरे पास भी एक वर्ल्ड चैंपियन मिलेंगे. ब्लू स्टार heavy duty inverter ACs from Blue Star. Blue Star गर्मी की छुट्टी.
Go. Kudos to Blue Star, built on trust. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And I really want to meet your creative person. Maybe I can do some good work with them for my own YouTube as well. Great work. Bigger round of applause once again for all these interesting visuals. And of course, Virat Kohli into the scenario, country's heartthrob. RCB, of course, RCB winning the trophy. RCB, Virat Kohli, that is what it is, doing well this season as well. Although I come from Kolkata, so I'm a KKR supporter, but I think Virat Kohli just thrashed us recently 2 days back, right? So I was very happy seeing his knock on a personal level, but deep down, thoda dukh hua. Anyway, jokes apart, we'll quickly move on to healthcare from sports and entertainment and all sorts of conversations. We will now be going ahead, ladies and gentlemen, with the opening keynote. This is going to be on building better healthcare lessons from our scriptures. I'll repeat the topic once again for you all. This is going to be about building better healthcare lessons from our scriptures. This keynote will explore how timeless wisdom, values, and principles from our scriptures can offer meaningful lessons for building a more compassionate, ethical, and most importantly, a people centric healthcare ecosystem. It will also reflect on how traditional knowledge and modern healthcare leadership can come together to create institutions rooted in purpose and dedicated service. To deliver the opening keynote, I request the esteemed presence of Rajiv Vasudevanji, founder and CEO, Apollo Ayurved Hospitals. I hope I got the pronunciation right, sir. Thank you so much. A bigger round of applause is what it deserves for it. Thank you so much. An absolute pioneering leader in integrative healthcare and Ayurveda-led clinical excellence, sir. Thank you so much. Can we do a bigger round of applause for sir, please? I mean, if I may request. So you have 2 varieties of mics, whichever you love, you can use, and we look forward to hearing you. Yeah, thank you. Pleasure.
Just in time, Harbinder. I think we had a lot of wisdom being shared by Dr. Anurag Batra earlier in the morning. And the swathe of topics that he covered today, right, in his assigned topic, made us reflect on a bunch of things. And I'm glad that I'll be able to touch upon some of those points that he touched upon in his speech. So, first of all, thank you to Harbinder Narula, Dr. Anurag Batra, and the Business World team for inviting me here today. When Harbinder first spoke to me about talking here, and I said, what is the topic you would suggest? I mean, when he suggested this topic, which is building better healthcare, lessons from the scriptures, I thought it was a kind of a googly potentially, but in his infinite wisdom, he thought I should speak on it. And it's a very interesting topic because it weaves multiple strands of thought which are close to my heart and what brought me to healthcare in the first place, right? So because there is a need for a better healthcare system as we speak. So as I begin, I also want to say namaste to all of you, right? So namaste, I don't know how many of you really know the correct full meaning of namaste, right? Would somebody like to volunteer? What does namaste stand for? Greetings, this gentleman said. So namaste is I bow down. So to save time, won't go into an audience round. I bow down, I acknowledge, I salute the universal energy in you or the God in you, which is same as the God in me. At one go, in this one word, it encompasses, it breaks down barriers between people, irrespective of caste, creed, race, everything. Right? The most beautiful of things which Indians can enjoy. We don't know the meaning. We say hello, hi, ciao, all this. Namaste when you meet, namaste when you leave. Why is this relevant to the topic we speak? I believe India, the world needs more of this spirit. And if you look at Ayurveda, and I'm not going to be limiting my talk today to Ayurveda or a particular scripture, but if you were to look at the scriptures as words of the wise or thoughts of the wise coming from different parts of the world, right? There are some common strands which really come here. So and as I go into the topic, I also want to say namaste to Dr. Venkatesh Tupil, who is a doyen of quality in healthcare and has been here, spearheading quality in this country for many decades. So it's a great pleasure and namaskara. And to my friend KP Nadig, who's graciously come here today. So with this, let me just go into my assigned topic. The topic was building better healthcare. So when you look at a topic like this, what does better mean and what does healthcare mean? What does health mean is a question. So if you were to go to a beautiful word called swasthyam, right? We typically say swastha, right? Swastha is like in one people say I'm kind of free, changahu, right? I'm okay. But swasthyam is something that we need to look at different dimensions of that word. There was a mention by Dr. Anurag of 78 years as expectancy. In fact, it's a little lower. It's about 74 years. But guess what? Health adjusted life expectancy is still about 60 to 62 years. The gap between that has remained constant over the last few decades. If you're looking at building better healthcare, what are we building? Are we building like the Japanese? People live to 90s, but today in their 50s and 60s have the same illnesses which Indians get in their 30s and 40s. Right? So if you look at health adjusted life expectancy, it's still pretty low in India. And 62, which is supposed to be the HALE for India, is, I think, a exaggeration. Today in the 30s, we heard psychiatrist doctor mentioning about children coming with psychiatric issues. And, it's not an exaggeration. I don't want to use words psychiatric, but the outcome of excessive cognitive stimulation, whatever is happening. But so the RU, that is the life potential in physical, mental, spiritual dimensions, is 120 years, which is why at 60, we celebrate a 50% completion of our lifespan, right? Today, when we retire, think of retiring at 60, we are barely at 50% of a lifespan, right? But how do we go to that full life potential in physical, mental, spiritual dimensions? So the concept of end of illness, can we conceive of a life where I'm born and I die without illness? Why should illness be there? We take it as an inevitability, particularly because illness is supposed to be caused by something external to me. I have no responsibility in my own being healthy. So how do we look at health from the scripture angle or from just common wisdom? I often talk about my paradigm is, I hope that the time is accurate, because if that is the time, that is not going to be possible, right? There's some time going on there. No? Yeah. Okay. So look at a Parsi maintained car in Mumbai, right? Subhajit, you come from Bombay. We talk about, Parsi maintained cars, and you'll see one thing very clearly. Even a 50-year-old Fiat will be better maintained than a 2-year-old modern car maintained by somebody, because they maintain the car beautifully. Imagine a life that you live your whole life. When it is time to go, you switch off the engine and walk out, and the car and the body remains exactly immaculate as it was meant to be. That should be the vision. But what do? We drag ourselves to our grave. and we take it for granted. This paradigm is what India is also importing from the rest of the world. All borrowed concepts when this oldest civilization on the face of the earth, I mean no disrespect to any other community, older than the Chinese, older than the Egyptians, but where wisdom was resident, we have to come back and revisit and revive this thought process. So every religion, I know in Sikhism there is a saying, Deha Shiva Bar Mohe Ehe. The body is a temple of God. You take this in any religion, see the body as a vehicle, as a tool. Of course, a lot of religions tell the body is gross, the mind is gross, and go to the spirit. But you need a healthy body, and for a healthy mind, healthy spirit. Therefore, the connection between macrocosm, microcosm, when we look at man or human or woman as part of an environment that we are part of, with AQIs in the 450 region, 250 region, I'm part of an environment with sound pollution, noise pollution, right? Water pollution, toxic thoughts. All of this are buffeting me. How do I maintain my equanimity? How do I maintain my health? So health from our scriptures is not the absence of disease, as you would know, and which WHO very belatedly in 1976 recognized, that it is not the absence of disease, but it is the presence of certain things. And what Ayurveda would have said is that this connection is the good health is the ability to restore homeostasis, the ability to restore balance when I have a physical, mental, or spiritual crisis of some force which acts upon me. So a healthy person is like, with all respect to a very healthy Salman Khan, is not a Salman Khan looking guy. A healthy guy is a guy, irrespective of circumstances, is able to quickly bounce back when forces act. So I'm very good in Bangalore now. I go to Delhi, go to Nirulas, and then I take a chole bhature and immediately I have a stomach upset. I'm not healthy. Or I catch a flight and go and I get a cold, right? I'm good here, not good there. So health is the ability to maintain dynamic balance. And that's where some very beautiful concepts come. Systems thinking applied to health, where you don't look at a single cause effect paradigm. Unfortunately, all of India has gone onto this mainstream thought process that single cause, single effect, symptom oriented approach. Whereas the life, if you can imagine that we, all of us sit here uniquely coming from a zygote into this full-blown people, body, mind, personalities. It is a magic. That's why we say temple of God. It's a extraordinary feat. But what is unique there? The fact that you have this many-to-many dynamic, complex system. And before I go into other things quickly to tell you, this entire artificial intelligence journey which has happened, Ayurveda is most well placed to capitalize on it, because Indian systems of thinking is organically many-to-many system, many-to-many cause effect. And you'll see in time to come, and I'll show you some examples as it is. So we go back to macrocosm, microcosm, place and time. So we say what is there happening outside in nature happens with me. And there we bring in certain humility. Man is no different from a mosquito, from a dog, from a cat, from a monkey, right? We look at nature for what it is, the relationship between man and nature. The fact that beyond body and mind, consciousness, right? Why do we bring this up? Because we heard about the mental crisis, and I will touch upon how our Indian systems of thinking across religions transcend the body and mind and go beyond to the soul. So in looking at this, the most beautiful word, swasthyam, it means abidance in self. You can't have a more beautiful meaning of what good health implies. So abidance in self, self is not my ego. It's not from my mind. Abidance in that consciousness, which is what I greeted you, namaste, right? So that universal energy in me, when I am one with that, Dr. Anurag did mention that when there is no gap between thought and speech or action, right? That man will be healthy. And when does that happen? When one flows from that consciousness, not from the mind. So we'll understand that. So as we go in here, therefore, this is swasthyam as a concept of good health is what is building a better healthcare. Now, that is from an individual angle. You could look at it from a societal angle, community angle also, and come out with parallels. But when you look at this, we see that dukkha is an inevitable part of life. Okay? Dukkha is of the body, dukkha is of change, inevitable change, and dukkha is of a all pervasive breakdown in the world. Right? In this, we have to look at building healthcare. Why do I bring this up? Multimorbidity. We are so concerned about non-communicable diseases. Today, the elephant in the room is not one disease telling that diabetes is there, hypertension is there, or depression is there, or anxiety is there. The problem is one person will have diabetes, blood pressure, fatty liver, asthma, and Parkinson's all together in one guy, right? Guess what? Today, in the healthiest state in the country, in paper, healthiest in quotes, in Kerala, 42 to 60% of the population of adults have multimorbidity. And what do we treat? We are measuring the wrong metrics, maternal mortality, infant mortality, that's very good. But what is the disability caused by multimorbidity is not a joke. So look at that, well-being burden. Everybody spoke about sleep. I just want to share some very important statistic. 20,000 patients who come to Apollo Ayurveda hospitals over the last few years, we looked at their data, and this is picked up randomly. Between 40 to 50%, I don't have time, 40 to 50% had sleep issues, insomnia, okay? Sleep initiation, sleep quality, and grogginess on waking up, one of these. Metabolic digestive issues, so functional gastrointestinal disorders is, even a place like Kerala, 66%. So huge stomach issues. And you take the IT knowledge sector, very much prevalent. So stomach issues. Third, bowel issues. Okay, so gut, bowel, vitality, anxiety, depression. And 2/3 of this 20,000 people had 3 or more issues. 82% had 2 or more of these issues, which means we have a well-being epidemic or the absence of well-being epidemic. So we are so concerned about disease, we are forgetting Indians in particular are suffering from the absence of well-being. Okay, and wellness is not going to a spa and doing this thing. Well-being is this balance, harmony in the body, mind, spirit dimensions. So how does one look at it? And this thing about, with all of this, cognitive burnout today, right? Across the board, today, mental burnout, cognitive burnout is really doing, whether you're doing in different ways. So with this scenario, we have both the psychosomatic and soma-psychiatric issues. So like today, I was just reading a paper, an old paper, that depression and diabetes are bidirectionally connected. It's not that one way, that diabetes causes depression. It's bidirectionally connected. So this body-mind, mind-body is very, very clear. And out of pocket, with all the schemes which have happened with insurance, still over 40% of Indians pay money for their expenses. 40% of expenses is out of pocket. So we have a very, very imbalanced healthcare model unless we fix out of pocket. And that's what a better healthcare model has to look at as this thing. We talked about multimorbidity, we talked about well-being burden, cognitive. And one of the core reasons for this is that a misconception, symptom of disease is the disease. And what I would like, actually, I would request BW Health World to look at is to educate people. A symptom of a disease is not a disease. I define my diabetes in terms of fasting blood sugar or HbA1c. That is just a marker. It is not the disease. It's a metabolic condition. So just managing the sugar level does not mean that my diabetes is under control. You take hypertension. 95% of people suffer from something called primary hypertension, essential hypertension. I don't know how many doctors here, but the fact this is something without an attributable cause. So what are we treating? Suppressing the symptom. So we need to empower people with the right understanding. And therefore we come to the fact that, and I'll just talk about this disease, there is a roga shamana, there is symptom alleviation, and roga nivritti or nivaranam, which is root cause disease reversal. Most people, educated people, assume that the symptom of the disease is absent, the disease is absent, which is not the case. A reduced symptom and the disease is bubbling away in the base. We need to differentiate, educate. So when we look at the healthcare, a very important point, I was at the CII annual business summit this Monday. And Dr. Trehan, Dr. Vinod Paul, who just retired from the Niti Aayog as advisor health after 8 years, he came up with a point. And I tell this, I'll show you slides from 18 years I've been presenting, that look at health not as primary, secondary, tertiary, quaternary healthcare. Look at it from the preventive spectrum eye lens. And what is this preventive lens? It is not what we usually call prevention, preventive care. That word is the most misunderstood word that you can imagine. So if I look at preventive healthcare, I look at it from the lens of a consumer, primal prevention or primordial prevention. How do we look at the health of an expectant mother so that the fetus yet to be born has maximum life potential? Today, late pregnancies, many comorbidities, child gestational diabetes, the child is already handicapped by the time that he or she is born, right? You look at, we measure maternal mortality and infant mortality, but look at under 5 health in this country today. We are producing generations of under potential Indians because there is no understanding. We are looking at nutritional inputs without looking at the ability to assimilate those inputs. So foundationally, we are missing the point. We are just following a Western model blindly. So if you go to prevention spectrum, the next very important point beyond primary prevention, what most people think is prevention is primary prevention, healthy, clean food, clean water, etc. But primary prevention is one bit. The biggest elephant, one more elephant in the room, is secondary prevention. I have the beginning of hypertension, beginning of diabetes, the beginning of hypothyroidism, asthma. How do you nip that bud nip it in the bud? And guess what happens? We take pills. We suppress the symptom. And the guy, educated guy like me, does not know that my sugar level came down, but my diabetes is still there. And I keep on increasing my dose and keep on going like this till one day it becomes a complete truism. And guess what? Today, if I'm diagnosed diabetic, 8 years prior to this, my insulin resistance has already peaked. No doctor tells me when I go of any kind that, boss, you're already at 95, going to 98. Your insulin resistance is already peaking, right? So get back while the window of opportunity is open. So we're looking at healthcare through very, very narrow lens. So, and the third part is tertiary prevention, which is post-subacute emergency care. Why is this important? Step-down care, transition care. But today, Dr. Anurag talked about the 3 Ps: preventive, predictive, personalization. There's a 4th P. Guess what? Can somebody say? 4 Ps of marketing, 4 Ps of healthcare. Promotive healthcare. Throughout life, swasthya rakshanam, which is you are able to maintain your health level, you can improve your health level. There's nothing better than Ayurveda, I state very, very emphatically, in enhancing the health of a convalescent patient, okay, or of an elder patient. So these are paradigms that can be really brought in. And we feel that the concept of life cycle health management, so with IT and AI coming in, what should be happening is we go beyond transactional episodic care to a life cycle engagement. Look at clinical outcomes which are sustained, not that the man walks out of the OT alive and then you don't know what happens after that to him. So Dr. Venkatesh, to you, I would say, in the healthcare quality movement, we need to publish healthcare outcomes transparently and track it for 1 year and show what really is the healthcare we do, right? Because the rest of it is a lot of glass and robotics and genetics. What does it do for human beings? We have to build a better healthcare system, measure the outcomes that really matter, safety which matter. So the way forward to conclude, the third part is sadvritta, right? It begins from the right behaviors. Okay, many of the things were touched upon. So sadvritta is the cornerstone. Vritta is action, and the right thing, action. So in Ayurveda, in yoga, you have yama, niyama, right? Asana. So sadvritta is broadly those code of conduct and your physical, mental code of conduct that you do. You look at Shuddha Chikitsa. Unless we look at the fact, and this is very important, Ayurveda shloka very clearly says, when you treat one disease, you don't create another disease, right? If we can categorically look at this, you'll find that Shuddha Chikitsa does not happen, okay? And the fact that I have Shobhajit coming behind me, okay. Okay, right. So the thing is that Shuddha Chikitsa ensures that you reverse the root cause, allow the disease to be Roga Shamana to be achieved. It does not recur, it does not spread, and importantly, it does not create new diseases. Right? That is Shuddha Chikitsa, not a cascading thing. I begin with steroids and I go to diabetes and I go from this, and I go to a cascading thing. You know, this man has started here, he'll end here. It's not the case. How do you get lasting well-being? The fact that empowering patients, one of the most beautiful points of wisdom from Indian systems of thinking, rather than the key to health being with the doctor or the healthcare provider, give the key to health to the patient. What does that mean? If you provide the right insights, which are personalized for me at this place and time, I am able to, those insights lead to the right attitudes lead to the right actions lead to right health, right outcomes. Why are we so caught into medicines per se or therapies? So India as a country should be looking at what do I give somebody in Jharkhand? I can't give a one size fits all to guy in Jharkhand and in Gujarat and in Tamil Nadu and in Delhi. So how do we come with personalized wisdom? Ayurveda gives you Desha, Kala, Agni, Ama, okay, and very personalized wisdom based on the local aspects which are there. The other part, Chikitsa as a concept, diet, lifestyle, counseling, medicine, therapy, one integrated word. If we adopt the Chikitsa paradigm, whether it's allopathy or Ayurveda, the power it unleashes is that I say for diet, you go there, for exercise, you go to the gym. I look at one unified plan for an individual, and this is the basis of Ayurveda approach to health. Diet, personalized diet, lifestyle, counseling or mental counseling, medicine, therapy, one or more depending on the rogi roga avastha. Okay, then the fact that upholding trust, because I'm getting now into just the qualitative aspects before we get into this. Do we uphold trust? A patient comes to us in need, right? Whoever comes to a hospital or doctor, do we really uphold that trust fundamentally? And therefore, the key part that comes is both sides, we have what is called play of the trigunas. So when you fundamentally understand this, today, across the board, whether it is healthcare provider is driven by what you call rajas and tamas. Similarly, the healthcare seeker is also in a state of fear, in mental turmoil. Unless you have sattva, I don't have time, this can take half an hour to talk on this topic, on the healthcare provider's angle, and you restore sattva in the person because there's so much disorder and there is fear, anxiety. So the role of a good healthcare provider is to reduce that anxiety and to give a trustworthy care. If I'm charging you, it's transparent, I'm doing what you need, nothing more, nothing less. So with this, a beautiful shloka, which comes from the fact that the healer should place, the shloka actually says how much of a learned and capable the doctor is, the Vaidya is. His treatment will not be effective, you like it, doctor, unless you place yourself, the healer places himself into the hridaya of the patient. Okay, that is the level of compassion. Unless you are sahridaya, you are with that person, in that person, you will not be able to heal. That is the kind of wisdom, right? A doctor is not an external guide, spending 2 minutes taking some reports and writing something. I have to be one with the person I'm healing. Similarly, the very important last 2 points with that I'm completed, that the ayu that we seek is for realizing the 4 purusharthas, dharma, artha, kama, moksha. Okay, and Ayurveda, the sloka says, I can quote the sloka in Sanskrit, that sloka says you need this wisdom of a long life, how to lead a long life to achieve the 4 purusharthas. So health is not for the sake of one or the thing for enjoyment, but it is the totality of life. So true patient-centric care is, I say, integrative co-managed care. The future of healthcare, I'm just coming with that and closing. So we work in multiple quaternary care hospitals. And over the last 8 years, we were in Medanta for 8 years. We've been in Aster CMI for 8 years, Sri Shankara Cancer Hospital for a small time. We work with Apollo hospitals also closely. We work with Apollo Home Care, quaternary care, which I say quaternary prevention, step-down care, road traffic accident cases, quadriparesis, PMR, keep neurosurgery, then PMR comes in, keeps the patient alive. Ayurveda comes in very, very simple supportive ways. Next stage, PMR, Ayurveda are working together. 4th stage, patient transferred to Ayurveda. After 3 months, a quadriparesis case walks out. You can see this actually happening seamlessly, without ego, between the practitioners from both sides. This way of totally putting the patient at the center of care. This should be the way we look at it, not have ideological boundaries. India, if you don't know, in BHU, till we gained independence, had an integrative school. Post-independence, our countrymen chose to go the Western way. The Bhore Committee in 1953. The Chinese in 1947 made a conscious choice. They will give equal importance to their traditional system and Western medicine. And TCM has gone far ahead. We Indians continue to belabor under ignorance, call it alternative medicine. And when yoga comes from the US, we'll accept it. So we should wake up. The future of healthcare is integrative. Integrative matlab, patient-centric. So with this, I conclude with the last point. A beautiful shloka. The future of healthcare comes from this beautiful Shanti mantra. Purnamada, Purnamidam, Purnat Purnamudachyate, Purnasya, Purnamadaya, Purnameva Avishishate. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. It means whether you're a person or you're a system, you are full, you're complete, the other is complete. From that complete comes this complete. When you remove this completeness or fullness from the fullness, what remains is fullness. Thank you. Namaste.
Sir, thank you so much. I'll request you to remain on stage. What I'm going to do is, before I announce and request two people to come in, I'm just going to say three things. Yes. I'm absolutely mesmerized with Sir's communication and oratory skills. He has hardly seen, he's spoken straight from the heart, right? Did you all witness that he's spoken straight from the heart? I'm also scared a little bit because you said कि symptoms है, दिखते नहीं, समझ नहीं आता. So वो भी emotion है, multiple emotions running in. But all I can say is that I want to express my respect to you. Thank you so much for the wonderful work that you're doing. On that note, I'm going to request Mr. Harbinder Narula and the one and only Dr. Velumani, sir, to please kindly come up on stage and give the token of appreciation over here to sir. Do we have Dr. Velumani, sir? Yeah, yes. The one and only Dr. Velumani. Can we have a big round of applause for sir as well, please? All stalwarts in the frame, ladies and gentlemen. This is a special book written by Mr. Harbinder Narula, and I'm sure I can already see it turning into a bestseller slowly and steadily. So thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. Pleasure. Big round of applause once again, please. And on that note, I'm going to quickly request for the chairs on stage so that we can get ready for the panel discussion. Let's move in quickly, please. So this is going to be a panel discussion, the first panel discussion for the day. And the topic for the moment is the new healthcare consumer experience, trust, and brand power. I'll repeat the topic once again for you all for the panel discussion. This is about the new healthcare consumer experience, trust, and brand power. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all are well and truly aware of, that today's healthcare consumer is much more informed, a lot more aware, and more demanding than ever before, for all the right reasons, of course. This discussion will explore how patient experience, trust, communication, outcomes, and brand reputation are reshaping the way healthcare institutions engage with their consumers. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be first introducing our session chair, and then I'm going to be also introducing our speakers, and then I'll request all of them to please kindly join me on stage together. We have the chairs set. We have the tables ready. Thank you so much. I'll just take a quick validation from our videographer. Framing is perfect, sir. Okay, thank you. Cool. Thank you. To do this session as an esteemed session chair, I'll request Sunil Bhatt, Vice Chairman, Oncology, Collegium Director and Head, Pediatric Hematology, Oncology, EMT, Narayana Health City, Bangalore, to please kindly come up on stage. And alongside him, we have Dr. Mohan Keshavamurthy, Principal Director, Renal Sciences, Fortis Hospitals, Bengaluru, Dr. Tarang Krishna, Managing Director, Cancer Healer Center, and Hitanshu Shah, Chief Financial Officer, Lupin Digital Health. Can we have a big round of applause for all four of them, please? So, yeah. And I'll request you to take, Achha, you're standing and take it from here? Okay, cool. So
Namaste all, and thank you very much, Mr. Narula, Dr. Batra, and the BW team for having us all here. I think we can actually scrap this session because I think it's been all discussed in the introductory remarks which Dr. Batra made, and also what was I think a mesmerizing session we had on the future of integrating healthcare in the future. I think that's been nicely covered. Nevertheless, I think I just put across some discussion points for us to all discuss today, and I'm so glad to have a very esteemed panel with me who are clinicians, clinical leaders, and also um, from the administration. So I'm one person is missing, right? Dr. Kamini, ma'am, you're going to join here, or yeah, please.
So can we welcome Kamini ma'am as well, please, over here, ladies and gentlemen. I believe I initially heard that she was not going to make it, but ma'am, very grateful. Thank you so much for being with us over here. That is Dr. Kamini A. Rao, ladies and gentlemen, Director, Medline Academics. And sir, you can continue.
Thank you very much. So, I think what we have been witnessing this morning is that healthcare is no longer viewed only through the lens of treatment outcomes. Patients are increasingly behaving like consumers. I hate to use that word consumer, but I think that's the reality today. And they're comparing experiences, reading reviews, evaluating brands, and seeking emotional reassurance along with the clinical excellence. Now, today's discussion, which I just mentioned, will explore where the shift, in the behaviors and empowering the patients. Is it commercializing care, or it's fundamentally refining the trust in healthcare? So I think that would be the core of our discussion today. And as has been introduced, the panel, a topic for today, will divide it into 3 or 4 components relevant to the discussion today. So I'll start with Dr. Rao. Healthcare institutions today invest heavily in branding, digital presence, patient engagement. But from your perspective, are the hospitals turning into consumer brands, and do we risk over consumerization of healthcare in the process? What do you think on that? I think there's a mic.
I think healthcare no longer is the noble profession of doctor-patient relationship where it was so private, where the patient came in and looked at the doctor as God and expected that doctor from head to toe. Today it has become, well, I wouldn't say commercialized to that extent, but it has become a service delivery component. Expectations of the client has also increased because of advertising, and also misleading because the advertising can be very much surrogate. And at the same time, the deliverables are also hyped. So what happens is when the deliverables are high, the counseling is low, technology is very high. So what the patient does, and the spoiler, the biggest spoiler is the Google. So apart from getting the empowered patient coming into the hospital, the doctor not only has to be compliant with the patient's expectation, but also with the expectation of Google. So it becomes difficult for us to really talk to the patient from experience. So there's always a tug of war between the healthcare workers, the management staff. So whether we are supposed to work under the guidelines of the administrators, CEOs, hit the targets, or are we going to hit the expectations of the patients? Or are we going to hit the Google's expectations?
So nicely put. I think we'll be kind of discussing it further. But for the audience here, when you, I would say, make a choice with the hospital, what matters you the most? Is it the doctor? Is it the hospital? Is it the online reviews? Or is it recommendation from the family? Or is it insurance? What does it make the choice you make in choosing a hospital? It can be just show of the hand. Right? That was 2 of 120. Right. So maybe 118 still probably would choose based on other factors. Yes, sir.
Combination of age and demography. So for people, for example, coming to a new town, they would, and they're much younger in age, would probably go to the digital.
Right.
The people who are already there in a given town, they would kind of
think what you're probably mentioning generational gap as well. So in the decision making, I think we'll discuss that also in the future discussion points. Now, Dr. Krishnamurthy, you come from a high risk specialty branch, renal sciences, renal transplants, where clinical outcomes still remain very, very critical, right? So patients increasingly evaluate healthcare through the service experience and convenience, as we all know today. But do you believe that patient experience is beginning to outweigh clinical outcomes in decision making?
I personally believe at the center of any successful clinical program, whether in the private or in the public sector, the only outcome, the only God is outcome. So if you work backwards, then what does happen is even if you would want to sell an inferior outcome with better branding or better technology or better ability to convey the eventual part, the patient comes to the hospital because of the hype, but the patient would then recommend you further, whether it's the individual or the organization, based on the outcome. I personally believe, irrespective of digital footprint in terms of bringing footfall to an organization or an individual, eventually the outcome determines whether the footfalls continue to come to that individual or the organization. So irrespective of what made the patient come to the institution, will the patients keep coming to the same institution will depend on the outcome. So the point I would want to convey is outcomes are the only measure of a continuing successful clinical practice.
So clinical excellence, I think, still remains the differentiator. I think what we can conclude here, although it can be debated how transparent and how the clinical outcomes are kind of put in public domain in our country, I think that can be a separate discussion altogether. Now, Dr. Krishna, I think we just heard that modern healthcare brands, they're constantly designed through communication, transparency, technology, patient engagement. But also taking the cue from what has been discussed early this morning, that can this trust only be built through systems and branding? Where's the human touch in this? And good old days, I think it was the earned over time with the human contact with the human touch. What do you think is a point on that? What do you mean that this trust can be done only through branding and technology?
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Uh, for I feel that care is actually C stands for compassion, A stands for attention to detail, R stands for remembering the patient by name, and E stands for empathy. So if there is a care there, but it's more important that other than the more number of beds, it's more important that how much care are we giving to a patient. Now, Dr. Anurag Batra said very wisely that average human being is spending 4 to 5 hours on a cell phone. If so, that's where a decision of a patient is being actually been taken care. And now, when a patient comes to our hospital or comes to our center, he is a Googled patient. He is not a patient. He knows his diagnosis. He knows his symptoms. He has just come for a confirmation about what disease is he suffering from. Just need that endorsement from a doctor. Otherwise, he's a ChatGPT researched, Googled transacted doctor or Google transacted patient. So brand, if you are not being reflected online and if you're not being taking use of your brand and reflecting yourself online and showing yourself on digital media, I think you're losing out the time because there are so many doctors there. But if you're doing a good work, the testimonial would speak about it. Like he said, clinical excellence would always be surviving. That would make a center thrive. Good work, good response to patients would always enhance through digital footprint. Right.
So I think especially in the context of your oncologist, especially in the context of long-term or the lifestyle diseases, I think it's very important probably to have that emotional trust with the family. I think we also heard in the previous talk how important it is to be putting yourself into the patient's soul and getting that connect with the patient. Mr. Shah, I think you come from more of admin background and you probably a policy maker from the institution's point of view. Today's patient, as has already been told, they consult Google, social media content, patient testimonials before meeting a doctor, right? And in your experience, these digital perceptions, they're beginning to influence healthcare choices more strongly than traditional indicators of medical expertise. So how do you look at it from a policymaker, from someone who is not directly involved in the patient care, but how do you look at it from the other side?
Sure. I think what is the reality today is that the online reviews, ratings, social media visibility do influence the choice of a patient, right? What is true is an average patient probably is not medically equipped to judge the clinical expertise that a doctor or a hospital can provide. So what does he do? Right? He looks for trust proxies. He's now going online. He's reading reviews. He's looking at ratings. He's listening to stories of patients who've been treated there, and probably looking at how accessible that hospital or doctor is online. Right? At this point, I think the other panel members have also mentioned that a patient that walks into a hospital has almost read everything about that hospital or doctor. He's made up his mind. He's in some form made up his mind on what he going through as well. And at that point, these factors, right, reviews, ratings, do matter a lot, and that is what the healthcare ecosystems have to incorporate as well. But does that take away the importance of medical expertise? Absolutely not. I think healthcare as a sector is one place where medical expertise and it becomes the final anchor of trust, right? Whether or not that patient will continue during the discovery phase may start from ratings and reviews, but eventually it is going to boil down to the trust that he will have basis the care that is provided.
So if we conclude the first section, which was the branding aspect of it, so I think what I can gather from all of you is that I think in the modern times is probably be the combination of the two. I think you need to have a presence out there, which is required, and especially which has been highlighted already in fact with the newer generations. But the clinical outcome and the human touch still remains the core of what we do. Um, um, for the audience again here, with show of hands. So if you have to travel far, then it's not in the close vicinity of where you live, for a reputed doctor. Would you travel for a reputed doctor far away, or it doesn't matter? Can be just next door, who's available.
See, that system needs to get qualified.
Right.
For example, you have a Dr. Kamini Rao on the panel.
Right.
So the people in Bangalore who don't know her, she's a legend.
Right.
So people who travel from moon and Mars.
Right. So I think still probably even in the current era it would be you would travel for I would say not a reputed doctor, but I think a person who has had experience, who has had outcomes behind them, and I think that's something which people will still choose. Now going to the other aspect of today's panel discussion, which we have, is about trust. Building trust, which is who owns the trust, patient relationships, and others. So, Dr. Rao, again with you, with telemedicine, health tech platforms, hospitals, and individual specialists all shaping the patient journey. Now, who truly owns this relationship today? Is it the doctor, the hospital, or the platform which we're using? So, I think we are also colleagues here from the platforms which is being used. So, who is actually the owner of this trust now?
I think the trust.
It's a complex question, actually, but yeah.
I think it's very abstract.
Yeah.
They can at best be only supportive, but the real trust comes between the doctor and the patient. And however many gadgets you may have, and this telemedicine and the amount of video calling, there's nothing better than the doctor patient relationship. And in subjects like oncology, infertility, when they've gone through hardship,
Yeah.
and social distress, I think just a little bit of seeing the doctor and having empathy, the psycho part of the psychosomatic disorder, it dissolves. I have seen people who come in who have almost 5 to 7 years of infertility just to be told by me, look, there's nothing wrong with you people. You just have to relax. Don't take it so hard. You're still complete if you've not had a baby. Just go back, and all you need to do is to correct the thyroid, you correct your diabetes, and everything will be fine. And you go back, and 6 months later, they come back pregnant. And yet, they would have spent lakhs of rupees, and each doctor would have given like this thing, the
By elephant
blind man and
wise.
the
Yeah.
elephant.
Yeah.
So it all depends upon whatever gadgetry you may have. I still feel that that little time that you gave the practitioner, LMP, RMP, even with your stethoscope, if you put the diaphragm even on the knee, that still goes a longer way, whatever technology you have. I feel that.
Right. That's. I think we agree. I think we clinicians on this side of the table would be in sync with you. Just quickly, Mr. Shah, you agree with the point which is made, or you have some contrary?
So, what really happens is you put a renowned doctor in the middle, that puts in a lot of confidence in the patient, right? He's confident about the diagnosis that the doctor will make, about the procedure that will be performed. But modern healthcare outcomes are a function of the doctor and the hospital working together. A lot of outcomes depend on, let's say, the emergency readiness of the hospital, the quality of the equipment, the nursing standards, infection control that is there. So a lot of aspects actually end up supporting the outcomes that come in,
Agree.
right? It's
Right.
not just about the doctor.
Individual
Doctor
person.
is at the center of the treatment that is being done. uh, Too much reliance on a doctor also creates that institutional vulnerability,
No, I
right,
think
as
that's
well.
a question I want to ask Dr. Krishnamurthy. Many leading doctors today have strong independent reputation, right? So, they are digitally available, powerful personal brands. So, do you think that these powerful personal brands, strengthen hospital credibility, or they dilute identity, which I think Shah is already a little
This
good about it.
this dichotomy in what you're asking me. So I would go along with what Dr. Shah said, or Mr. Shah said. Most modern successful healthcare programs are team effort.
Yeah.
There is no individual as such. And I tell every patient I sit down with that the most important part of the team is the youngest members of the team who are there between 5 and 9, 5 in the evening and 9
In the
next day
next day
morning.
morning, yeah.
So the strongest chain is only as strong as the weakest link. So if you have equally qualified, capable people to take care of your patients beyond your stay in the hospital, you win. So I see the brand as a team. For example, the team, I call it Team Urology from where I come in Fortis Bannerghatta Road. So the power of the brand is the power of the team. It's not just the doctors, it is the nurses, the techs, the ancillary staff who also deliver a particular outcome. And to expand on what Dr. Kamina Rao said, trust is nothing but delivering a promised outcome in the OPD. You meet a patient in the OPD and you provide you suggest or you promise an outcome. Does that outcome happen is trust. One in three, the outcome is not what you wanted or what the patient wanted or what neither of you wanted. How do you handhold the family?
Right.
Where the expectation of the family has gone below what was promised. That creates trust. So I would say that the hospital is enhanced by the ability of the team to deliver, and the team can only deliver within the infrastructure that the hospital provides.
I think
So
what you said is ecosystem is important, and
is much
I
more
think
important than the individual.
Correct. We need to invest on teams. We need to invest in the ecosystem, and which has been already highlighted in the previous session is that put the patient in the focus, in the center of everything, and then move around it, and everyone works around that. So that was our second component, and that was trust building. And the third component, which on the panel today is okay. Well, how do we look at the future now with all these factors keeping in mind? So, Dr. Krishna, marketing is becoming very, very complex. I think you already know it's very sophisticated. Is there a danger that the perception may begin to overshadow substance? And how do we ensure the healthcare remains fundamentally care-led rather than the brand-led? In future as well. I think that's where we are heading towards.
I think patients are smart. Patients know what they are looking for. And if the doctor is able to deliver the care, the attention to detail, the personalized attention, the the phone call after a couple of days asking how you're doing because you were having all these complaints, what exactly is your current health status. I think that makes a personal touch.
Right.
And as much, so care is always personalized. In spite of having a 140 billion people in the country, still everyone wants that personal attention. Every patient needs that personal touch to, हाँ डॉक्टर साहब को मेरा नाम याद है, डॉक्टर साहब को ये पूछना 2 दिन के बाद याद है कि मेरी हेल्थ कैसी है. I think that makes an impact. If a doctor is able to create an impact, I think that's more than, that's a personal care, that's a personal trust, which is always long lasting as compared to the brand building. Or, and if you are giving that personalized attention to detail to a patient, I think that itself would make a brand, and that itself would be long lasting, that itself would have a stronger impact per se. Now, also, when there are doctors who are attached to a hospital, it is the doctor's credibility that gets attached to the hospital, right? So, as good the doctor is, the more the famous the hospital becomes, right?
The other way around as well, actually. It's not
Also,
other way around as well. Yes, I think some of us
a
have,
hospital would be
have
more
been,
of a corporate,
right.
but it's a personal, like if he like he being an amazing doctor and an amazing urologist, it is his skill set that would add on to the team, you know, and that's where the team becomes stronger, and that's where the results would be stronger, results would be more positive and outcome oriented. I think that makes
I think you must have probably heard it many times, but our chairman, Dr. Shetty, he still, he advocates patient touch and patient interaction, which is in our field now kind of getting a lost art. So putting a hand on the shoulder, taking patient's hand in your hand, of course, within the dignity of the consulting. I think that speaks volumes, even if you not speak, sometimes the body language, the way you interact with them speaks a lot. In your personal experience, my father-in-law, who has been pretty unwell few times and required a dual organ transplant. The only thing he remembers from the hospitalization which he had, for which ran for almost for 9 months, is the nursing of that hospital. He doesn't remember anything else. He says, the nurse, this nurse was excellent. This place I got taken care of. I think that's, I think, what I think our loved ones and the community is looking forward to. And for sir, for Dr. Sandeep, I think you mentioned about we were trainees, and one of the psychiatrists was heading the department, and we used to go for internship. So he used to, patient come to consult him. The only thing he used to do is that there's no examination, actually, it's more interaction and listening to them. And so he used to put a stethoscope and put on the head, and we used to laugh and we used to walk outside. He's just making fun of them. What is listening with a stethoscope on the head? But then we realized that that was the only examination that patient has, actually. And to get to the psyche of the patient, that you have been examined by me, was the only way of telling them, I'm listening to your brain and listening to what you're trying to convey to me. I think these interactions, I think, are very important, and I think that's important to build the trust in the system. So I think we go to the last component of this, which is building trust in the patients. That's about empathy. So Dr. Krishnamurthy, large health scale systems, they aim at standardizing patient experience across locations and departments, and this is done by standardizing the experience. But how can we do that without compromising, without losing empathy and human connection? I think we heard Sir is here also from quality, and I think one of the initiatives of the quality programs is to have protocols in place, have standardized ways of doing things. But in that process, how do we retain empathy? How do we retain human connection?
See, the most difficult part in modern day healthcare is personal touch. One of the reasons for that is lack of time. Unlike the past, where it was more personalized approach to a particular patient or a particular condition, today it is more standardized or protocol based. So, as you rightly said, the less time you spend with the patient, the less opportunity you have for physical touch, putting an arm on the shoulder, less is the possibility of human empathy. But within the limitations of corporate practice of a niche specialty, what we have done is to bring in one is the training program. The part of the training program typically in a surgical field is in the operation theater or in the wards, but we have made it a point of bringing them into the outpatient facility where you meet the patient for a first time
and build communication skills, of course. Yeah.
And you build communication in the right way, you learn empathy, and one size doesn't fit all. The other way to standardize is credentialing. similar skill, does similar work across the group. And the last and the most important way of standardizing protocols is finding similar equipment across the system. So if there is a unit A of a Fortis in the city and a unit B, and if you provide urology service at both points, the equipment must be reasonably similar. So communication skills taught in the outpatient, equipment standardization, and credentialing doctors to do similar skills by similarly trained doctors is important. But overall, none of this will contribute to empathy, but the ability to have a happy face with a good outcome by a senior doctor inspires the younger person to emulate the gentleman, not just in professional success or financial success, but also in the intangible empathy success.
That's correct. And I think before we conclude this trust component, I think I will ask, yes, ma'am. Yes, please.
I would like to add a few more points on the personal experiences of empathy, particularly in a field like infertility. If you have that concern for the patient and if you want to have litigations, reduced, is to make the person understand in a language understood by them and to be able to say that you're not God, you know how to treat, but you can't cure. If you set the expectations right for the person right in the beginning, then their expectations are also going to be less. If you are going to be as a senior sitting down and saying everything will be fine, don't worry, and when the results are not as expected, the junior most person goes to give the information. I think at least Baba, give the respect to the person. They will accept the failure, but there must be respect when we actually break bad news. And this is so important,
Very
and
important.
particularly when we are talking, even in infertility, that litigations can be almost zero. It is only the communication, whether we call it empathy, not sympathy, empathy, empowering the person to understand. Just because they don't understand the subject, it doesn't mean that they are ignorant. They may be illiterate, but they are not ignorant. So you have to teach them in languages understood by them. So I feel the main problem with our doctors is soft skill training. And if we have the soft skill training, and we are able to spend that extra 5 minutes with the patient and also to be able to explain in a way that we are only human beings and not pose as superhumans.
I think what you
Lot
mentioned is
of
correct,
things
ma'am.
will
I think
make
to
a
build that
difference.
trust, transparency is very important, and
Absolutely.
having this expectation sync is also very important.
Yeah.
I think what we conclude is from this session is that first of all, I think for all the branding, healthcare branding, ethical boundaries have to be set in, and that's I think very important going forward as this sector evolves more and more. And also there can be protocols which can be made, standardization can be made. I think everything cannot be protocol driven. I think there still has to be that empathy and human touch, which of course cannot be put on a piece of paper. So we go to the last component, and we have 5 or 6 minutes more. So I request you to be a little brief so that we can take any audience interaction if required at the end. And that's on the mental wellness, I think, which has been touched upon quite extensively this morning as well. And that's I'll start with you, Dr. Rao. Is that patient today, they increasingly expect emotional support, reassurance, psychological safety alongside treatment. Is emotional well-being now becoming a central part to healthcare delivery rather than a complementary service? Is that what we say now that it should be part
I
of
think
the?
WHO has defined health as absence of not only disease, mental and physical wellness. So mental health is very, very important. Any person coming to the hospital has to be mentally and physically fit. So unless you understand the mind, so if a person comes and sits in front of you, I think we have to address the mind first. Even before the patient starts opening their mouth, the doctors have the prescription paper ready. So I think that should not happen, because I've seen people who have come to the clinic and they have seen at least 10 doctors, and the person has not been able to say what the problem is. And I can give you an example where the couple has come, has seen 10 doctors, fertility doctors, and the problem is that they've not had sex. But all the doctors have given them a whole lot of medicines to take when the main problem is they've not been able to have sex. So when you sit and listen to them, the problem is something, the treatment is something else. So please listen to the patient. So finally, the patients went to the psychiatrist. So actually, problem should be addressed by addressing the mind. So each of us, between sanity and insanity, the line is very thin. All of us land up into some frustration or the other, and this kind of mental health can affect every organ in the body to suboptimally function. So I urge all doctors that we also go through the same thing. And when we are exhausted, let's not go on seeing patients because our expertise is not going to be that good. So give respect to the person who's sitting in front of you. If you have to give that kind of energy time, then you have to be all right as well. So mental health, not only for the patient but also for the doctor, is
Is very important.
extremely important. I would put it
I
on an
think extremely
equal
important
footing.
point you made is that applies to us as well, and I think there should be a mechanism of addressing that within the
Yes,
unit,
the burnt out
which
syndrome.
you're, you have a bad case, you lose someone, especially for example with children, and you get connected, you develop bonds with families and the children, and it's sometimes very daunting, very disturbing to the young doctors who have looked after those if the outcome is not good. So they need to be looked after as well for their sanity and for their mental well-being. Dr. Krishna, you're an oncologist, and I think this discussion is very relevant there. Diagnosis of cancer is always, one of the the major conversations we have to make with the families. Continuing the conversation which Dr. Rao just mentioned is that younger healthcare consumers, the younger, healthcare seekers, they're open in discussing these issues, mental wellness, and seeking emotional support. Do you think there's a generational gap here, and that also determines that how much effort is put in now going forward, that we'll have to think about it going forward as more and more younger generation comes in, and they are very open about it. So how do you evolve this in your practice?
So we have 30 cancer centers across India, and most of the cancer patients who comes to us, the only emotion that they come up with is fear. Now, on the entire range of emotions, fear is the lowest and the worst emotion, the most dirty one. The most beautiful is love. So if right there at the top is love and right there at the bottom is fear, imagine a cancer patient who's coming at the verge of fear. It is very difficult to put him out from fear and take him to different other levels. Now that comes with empathy. That comes with that hand holding where we have trained a protocol in all our centers. I did a podcast with Raj Shamani, and there we designed this protocol which we give to all our patients across the world. And that protocol is MEDS RX. Now, this protocol MEDS RX says about is my M is meditation or mindfulness. E is exercise, be it 10,000 steps, be it yoga, be it any form of exercise that you can do. D is diet, most important, what you're eating, what you're taking, what you're having inside, and having it with complete love and respect to your food. S is sleep, as somebody spoke about sleep as well. I think Dr. Batra also spoke about sleep. So sleep is the most important thing which we are being neglecting all the time. R is relationships, like which Dr. Rao even said, the relationships, not having sex for years. Now relationships, husband, wife, mother and son, in spite of having good money in your bank account, but the most neglected thing that you're doing in your lifestyle is lack of relationships. So, and X is the X factor. X factor is your medicine or the treatment that comes in. It's the last one.
I think that was mentioned by Mr. Rajiv also
Yeah.
in his talk. And how do we kind of put all this together without disturbing egos of different partners? Last, to Mr. Shah, you come from the policy making side of it. How do you think these especially in this chronic care, cancer care, emotional distress, of course, is inseparable. So how can the hospitals integrate, the modern hospitals integrate these with already existing, modalities of treatment and integrate as part of the care they give to the patients as well?
At Lupin Digital Health, we routinely work with patients post discharge, where we've seen that even though the patients have recovered physically, because of the fear of recurrence, anxiety, their physical recovery is blocked after a point of time. And that's why focusing on emotional well being unlocks that. What I feel is technology can play a very important role, right? It's not just about the touch point when the patient is visiting the hospital. Using technology to check in with the patient on a frequent basis on how he doing, so that remote engagement, continuous engagement through the power of technology can be leveraged more in order to bridge this gap, right? Emotional well-being needs to become a part of the mainstream, right? It
No,
cannot be treated as a
absolutely
separate
correct. We're
specialty.
running out of time, but I think, just a personal experience. When I moved back from Australia, one of the things I wanted to do is that we should have holistic care. With children, for example, there should be psychosocial, psycho-emotional support provided to the children, their families, formal, informal education, which they lose during the treatment, nutrition, a huge role to play. Um, Social workers to look after some of these aspects. So I think that was my dream, to come back and start all of this, and to acknowledge, one of the hurdles which I was when I said about psych oncologists is that what are they going to do? I mean, you anyways are talking to the patients, and it's not a direct, I would say, benefit to the hospital or a direct revenue to the hospital. But I think I'm so proud that we are one of the largest psych oncology units in the country. We are a training center now, and we have 4-time full psych oncologists who look after just for children and their families. And we built in a nutritional aspect of it. There's a meditation, yoga sessions happening every day, and there is informal teaching. Have the teachers come and do teaching for them. I think all these aspects have to be looked in now, and I think as we evolve further in the future, I think these are some things I think we need to probably build in. I think I don't have time, but just a last a question to all of you. Um, Healthcare consumer of 2030. So, a few years from now, um, the hospitals today are still underestimating probably what's going to be the future in 2030. But from all of you, just one liner, that what do you think to 2030 for the healthcare is going to be in this context of what we have discussed today?
I think it has to be mass. It should be upgraded to reach everyone in the population. It should be uniform, and there should be no mistakes. So you could have it on a chip. So if you were to put a finger in, you should be able to get the diagnosis right. And if that happens, then that's it.
Dr. Krishnamurthy.
For me, telemetry for surgery, telemedicine for non-surgical aspects should take the Muhammad to the mountain.
Right.
AI in healthcare.
Right. I think I just touched
Everything
upon that
related
round
to
of
AI.
time. Yes.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
And every diagnosis, everything. A Google patient knows, being a doctor, even in spite of having the busiest OPDs, should know that these are the questions that you need to ask the doctor, ask the patient, so as to come to a confirmatory diagnosis. Chronic condition management requires care to be taken beyond the walls of the hospital as well.
Yeah.
So how we can enable that at mass, at scale, integrating various ecosystems together is something that we should work to.
I think, and also to add, I think what you said is what Dr. Rajiv just touched upon was to have the preventive and promotive aspect of it. I think we forget that in that because we work on the other side of the table. I think that still has to be the core of where we evolve from here. And of course, AI to be used in the right way, though, so AI can be a double-edged sword as well, especially in healthcare, to be used in the right way. So thank you very much. And I'm so glad that we had all these esteemed panel today for the discussion, and I hope it was fruitful. Any comments from the audience? We can have 1 minute. Any questions or comments from the audience? That's most welcome. Please, sir. Yes, sir. Forties. Yes. 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 Right. 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 And trust will come with what has been discussed already. Yes, sir.
Trust is a much discussed term when it comes to discussing healthcare, and yet there's no definitive answer to that. My general observation is that hospitals tend to function as islands of expertise and excellence. But at an industry level, can something be done with all of you being stakeholders to address that issue of trust? Thank you.
I have 3 T's to tell. First, truth. And truth is not there. Transparency is not there. And truth not there, transparency is not there. Trust will never come. So these 3 T's are the most important. 3 things which a patient will even travel hundreds and thousands of kilometers. One is quality. Second is cost. The third is speed. Mind you, I built a single laboratory in Mumbai for the country. All samples came to Mumbai. Right. So quality, cost, and speed. You have only 2 options in business. Sorry to call medical as business. It has now become business. Either you give same quality at a lesser price, or you give for the same price a better quality. There is no third option.
Actually, I'm going to take up on what Velumani just referred to. We're talking about the new healthcare consumer. And this is the paradigm, this is the paradox. The challenge is I'm graduating from a medical school. The difference between a person graduating from a medical school and an engineering school was an engineering person would typically look to join employment. And a person graduating out of a medical school was self-employed. At least that was the paradigm. Now, the question today is, in this room, the number of people, including people like Velmani, Dr. Kamini Rao, and we have Nikisa, and we've got Kites. The point is a graduating student no longer having an opportunity to build his or her own practice just because they don't have a brand? So is brand going to define my success, or my ability is going to define my success?
Listening to the wisdom from all of you, I would like to say only one thing. About 30, 40 years ago, I used to go to doctor with unconditioned faith and trust. Today, I go to doctors with a pocket full of money. Today, the problem our healthcare organizations are facing. When people come without faith and trust and only with money, they doubt. You rightly said, Velu. I think, where did we learn this from? We should not think globally and act locally. That's a mistake we are making. We should perform locally like Kamini and advocate globally. Then everything will be. 2030 should be perform locally, advocate globally, our strength. Thank you.
Very well said, sir. I think it's both sides. Trust is eroding both sides. Trust is eroding from the healthcare seekers in the healthcare, and also the other way around as well. See, just to conclude, the more amount of money you spend in India at the moment is the more expectations you have. For example, we saw Dr. Batra also mentioning, I think the daily ICU rates was 1.6 lakhs, because 1.6 was paid every day. There's the expectation is that there should be nothing happening to the patient. They should be coming out well and happy and thriving. I think we are at a very difficult phase in our healthcare in India at the moment. We, as you said, we want to be the West. Sir, most common complaint which we have in the hospital, we have a mechanism of addressing complaints every month. We do something called as governing council meeting. The most common complaint is that the bathroom is not clean. Is the most common complaint. So I think expectations are of a 7-star hotel, but then the paying capacity has to be as per that. We are still 2 to 4% of the cost as compared to the West. If you give my example, I do bone marrow transplants with the largest number of bone marrow transplant children in the world. The cost for my bone marrow transplant is $15,000 to $20,000, which is huge, of course, for Indian standards. But the same transplant costs in Singapore, in Europe, in America, $400,000 to $500,000. So we are 2% of it, but the outcomes are not different. We are at par anywhere in the best in the world. So I think we have to understand that as well from the consumer's point of view. So it's a, as I said, it's a very long debate, but then I think it's happening both ways, and I think we need to all together bridge this gap and bring the faith and trust back in the system. And both sides, I think the most important thing for that would be the truth and transparency with our patients. Thank you very much, and thank you for an excellent panel.
Thank you so much, sir. I'll request you to remain on stage and please wait. And I'll request all of you to also kindly come ahead and wait. And can I have a bigger round of applause for all of them, please? I'm going to request Dr. Thuppil Venkatesh, QIM PRO 2024 Platinum Awardees under Healthcare, Lead Man of India, Medical Diagnostics India, to please kindly come up on stage and give the token of appreciation to our esteemed speakers. Thank you so much, sir. And he added a wonderful line from his end as well, that earlier it was about trust and faith, and now it's about a lot of money. So can we all clap and appreciate his presence as well? Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. We have Premium Magazine, the latest issue of the BW Healthcare World that's being given as token of appreciation. And we would like to do a nice combined group photo of all of you as well with sir, of course. Sir, please join us for the group photo as well on stage. And ladies and gentlemen, when the group photo is being taken, if you clap and appreciate, I'm sure the smiles will widen up a lot more, which will ensure that the photos come out better. So thank you so much for a very, very engaging session. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. So on that note, we'll be now moving forward to the second panel discussion of the day. Hello, sir. Sir was rightly mentioning about affordable healthcare, because now it's about taking a lot of money and it being directly proportional to faith and results. So I think the next panel that we are going to be discussing right now is very synonymous and very much relatable to that thought. This is going to be a panel on affordable healthcare at scale. Is it a myth, or can there actually be a model? I'll repeat the topic once again for you all. This is going to be about affordable healthcare at scale. Is it actually a myth, or can there actually be a model? I'm going to invite our speakers and then our esteemed session chair, and then I'll request all of them to join me on stage. As a speaker, we have Dinesh Madhavan, President, Group Oncology and International Apollo Hospitals, alongside Dr. Thuppil Venkatesh, QIM PRO 2024 Platinum Awardees under Healthcare Lead Man of India, Medical Diagnostics India, Dr. Rima Nadig, Director and Group COO, LifeBridge Group, Columbia Pacific Community, Senior Shield and Kite Senior Care, Deboshmita Malik Chakravarti, Head Quality, CK Birla Hospital, CMRI. And of course, the session is going to be chaired on stage by Dr. Nishit Bhargava, HOD, Pediatric Cardiac Surgery, Apollo Hospitals, Indore. Can I please request all of you to join me on stage over here, please, my esteemed speakers and session chair? And can we have a bigger round of applause for all of them as they make their way to the stage, please? Thank you. And of course, we want to ensure the aesthetics are on point, sir. So if we can all take our seats as per the photo orders, that would be, you'll stand and do it? Okay, fine. So if all of you can kind of take the seats as per the photo order, that would be nice. Remove that corner chair, please. Remove that corner chair, please. Yeah. And I believe he's coming. Just call him, na, please. Oh, okay, okay. So would you like to start in the meantime or wait for sir? I mean,
I think we can start if everybody is okay.
okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, please go on and sir will join in the meantime.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
So, a very good afternoon, everyone. Would like to thank organizers for having all of us. I'll not be speaking too much because I'm down with a lot of sinusitis. I would prefer my panelists to speak as much as they can. In the first panel, we had a good discussion as in how the patients are, how their experience is, whether they are trusting us or not. But what is more important is in today's world, especially in our country, whether this treatment is affordable to majority, that's a big question. And it's a thing which is very close to my heart because I'm a pediatric cardiac surgeon. Unfortunately, majority of our patients are from low socioeconomic class, and we do a lot of government scheme patients. So, as we were discussing in the previous session, uh, finances has a lot to do with the trust as well. Um, welcome, sir. So when I have a patient who is paying for his treatment, they have a lot of questions, they have a lot of expectations, as it was said before, that they'll expect the best and they would have a lot of questions on daily basis. As opposed if I'm operating on a patient who has been operating under a government scheme, they are very thankful to you because their kid is getting some treatment which they couldn't afford, and they literally don't have too many expectations, too many questions. It's up to you. You give your best, and you don't have the differentiation as to which patient you are doing. But as it was previously mentioned, if the patient has to bear the cost, their expectations are high, and so is the trust. To start with, I would ask Mr. Venkatesh, um, what do you think about the affordability and the accessibility of the healthcare? Because it is something which is uh, because of which a lot of patients in the rural part of India, even in the urban areas, are not able to get treatment. So, what's your take on it, sir?
Thank you. This is $1 million question because a lot of money is involved in solving this problem. When 80% of our population are in area from where they cannot afford to pay, as Dr. Velu mentioned, they have to travel. Their family members have to travel. Coming to the affordable healthcare cost, we are yet to implement universal health coverage. If I am getting 10,000 rupees per month, if you are getting $10 million per month, are we going to get same healthcare treatment? To my affordability and to your sickness is same, treatment is same. Is it possible?
Definitely.
The question is, the scalability cannot happen automatically. It requires deliberate design. It requires implementable regulation, volume-driven efficiency. Here, why it is possible, I tell you, there is an evidence. I'll take 3 examples. Arvind Eye Hospital, model. I'm taking without any bias, few what I could get. They are able to do cataract at what price compared to many other Western healthcare system? Over 500,000 cataracts. At what cost? When each doctor performs about 2,000 cataract per year at affordable cost, 3,000 to 15,000, $35 to something like $180. What about, which is quality-wise is much better than UK or NHS, etc. The second example is Narayana Health in our own city. See, the cardiac surgeries are done at a cost which is unimaginable. The third one I know in Tamil Nadu, as a government, these two are private, government, the infant mortality rate is only 6 compared to national infant mortality rate of around 28 per thousand. How is it possible? How did they do? Because of excellent primary health care. In fact, in Bangladesh, I went to Bangladesh several times. When it was burning, I was there. I tell you, the infant mortality, MMR, is very low. The reason is, I was surprised to find all primary health centers are located in police station. What is that police station has to do? Not to supervise whether a doctor is there or not. The police station, they have wireless communication. They have a vehicle all the time available for all the complicated cases. They could shift to the nearest center. See, this is a very simple way of looking at affordability, scaling up. It's possible. In fact, I'm going to hand over my notes to you. I don't want to take much of this time. It is possible.
Mr. Dinesh, what's your take on it?
Prelude to this session was around trust, and two things struck me. One of it was the concluding remarks, which said most of the complaints are by patients on the restrooms. And why are we comparing hospitals to 7-star? Just look at the hotel we are staying in. You know, the average cost of a room here for a single room which is occupied, smoking or non-smoking, is about $125 to $130. It's the same cost for a private room in an hospital in Bangalore. What are you not trying to differentiate here? If the consumer is asking you for things, if he's selling out $130 from his pocket, is basic amenities of cleanliness, basic amenities of trust, transparency, and affordability. An average cost of a private room in this city is about $125 to $130 in any of the private hospitals. So the customer expectation who steps to an ecosystem paying that is actually to see if the toilets are clean. And the question here is, we are trying to compare cost. A favorite line which has been said on affordability, we offer procedures in India at 1/10 of the cost of the US. Let's look at the average nominal GDP of the US, $89,000 to $92,000. What is the average nominal GDP of an Indian? $2,200. Who can actually afford better? The guy who has to pay $15,000 to $20,000 for a procedure compared to $200,000 to $300,000 of procedure. That gentleman in the US, who's an average citizen, he is earning 45 times the average cost of an earning of an individual in India. Whereas the cost of treatment there is just about 10 to 12 times the cost of you. When we're doing this comparison, affordable healthcare only can be measured when you try to understand the nominal GDP of India, $2,200. At $4.2 a day, in the whole world, there are about 925 million people who live for less than $4.2 million, which is called the weighted average poverty line, which the average poverty line is about $3 a day. This is weighted average poverty line, which is against purchasing power, is 4.2. But the question here is what? Out of that, 340 million of them are living in India. And how can they afford healthcare when you have the largest population in the world living in India below the poverty line? I would second what Dr. Venkatesh said. You need to extend your universal healthcare, which is supposed to cover 700 million people. We are not even at the halfway. We are at the halfway mark there. Affordability can only happen when you're not in private healthcare at oligopolistic system, where today 65% of India's healthcare is delivered by private healthcare institutions, not government. In the US, where we are very happy to make comparisons, 72% of the healthcare is delivered by government and not for profit charitable organizations. 28% is delivered for private profit making organizations, and we take that price comparison there. You can't run an affordable healthcare system in India if 35% of the care is by government and 65% is by private.
Dr. Rima, what's your take on this different care models which we can have to have affordability and have all the kind of people getting the treatment?
First of all, thank you so much for having me as one of the speakers here. Thank you, Business World. Very nice to see you all. Um, See, the healthcare has evolved, consumer has evolved. So I'll start from I'll take a step back from your question is whether it is possible. Of course, it is possible. How it should be possible is by thinking healthcare delivery differently. Right now, our healthcare is the industry, but the hospitals do sickness management. So they are places which manage sickness, not health. The sickness does not encompass itself for that acute episode. There is pre, which is promotive, preventive, well-being, etc. Of course, there is episodic acute illnesses that happen. But post that or after that, there is a long journey of chronic cases where we have to manage conditions or we have to help patients recover from illnesses. That long term does not require the acute care system. It requires a very different kind of system. The care delivery model in an acute care system is very different from an chronic care. It is much lower costing. So this change from having everything around inside the hospital ecosystem has to be rethought and bring certain part of recovery, preventive well-being, etc., and chronic conditions outside the hospital space would immediately bring down the costs. Because what increases costs in the hospitals? Few different things are there, which is necessary costs and which are unnecessary costs. Pardon me for the word unnecessary, lack of better word. R&D, hiring good physicians, very, very important because we want very, very good outcomes. But do patients require huge mall-like looking hospitals? I'm not too sure. They require clean toilets, as it has been spoken. Does it require a lot of expertise to provide that doing basic right? I'm not too sure about it. So can we stick to do basic right at the acute care delivery spaces and extend the care pre and post outside the hospital would definitely, this change in model would definitely help in immediately reducing the cost. And, we're very happy to say that that's what our company is trying to do. We are into the pre and the post hospitalization part of it. And we are able to give similar kind of care delivery at a fractional cost of a hospital. And this is a model that should be, spoken about. Many more people should be doing this particular thing because it is possible. Thank you.
Yes. Nice words. Definitely, there's no defying that fact that primordial prevention or primary prevention is the way through. It will take its own time. It's less expensive, but yeah, it is for the greater good. Um, Debusmita, what's your take now? Can the quality care and how can we ensure that we get good quality care and at an affordable price for people?
Right. Thank you for that question. So, affordable healthcare is difficult at a scale, if it's definitely difficult, but it's not a myth, as the topic suggests. So, we need to shift the focus from the high cost episodic treatment, which Dr. Rima rightly mentioned, to prevention oriented care. Because as a quality professional, I strongly feel and advocate the fact that affordable healthcare should not come at the cost of quality and patient safety. So what we need to do is we need to promote the quality system framework in the healthcare so that we need to understand that there are hidden costs that are existing within the system. So we need to implement the quality framework in the system to understand those hidden costs, which are actually costing the healthcare more and the patients, and actually helping, improving the cost burden on the patient. More and out of pocket expenses are happening. So, like examples, adverse events like healthcare, infection that are happening, that are HAIs that we call, different pressure injuries, different medication errors daily we see in our hospitals is something that we need to take care of. And in turn, that is actually harming the patient. And, the patient is requiring lengthier hospital stays. So, in order to, I feel that quality healthcare should be definitely brought into the healthcare system and definitely will address the affordable factor in place and in a more sustainable manner. So that's how I would like to put my perspective.
Venkatesh sir, what do you think? Is there anything missing in the quality care and the safety of the patient? Is there anything which is missing in the quality care, the safety part of it?
You know, quality costs. Lack of quality costs more. We can't cut edges. Second thing, we all know doing right thing at right time for the right purpose is quality. Are we doing it? This is a introspection. We have to question ourselves, not we in the sense, people outside the room also. Healthcare professionals should ask, am I doing right thing at right time for the right purpose? Is it affordable? Affordability should also retain quality. It is like, I'll tell you one incident, very simple one. People may call me quality man, but when my mother asked me to replace the pressure cooker wall when it was leaking, I postponed. One day she said, do you have time? Take me to one shop. I saw a very heavy bag in her hand. She had a pressure cooker lid. I was ashamed that time. I took her to the shop. I asked shop fellow, do you have this pressure cooker safety wall? He said, sir, I have two types. One costs only 6 rupees per piece, another costs so 36 rupees per piece. Immediately I asked, 6 rupees wala de do. 6 of them, 36 rupees. My mother said, no, don't buy. You are a quality man. Quality costs, lack of quality costs more. She purchased the 36 rupees one, came home. She said, you have 6 of them. Fix it. I tightened it. While tightening, it broke. Second one, I loosened it slightly. It did not work. Steam started coming from. Within 1 week, all the 6 went for sixer. Whereas then my mother said, fix the other one, what I purchased. That after 6 months, she reminded me it's working still. The quality. Do we go to a healthcare organization or a system where it is cheap? When Americans said Indian healthcare is very cheap, I don't know from which perspective they said. We provide excellent quality with commitment and passion. I tell you, that is the biggest value we have. We may not have the high-end technology, but we have commitment and passion. Commitment comes from involvement. We are all involved. I think that should be retained. Then only we will have a quality healthcare.
I would add to we had a team who was visiting Boston Children's in US, and they came back. We asked, what's the difference? The team told us for the amount we do a CABG over here, they are doing just a echo. Echo is just a basic diagnostic tool. So what we are providing them, I think Indian healthcare, I'm talking about the corporate hospitals, I think they're not doing bad. They're giving good quality at a much, much affordable price as compared to the Western world. But unfortunately, our country lacks the basic facilities, and a lot of people don't have that much income that they can even afford the treatment in private hospitals. So I think what we should talk about now is the government schemes, as in, are they enough? Are we spending enough as far as the government schemes are concerned, so that a general crowd can have affordability in healthcare? They can get the treatment for free or minimal price. Sir, to you.
Yeah, we have,
There's a very specific question. So the government schemes is largely echoed around the Ayushman Bharat. And the good part out of that is from the last budget announcement, everybody above the age of 70 gets automatically covered. But how many people are accessing it is a big question mark. Second, the threshold there is currently at about 400 million of the populace, whereas as per the coverage, it's supposed to be close to 700 million of the populace. That means only about 62 to 63% of the population is actually covered. Two good things in that particular program, which came out, which was incrementally in the budget, is life-saving drugs, cancer drugs, for example, some particular set of devices and equipments which had reduced import duty, because end of the day, the import duty finally gets passed on to the customer. But if you look at the Ayushman Bharat program separately, and if you look at the ASHA workers, Anganwadi, all of them are covered in it. So a large population of India would automatically get covered. But if you take pure play insurance, it's still penetrated out of cash as about 45 to 50% is still out of cash on a coverage basis. But at a national program, I think a lot of credit needs to go to the government. And I wish on this forum, when we're talking affordable healthcare, we had some representative from the government actually talking about what they do. Because I notice we have a policymaker and three of them the private space. It also talks a lot like the Indian healthcare system. Out of the 4 million beds that you have, 2 million beds, sorry, and 4 million nurses, 65% is controlled by private space. And I think that's what is also reflecting here on the forum which we have here. I think a good ecosystem will happen for affordable healthcare when you have a mix between private and public, especially in a country like India, where, as I mentioned earlier, 380 million people live below $4.2 a day. And also, you will have to look at what are we offering as dignity of work and actually offering as a compensation structure to the backbone of the Indian healthcare. Recently, with much ado, a lot of hospitals spent the nursing day. The average cost earning of a nurse in India is roughly about $220 what they get as a salary. Average. There could be some exceptional cases. I'm mixing A&M, GNMs, licensed everybody, which is by far the lowest. So affordability to care could also happen when the caregiver also is earning something, so he or she can take care of herself. There itself, the affordability is a big issue. But I would use this forum to give a lot of credit to the government, the way they envisage the Ayushman Bharat program. And I think it's kudos to the way they implemented. It'll go a long way to see universal healthcare.
I totally agree with you. I mean, I myself am doing a lot of Ayushman Bharat patients, and looking at them, you are sure that they are not going to get the treatment anywhere else. If you are not going to do it, or if they don't have the scheme, the kids are just going to pass off, and nobody's going to get any treatment. So definitely, it's a scheme which is helping lots and lots and lots of people. Although I would say if you look at the GDP part, we are just spending around 1.5% of the GDP on the health sector. 0.27. Okay. Even worse then. There is a long way to go. Okay. So that has to go up, obviously, so that majority of the people can have the treatment. Another point to it is these government schemes are mostly used by the low socioeconomic class, the lower 40%, where the high socioeconomic class, they can afford the treatment by themselves. What is lacking and what is problematic is the middle class. Now, they don't get the schemes. They don't have that much money to afford treatment. What's the take on that of any of you, all of you?
I just want to make a point on the Ayushman Bharat thing. I think if we could, in this forum, I would like to place it. Ayushman Bharat covers only IPDs.
Yeah.
And we are spending, more money when any admission happens. But if people could be arranged with a cap amount for OPDs and health tests, people would take it. Because what is the largest reason for people not going and accessing help, medical help, is I will manage. पैसे खर्च होंगे. Things like that. So if we are encouraged that, okay, you are allowed to spend 5,000 rupees per year out of this particular thing, maybe we will not even spend the 5 lakhs and it'll save the government a lot of money. So maybe the narrative from top down needs to change. And I think the overall affordability, I know this cross subsidy can happen wherever money is saved. So, and it could be used for something else also. I think that is one thought I always keep thinking, that why is it that we want the people to get sick before we can pay them? So that's one point. Yeah. And the question was, sorry, you can
No,
repeat that.
to Deposmita, she's uh, on the insurance part. Like a lot of people, they get insurance schemes and done. But I would say majority of them are, till everything is settled, they're quite scared whether they'll have to pay from their own pocket, whether they have rejection. What's your take on it? How do we improve that so that there's a generalized cover?
So I think, like, again, I'm seconding Dr. Rima again on this. So similar thoughts on this, and maybe Ayushman Bharat uh, scheme would definitely help, in getting the patients covered, though in IP setting, of course. But I think more better way of counseling the patient during giving estimates is something that we can take care of, and so that there are less number of rejections is something, again, that we can focus on.
And any take on the AI, the technology? How do we improve on that? As in, say, a person who's sitting in the rural area can have a treatment from anybody sitting in the urban area by, say, telemedicine and all that. So, what's your take on that, and how do we improve on uh, the numbers, maybe?
Yeah, so there are certain healthcare settings where telemedicine is still a dream, I would say. Uh, Most of the healthcare settings have already adopted that functionality, but then telemedicine is the only answer to such rural areas where we can actually reach out to the people out there. So telemedicine is the answer. I think more number of spread of the word of telemedicine needs to happen, even in the urban areas, tier 2 cities for that matter. That's something that we need to, again, focus on.
Mr. Dinesh, um, you've talked about how less nurses are being paid, which is very true. All of our staff, actually. But then again, we are lacking a lot in the numbers. If we are talking about the health system reaching to the rural area, to the semi-urban part, there aren't any doctors who are going there. The healthcare workers, they usually don't want to be there. So, any solution to that?
So we roughly have about 4 million nurses, all categories put together. Out of that, actual workforce who are delivering part of the care would be about 70 to 72% of that. The balance 28 are either out of India because they get better working conditions, get paid well. More important, and I'm stressing on this, is respect and dignity. I think one of the biggest challenges that nurses have in India, and I'm talking this out of experience, and I'm not talking here as a president for Apollo for the vertical that I represent, but more as a person who's gone through a journey and a caregiver, is lack of respect and the way they're seen at the bottom of the pyramid. Try to do that in the US or Europe or in Australia or in the Middle East, where you can go and decide your ward rounds and do discharge summaries in 5 minutes with the house in order. I'll challenge you, it never works. The challenge with nurses in India is not just the money or is not the distribution urban and rural. Because if you look at the large number of hospitals which are in the private space, almost a majority, close to 70 to 80%, is urbanized between 15 to 16 cities in India. Everyone has an aspirational need to move up to what is called as the curve, which they want to be, which is the earning. So in a rural India, if you're going to get about $150 as an earning, which is slightly more than the, I think the privileged coverage India has given for Minimum Wages Act, that's the reason they get that. Others probably would have even been more worse. A person wants to go to urban India, and the person who's in urban India always aspires to go abroad for the reasons that nursing is there. What we need to understand is we add about 3.5 or 3.4 lakhs, 4 lakh nurses every year. The need is about 7 lakh. There is a shortage of three things in India. There's a shortage of beds. There's a shortage of beds in rural India. There's a shortage of nurses. There's a shortage of specialists. There's no shortage of doctors. Even as per WHO standards, our ratio of doctors to the population is pretty decent on it. The large reason is almost 26 to 28% of your nurses don't practice in your country. And the reason they're leaving out is they have access to go and look at a dignified way of life and one which is respectful, like what they see in others. To me, the nursing issue has to be addressed of trying to understand how are we looking at them through a nurse leadership program, heading an institution. How do we look at them being core? When would you have a nurse at your board? Okay, I've not really come across hospitals where they look at nurse. I can give you umpteen examples in the West where a nurse sits on the board and she or he is the one who spends 24/7 time. I'm not sure who was the previous speaker who said the only thing I think it was Dr. Sunil who said it, who said when my dad was going through his palliative treatment, the only thing he remembered was the nursing care in 9 months. The reason that is because that's the person who's around you. And unfortunately, in India, till now, we don't even have a single magnet hospital. I don't know how many of you know what are magnet hospitals. Not a single one. And that is just on nursing excellence.
Well, thank you very much. Actually, we are running short on time. I've been asked to just finish it over here. If there's any question from the audience, you can go ahead. Otherwise, I think we'll sum up this session.
I'll request for a mic and maybe, I mean, again, because of constraint of time, I'm really sorry, sir, only 24 hours in a day. So we have to, any question, we can take one question if anybody is willing to, or else you can always feel free to ask in the networking zone as well later. So that is also an option. You want to ask one question, so we can take just one question. Please kindly pass the mic to him.
Good afternoon, everyone. I come from a village background where most of them actually choose the hospital name or the famous doctor name and also the charge they charge, right? In my village, there is a normal card, emergency card, and extremely emergency card, 500, 1,000, and 2,000 rupees. Now, when we're talking about affordable healthcare, how do you build that trust from these people? Because if I say 500 rupees card versus 1,500 that doctor charged, they always choose the 1,500 than 500, thinking that I may get better quality, right? I just wanted to understand your opinion on that.
Would you kindly direct whom the question is to?
To all of them.
But we
Maybe
can
I'll go to
only take
Venkatesh.
just one point of view maybe we can take because of time. Yeah, so, sir, would you like to answer, or ma'am, anybody? Yeah.
I think it's a hospital directed question, and I don't represent any hospital. I represent care centers, but I'll take it up. Your concern is very valid, and we also have the same problem that a hemoglobin charge, why is it different in a single room versus a twin sharing room? So that's a question that as an industry and all sitting over here need to answer. And, it is everybody from the time anybody falls sick to the time they get better, everybody in the chain wants to take this as an opportunity. And sickness of anybody should not be, right? So, and then we go back to the our same thing that the 3 T's that Velumani sir was talking about. I think we all in healthcare should work towards that, to create that trust, to have the transparency, to explain, to have them take their own decisions that, okay, does it matter that this particular, I mean, if there's an emergency, if anybody will do anything for an emergency, right? But how is that as a, it's a very directed question to providers like us and largely nowadays hospitals. I think we should all take this question back. And I think that was one of the questions that motivated us to get into outside hospital space, to see that can we deliver healthcare in a fractional cost and do the right thing. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am, for that interesting POV. Thank you so much for that question. Sir, I'm in a... If you both can maybe combine the question, is it possible? Or
I don't know. I can't read his mind.
That's a different skill altogether.
Just quickly, is this a structural issue which we're trying to do against symptomatic treatment? Affordable healthcare. Healthcare is not just tertiary quaternary care. It is probably, as I was telling, Dr. Vinod Paul was telling, beginning with primary prevention, secondary prevention. If that doesn't work, Dinesh, Ayushman Bharat, you talked about out of how well it is working. The fact of the matter, and I think Dima, you mentioned, it's for hospitalization. Interesting data from Kerala. 59% is out-of-pocket expense. Most of the out-of-pocket expenses on OPD care. It's not on inpatient care. So what is happening is the current insurance and the other schemes are covering one part. So it will remain a myth as long as structural changes are not done. We keep on building expensive hospital beds, get into the cycle of end-stage care rather than trying to work at the bottom of the healthcare value thing. What do you think?
So I'm not looking at an idealistic situation. I mentioned that. I'm talking about a learning curve, which I said, where you're moving from reality to what is to be idealistic. If you just look about 2 decades back, we were not even discussing Ayushman Bharat. We were not even discussing inpatient care. We were not discussing people above 70 to be covered. We were not talking about a coverage of 5 lakh. There has to be a starting point, and then you have to get involved in policy making. When I started my journey to build cancer centers in India, cancer was not a notifiable disease. And somebody said, how do you go about doing it? I took it upon myself to do it. But as I talk to you now, almost 72% of the states in India, I have taken it upon myself to make it as a notifiable disease, including passing it in the Rajya Sabha through a campaign I ran for the last 15 years called Unify to Notify. You'll have to be at it and participate if you want outpatient care, if you want everything. Simple submission, out of the 13 lakh people who are on allopathy, what people are not understanding is Ayush contributes almost 8 lakh of the medical force, which actually combined together talks about the bed to doctor ratio. You'll have to participate in the program. What I'm giving credit to is reality today is we are far better than what we were probably in the last budget. But in the GDP, we are at 0.27. In the union budget, we spend 15% on defense. We spend 2% on healthcare. Priorities have to be rearranged, and that has to be looked because only an healthy nation could be a wealthy nation.
We'll continue the discussion, but the point is that dollar goes much farther at the early stage than the later stage.
Yeah. Healthcare as an infrastructure makes healthcare expensive. Healthcare as a service is something where costs can be managed and delivered at affordable rates. Considering the public health GDP versus GDP ratio, do we see an opportunity for public spends to go up on infrastructure such that private players can focus much more on the service side and deliver affordable services? It can be addressed, but
just
so I think a little earlier somebody spoke about it. The average cost at a tertiary or quaternary care hospital in India is about 1.2 crores a bed. The challenge happens is when you build such a tertiary infrastructure and then you're doing secondary care and then you are doing hernias and you're doing appendix, what happens is the final cost bearing at affordability is the entire project cost is loaded on that one single procedure. What needs to be understood is there an opportunity to win back what Dr. Kamni mentioned in the first talk? Doctor based, or what Dr. Velumani mentioned, or transparency, trust, truth, of getting back, you will have to look at the concept of having micro hospitals. You need to start looking at the concept of neighborhood hospitals as a chain. You don't really need to go to these large hospitals for your simple procedures, including people today travel to large hospitals for something which is called obstetrics. And then cost, which is ballooning. Now, that is at the private end. When you're talking about public infrastructure, I think the government needs to allocate more. Government needs to spend more on innovation. Out of the entire money which is spent, I think it's about 4,200 crores is just on innovation incubation. The lowest among all the countries across the world as a percentage of the GDP. So how will you get made in India or innovative drugs? You'll only be the generic capital of the world.
Thank you for the answers, and thank you so much to all of you. Can I have a big round of applause for all of them, please? And I'm also going to request Mr. Rajiv Vasudevan, founder and CEO, Apollo Ayurveda Hospitals, to please kindly come up on stage, sir. Once again, thank you. To give the token of appreciation to our esteemed speakers, I'll request all of you to come forward over here, please, ahead of the tables. And can we have the gift hampers, please? Yes, we have the special issue, the very, very prestigious latest issue of the BW Healthcare World magazine. I think we can just do one group photo after all of them are given away to save time. We can do just one group photo when all of them are done. Follow from the next one. Thank you so much. And we'll do a nice group photo with all of you as well, sir. So please, I'll request you to join as well. One quick group photo with all of you. And if I may request all of you to clap and appreciate this moment as well, please. It's not every day that you get all these stalwarts all under one roof talking about healthcare and the future of the country. So truly, truly grateful that they have taken out time. And yeah, that's what it is. On that note, we'll now move on to the next session. Can I quickly get 2 chairs removed? Let's do this a little quickly, please. Like I mentioned, all stalwarts over here, we would love to hear everybody on and on, but then, like I mentioned, din mein 24 ghante hi hai, so to fit multiple things all in like one. Just keep the tables in the center, please. Just keep the centered wala table. Keep the chairs over there. Keep it over here, please. And the corner tables you can remove, sir. Both the corner tables you can remove. Remove the table as well, now, please. All right, so this is going to be the first fireside chat of this very, very special day. And, our guest over here, I can literally feel the word fire when I actually say fireside chat, right? Because you talk about experience, you talk about knowledge, you talk about wisdom, you talk about intelligence quotient, and most importantly, you talk about building an entire legacy for a future generation. He's done it all, and I think I can go on and on to introduce him, but then the humility in which he believes in simple words. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be having a fireside chat on the topic building an institution that outlives its founder. And who better than our guest to actually, I think, match up with each and every word that the topic name has. First, I'm going to be calling up on stage Mr. Harbindan Narula, CEO BW Healthcare World, BW Wellbeing World, and BW Pharma World to kindly come up on stage. He's going to be the session chair for this one. Can I please have a big round of applause for Harbindan Narula ji? And ladies and gentlemen, like I mentioned, the man, the legend, and I can say the OG, the one and only Dr. A. Velumani, PhD, creator, Thyrocare, AVM Labs, and AVM Smiles, and of course, a humongous mass mentor, personally a big fan. Knowledge to hoga, we're looking forward to the punches.
I must tell you, delaying lunch doesn't make any event successful. And we need to stick to time. And the reasons why there was delay, everybody was communicating, but using long statements. Questions also were sometimes longer than the answers. It's very important. We value others' times. And I answer very fast, answer in a punch. That's how I have become a punchline man. And I can certainly promise you, you will not feel hungry for another 35 minutes, which is seen on the screen. Yeah, this is something which two states, right? So you will find it very interesting. Go ahead.
Please ensure. I think we'll have multiple viral reels coming from the session. We want to ensure everything is shot properly. So please do that.
Right.
And now,
Go ahead.
And you know what? That's a perfect way of putting the person who's going to ask you questions under pressure. So, uh, but I really want to set the context before we get into this question, and I'll take 1 minute to set the context. Excuse me for that, sir. Uh, Usually, when we have celebrity speakers on the stage, the conversations are around how they built the organization, what is it that they did that they were proud of. And when you look at the healthcare organizations that typically when they're set up, these are being set up by, personalities who could be celebrity doctors, they could be charismatic founders or people coming from large business families, etc. But the institutions that actually endure are the ones that have a different foundation. They're built on trust, they're built on values, they're built on courage to let go at times, and also something very, very fundamental. They know that one day they will need to let go of the organization. So today, rather than visiting what he did at Thyrocare, how he built Thyrocare, we're going to focus on the invisible choices that we are not aware that he made during that journey. Uh, the I'm sure there were doubts in taking decisions at times uh, that were there. So we are going to be talking about that, and I think somebody who can talk about an institution that they exited, something that that got initiated with an idea, built with courage, and scaled to a level where everybody else in the industry was proud of, and then let go. So I think there's nobody better than him to talk about this. Sir, that is the reason we're having this conversation.
Wonderful.
My first question to you is, sir, when institutions are built and left by the founders, we talk about footprints being left, legacy being
Why
left.
don't you tell that?
The question.
Why don't you tell that my daughter has got married? She has gone to a new house. Nothing I lost. Exiting a company doesn't mean end of the emotions. So that's how I saw it. And no, didn't even blink for a minute once I was told what valuation I will get. Right? Just that simple. And I got more than what I ever even imagined. COVID peak and done.
So, what was that one habit personally that you had, which has become the invisible backbone of how Thyrocare even today is run? Is there one habit?
I think I had one unique habit. I never discuss with anyone. I take decisions. In life, either you can discuss or you can decide. You can't do both. If I have taken 6 decisions, with bold decisions, I have added 6 zeros to my net worth. So everything is decision making. How fast you can make probably decides how tall you grow.
But when you're taking a decision, sometimes as a
What is easy to do is not right to do, and what is right to do is not easy to do. There is nothing known as a right decision. Take a decision and make it right.
But sir, every founder has certain blind spots. Were there some
He
blind spots?
should not be a founder. He should only be an employee in the organization. A founder has to see beyond. There are 3 kinds of people. One, you can't see what others can see. That means you can't even be an employee. The second one can exactly see what others can see, is a wonderful employee. The third one can see what others cannot see. He only can be the entrepreneur. So blind spots, there is no room for you to be there.
Fantastic. But when you were taking decisions, what would you base your decision on? Were you looking at the data that was there? Or was there at times some kind of a fear that, what will happen if I don't take a call? Or was it just intuition that you relied on?
No, nothing. Everybody wants to achieve, make money, not to lose, and take wrong decisions.
Mhm.
I took decisions with a clarity. I want to lose. जो कोना चाहते हैं वो कभी खोते नहीं है, जो कोने से डरते हैं वो कभी पाते नहीं है. I was born poor, came to Mumbai with only 500 rupees in my pocket, nothing to lose. Success in life is delta. Delta is x2 minus x1. X2 is where you are today. X1 was where you were that day. My x1 was 0. There is no downside for 0. There was nothing to lose. So, punchline. If you plan to lose, you will never lose. But if you are scared of loss, you will never make it. I was, somebody was talking about India is a poor country, you can't afford a lot of things. In the entire world, I'm telling you, India is cheapest in healthcare. In entire India, I was the cheapest. Yet I had a 40% EBITDA. It is the efficiency which matters. It is efficiency which gives you long-term success. Pata nahi, I didn't go to any business schools. I was born from village, had poverty and village life together, created my unique power of taking decisions. And I take very unusual decisions only. ओ मत करो जो पड़ोसी कर रहा है, क्योंकि फिर आप वही होगा जो पड़ोसी हुआ है. You want to be different, be different. Of course, please don't get me wrong. I used to talk like this only before my success. Everybody called it bakwas. Today, everybody calls it as punchline.
Have you ever felt, because when a founder is building an organization and everything is going north, people say that founder is the strength behind the organization. But was there any time that you felt that the founder was a bottleneck for the growth or the way the organization was functioning?
Exactly at that time only I exited. I thought I am doing well, I'm going on well, everything was going on well, everybody copied my business model and it was not growing that well. Fortunately, COVID came and COVID bailed me out. Trust me, I was lucky.
What would have happened if you had not exited the business at that time?
It is like telling had Virat Kohli get out, that kind of things. But having said that, I don't think company had any distress. When I left my company, also 40% EBITDA was there, zero debt company, highest profitable company, fastest growing company. And I felt that is the time to exit. Please note, that's not easy to take a decision at that point of time. I took the decision. One thing, me starting business did not make me celebrity. My exit made it the celebrity. I made the single largest deal in the entire healthcare industry. And the company got 75 times oversubscribed. There I am. I am a thrill monger. Don't worry about money. And when you chase thrill, success comes. So I did that.
And so when the founder is growing the organization, everybody starts looking at them.
This is a wrong statement. Organization was growing. The founder was not growing the organization.
Fantastic.
Let me explain you how. If the business model is powerful, you don't need a model to sell it. Business automatically grows. For first 15 years, I had a problem of managing the growth, not getting the growth. All because of one simple single reason. I priced it low. That's it. One thing. That probably got the attention, and quality I didn't compromise. But that's a big story. There are a couple of podcasts available which have gone even 50 lakh views. Please, Raj Shamani, Beer Biceps, all these have made me to tell what made me to do what I have done. There is enough to understand. And that was something which I did unique. I think The pricing was wrong, because of which I am very successful. Is that little confusing?
Can you elaborate more on that?
Listen to me. If you have there is no company in this earth which is closed down because they have priced it low. All the companies closed down, you must see, they have priced it higher. That was Jet Airways. Understand what I'm talking? The company which charges more today is reported to be have done $3 billion loss for the year financial 2026 airline business. Understand what I'm talking? So price it low, keep the efficiencies high. That organization lives longer. Somebody talked about Aravind Eye Hospital. That organization will remain for 300 years because that old man, after retiring at 60 years of age, built in such an efficiency, it will live for probably for hundreds of years. So build a business, price it low, get a good system in place. I have never employed ever an experienced man in my organization. Take people, train people, they become very powerful. So a few things I have done, but then very difficult because all of them are hungry. Please go to the next question.
You know, in healthcare, something that I've observed that the business owners, business leaders are building the infrastructure faster than building the culture in the organization. What do you have to say about that? And how can we create a culture that can help the longevity of an organization?
See, I had never a culture problem. I used to take freshers from the college. They never worked somewhere else to come and contaminate my culture. They come with a new culture and they contaminate with the existing culture. I think keep taking freshers, train them. Listen to me one thing. If the culture of the CEO is not good, the organization will have a very poor culture. Let me tell you, no organization, no employee, no student or no child listens. They only follow. So don't preach, practice. Very important. Culture you can't blame. You need to have leading an example. Every leader, I think leader, whatever they do, the followers, meaning of followers itself is that. So I probably never had a culture issues in the organization, and it went on quite smooth. An organization which had 25% CAGR for 25 years. That's it. And then, as I said, my balance sheet had 40% EBITDA. So these are all few things. Sounds like, today I am an icon in the entrepreneurship world because everyone wants to start a business without money. I did it. Everyone wants to exit at $1 billion value. I did, probably I could. I don't know how many can do. But having said that, that has fetched me a kind of identity, and I am very responsibly responding to that by mentoring, mass mentoring, a lot of podcasts. I don't put any kind of paywalls, and it's doing good job. And I am, मैं काफी हिंदी में भी बोल लेता हूँ तो पूरा हिंदुस्तान मेरे ही पीछे है. I think I am the only man in the country probably telling both languages, Tamil and Hindi, equally fluently, because of which probably I am listened.
And your punchlines. Sir, what we've seen when you're talking about building businesses,
Just 1 minute,
entrepreneurs.
punchline has come. I will tell that and will come to you. Medical community has a problem. Engineers don't have that problem. What is the problem of medical community? They think the work which I do, no one else can do like how I do. Full stop. So what happens? You keep doing, you keep working, you keep lifelong working. Punchline. जो काम करते हैं वो बुढ़े होते हैं, जो काम कराते हैं वो बड़े होते हैं. तो काम कराने से बहुत कुछ होता है, काम करने से कुछ नहीं होता.
सर, आपने भी हेल्थ केयर की बात करी. एक और चीज मैंने देखी है, and some of you may not like it. I find in healthcare a lot of people who are success because people consider them as gods, celebrities, etc. कहीं ना कहीं ego आ जाती है, and that world considers them as celebrities, but they start considering them as celebrities. How do we handle that culture?
ईगो नहीं आता है. I'll tell you what comes. They are, they start, they are honest, they are hardworking, they get an identity, they get value, they reach probably a $2 million, $3 million net worth. Then they think they are already very rich. Right? Let me tell you the punchline. Honey and money sound similar. Honey is collected by
bees.
Honeybees. Money is collected by money bee. If honey bee falls in honey, what happens?
She dies.
So is money bee.
Yeah.
Mind you, after reaching a $5 million value, he just can't sit and work. Trust me, even today, even with that much of net worth, I am still thinking I am poor. Not poor. I am same government employee who was earning a 5,000 rupees was my last pay slip in 1995. I think be frugal, be simple. People love you. Your energy is high. You can produce a lot.
Beautiful. Sir,
अरे कोई तालियां नहीं बजाया. अरे
पंचलाइन पे तो ताली बनती है.
तालियां नहीं बजाया तो बंद कर दे.
सर एक और चीज होती है, जब एक एंटरप्रेन्योर है, वो बिजनेस बना रहा है, ग्रोथ चल रही है, बहुत बारी एज एन व्हेन यू आर ग्रोइंग, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इज अ वेरी लोनली स्पेस. आपको समझ नहीं आता कि कंपनी में किससे मैं बात करूं डिसीजन लेने के लिए. हैव यू एवर बीन इन दैट सिचुएशन वेयर यू फेल्ट लोनली व्हाइल यू वर बिल्डिंग दिस बिजनेस?
I must tell you here, a lonely, a very, very peculiar punchline I will tell you. जब भी घर में बच्चे हैं, 6 parents are there. Father, mother, father's father, mother, mother's father, mother. How many? And but the child very often sits and cries. मेरा कोई नहीं है, मेरा बात कोई नहीं मानता है, मेरा कोई नहीं सुनता है, कोई नहीं है. And talk to a guy who is an orphan son. He will tell, पूरा दुनिया मेरे पीछे है. It's a perception. It's not the fact. I was a CEO. My wife used to call 15 people for lunch every day. No employee can come again in the same year. Mind you, I had 1.5 hours, 2 hours of lunch sessions, discussed, created energy to them, created energy to me. If I think I am an MD and in my room, in front of my room, everybody stops people coming to me, I have to feel lonely only. आप आगे जाओ, बात करो. Absolutely, I never felt lonely. I don't know why, what makes them to feel so. So I think that and all is in the head.
एंड आपने बोला कि यू यूज टू टेक डिसीजंस. आपने जो मन में आया सोच लिया, कर दिया. ठीक है, सही है गलत है वो बाद में देखेंगे, यू नो. बट हर बारी डिसीजन सही नहीं होता है. एंड यू नो ऑफन वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट विक्ट्रीज. वी वांट टू लिसन टू द सक्सेसफुल पीपल अबाउट देयर विक्ट्रीज, बट painful decisions were going wrong. What are the scars that have been a part of your memory? And my question to you specifically is there a memorable wrong decision that made you change the way you lead?
You are interviewing Velu Mani, not Vijay Mallaya. Because अगर मैं बार बार बैड डिसीजन लिया होता, आज बिजनेस वर्ल्ड मुझे इधर नहीं बुला था. But having said that, I want all of you to understand his question is right. I just brought in some humor there.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah. I must tell you, make mistakes, make all mistakes, make them very fast, don't repeat. Successful man is the man who makes fast mistakes but learns fast. So learn fast, learn first. You're the leader. If you don't make mistake at all, probably you're not working only.
Absolutely.
And mind you, if you keep doing the same mistake every day, again and again, you will become a beggar. But if you do every day a new mistake, you will become a billionaire. So make mistake, making mistakes, take decisions. Within a week, analyze it. Let me tell you, there are 4 words: error, mistake, failure, blunder. All sound similar? Error means you corrected by end of the month. Mistakes means you have corrected by end of the quarter. Failure means you corrected by end of the year. And blunder means you have to go to London with one-way ticket and you can't come back. अरे तालियां एक बार बजाई दो.
What does success mean to you? And is there one personal cost that you feel that you had to pay for achieving success?
I think I have enjoyed my journey. Many felt Velumani सुबह से शाम तक काम ही करता है, he is not enjoying. For them, not working is enjoying, and for me, working is enjoying. So I am not lost anything. Did you compromise on your work-life relationship? Thanks to my wife, she didn't sit at home and force me to come home early, which normally is the pressure. My wife asked me one day, since you don't come home in time, and some nights you don't come only, I used to sleep in the floor in my office. Can I come and live in the laboratory? I asked her, what about children? No, we all 4 will live only in the laboratory. I lived with my family for 20 years in a laboratory in an MIDC. So what it means? I will enjoy my life in my way only. I did it. And people go for movies, go for fun everywhere. I observe my employees on the floor, the behavior is the best humor. The romance going on that floor in the CCTV when you monitor. Aha. Let me tell you, there is nothing you will miss as long as you are intelligent. I have not missed. I lived happily with my mother. Though I left Coimbatore, I took her and kept my parents with me, siblings with me, my everything. I don't think I compromised anything. But then, with all said and done, probably a few things I might have missed. But then, as long as I don't know what I have missed, why are you worried?
But, based on your own journey and your own experience, what do you have to say to the world today that what is the role of the family in an entrepreneur's life and their success?
If you people are in Twitter, you read today's tweet of mine. I became very emotional. And let me tell that what I have written. My mother used to work like anything because she had 5 children. My father was neither an employee nor an employer, poverty. And I took a decision, I will not allow my mother to do any work. Help her. Now that is the only goal I took. I do her work and she finds more work. Now we both work. And when we both work, my siblings see we both are working, they join the work. My father, who was not at all working, also felt that he should also contribute. Mind you, this went on for 40 years. That's how Thyrocare is built.
Amazing. Amazing. Sir, you were going to say something?
No. Just was a little more emotional because my wife built, my mother built, my mother-in-law, my mother-in-law, my wife. 3 ladies created this powerful journey. Punchline. Pardon? In the world. So let me tell you, there are a couple of punchline on this. You will enjoy it. For every successful man, there is a lady behind. And for every failed man, there is a calendar of ladies behind. You got it? Number one. Number two, for every successful man, the wife becomes the secretary. And for every failed man, the secretary becomes the wife. The third one, when men are successful, families prosper. When women are successful, societies prosper. It is those three ladies responsible for keeping the thyroid rate lowest in the country for 25 years. Single-handedly, I have done that. So that's the power of women.
You know, I'm just the thought when you said that, I only hired freshers, and that's how you built a culture.
But listen to one more punchline.
Yep.
For job, everybody wants experienced, but they only get freshers. But for marriage, go ahead.
I'm not going to say this. When you were hiring freshers, what were you looking at? Because you don't have a CV which is filled with the experience that I've done this, I've created this, this is what I built.
Why do you want them to come with everything?
But between aptitude and attitude, if you were to pick one, what would you look at?
I will pick up poor children. गांव से आनी चाहिए. किधर से? गुड़गांव से नहीं. गांव से जो आता है, गरीब जो होता है, उसको जबरदस्त सिचुएशन है घर पे या उनको एक मजबूर सिचुएशन है, उसको नौकरी करना ही है. Today, the guy who comes for an interview is sitting with a higher end iPhone than what I have. किधर बैठेगा? नहीं रहेगा. Ask them, how long can you commit? 2 साल. That's it. So there are challenges, but having said that, let me also entertain them. આજકાલ I ask the entrepreneurs whom I meet, I go to a lot of I just derive fun by asking some questions. What is the single largest problem you are facing? साहब आदमी नहीं मिलता है. आदमी नहीं मिलता है. नहीं मिलता है. Then he realizes he made a mistake. I asked them, Germany में थोड़ी मिलेगा. Then he comes with another funny question. सब आदमी मिलता है, लेकिन experience नहीं मिलता है. I'm a naughty man. अच्छा, बच्चा चाहिए, अपना चाहिए. Employee चाहिए, और किसी का चाहिए. Why don't you take and train? Immediately he becomes more intelligent. सब मैं आदमी लेता हूं, ट्रेनिंग देता हूं, वो कोई लेके चले जाते हैं. That is getting the naughtiest answer. You want to listen? If you don't love your spouse, your neighbor will. If you don't love your employee, your competitor will.
Absolutely. Sir, when a founder is building the organization, they treat it like their own child. उनको लगता है यही सब कुछ है मेरी जिंदगी का, everything revolves around this.
Is it with happiness or fear?
I don't know. Probably that's the question that I have, that आपको लगता है कि आपकी कंपनी आपके बिना चल नहीं सकती. You are the most relevant person
You are
for
the
organization.
bottleneck. You already created the bottleneck. If you listen to me, you should have a company which will run for at least 1 year if you are not sitting in that chair. And you just still sit in that chair to create a better company, better system. I never took a leave, not because if I go away, it will fail. I only felt there is better things which we can do sitting in the chair. So I did it. But I do understand many people create such an organization all through his brain. Let me also, you people read my tweet just 2-3 days back. I have written something known as MRT, mail response time. In my organization, 0 voice, all are on mail. The systems are made in such a way, it has to happen. And many people, for everything, it is voice. Want to listen to one punchline?
Yes.
If you are on voice, you can make 1 million. But if you are on mail, you can make 1 billion. Voice is danger. It will take you to somewhere. You can't go beyond that. And mail means you are creating a system, transparency. You can't change the word which you have typed. You have already sent to me. Read and reread. बातों में बहुत सारा उल्टा सुल्टा ले जाते हैं. I don't know from where I have learned it. My children don't call me Velumani. They call me Velu Mail. So that's how I am 100% on data, on not on voice.
When you exited Thyrocare, when you sold the company, what was that one thing you were worried about? Or was there any worry? कि company का culture change ना हो जाए? Will they continue to be able to run the way I
एक
ran
बार
it?
मैं पैसा ले लिया, बाकी उनकी प्रॉब्लम हो जाती है. Let me tell you, I had 25 best employees in that organization. Within 1 year, all of them have been sent out. Because that people will work, I will work for them. We had a wonderful combination. Suddenly somebody else comes, IIT, IIM, मैं तो गांव से आया हूं, मेरा जम गया था, उनको वो नहीं जमा. And mind you, that company has not come back to the same market cap even after 5 years. Is that clear? It was all expected. But I expected, in fact, I addressed to my employees on the day when I exited, look, मैं तो बुड्ढा हो गया, गांव से आया. Now you see guys who are all on the board are all IIM, IIT. आपकी भविष्य बहुत बड़ा बनेगा. But then, lot of setbacks. But having said that, Thyrocare will succeed.
What do you think when a founder leaves the organization, steps away, whether by selling the organization or by stepping away, handing over the reins to the next generation, etc.? What do you think that one thing is which should never change, and what is that one thing that you feel must change in the organization?
Anything can change, and even nothing need to change as long as the organization is growing better than the industry growth. If industry is growing 12%, you have to grow 15%. I have kept that as goal. If that goes on, you can change anything or you need not change anything. But if growth is gone, punchline, grow or go. There is no way you can be in the industry if you are not growing better than the industry average. So I believe that whatever is ideal to continue to grow, you must change and you must retain.
And if the founder remains the backbone of an organization, in many organizations, the founders are doing a great job. They're binding the team together. They're focusing on growing the revenue. They're focusing on building the business. But in 30 years, if they have not become irrelevant, do you think that the organization has failed despite the numbers that are being seen?
It should not be told irrelevant. It should be told somebody else has taken up it to a better position. Somebody has made you redundant. That's the situation it should be. So I haven't left it because I have become old. I'm 66. Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, I felt all my government colleagues have retired at an age of 60. They all told me, he has not enjoyed life. I thought I will retire and enjoy life. After 5 years, I have found I can't enjoy sitting and doing nothing. It's very difficult to sit without doing anything. Do you know it? So I have decided to get back into the business, Velumani 2.0. And I have 2 startups now. You must have seen they're written AVM Smiles and AVM Labs. A man with funds and wisdom should never sleep. You only have funds, you can sleep. If you have only wisdom, you can't do anything, you have to sleep. I have both. So I believe this country needs solutions. What I did, I didn't complete it. And I want to continue where I left. I had a 5-year non-compete getting over in September 2026. That means I'm pregnant, twins pregnant, one in dentistry, another is in pathology. And listen to me, in both cases, what I am going to do is only one thing, what Uber did. Until Uber came into country, taxis were standing for 20 hours, running for 4 hours. Today they run for 20 hours, stand for 4 hours. Until I came into pathology business, machines, analyzers were only running 2 hours in a day. I made sure they run for 18 hours in a day. Hundreds of machines run 18 hours a day. Today in dentistry, the chairs are busy only for 2 hours in a day. They can be busy for 14 hours in a day.
Yes.
A running machine is an asset. A standing machine is a liability. A sitting man is a liability, and a working man is an asset. I believe I will be able to bring in a lot of changes, again in pathology and more
In dentistry.
Dentistry. Nothing else. I'm not a magician.
You know, a lot of people are now following you on Instagram, Twitter.
Yeah, I
And
never
they-
knew. Sorry, I will
Yeah.
take my own style of telling. I was a born farmer. Then I became a chemist because of maths, physics, chemistry. Then I became a biochemist because PhD, MSc in thyroid biochemistry. Then I became an entrepreneur. Then I became a storyteller. Now, because I add a lot of humor, I have been made as an entertainer, item boy. And mind you, I came into Instagram only 24 months back, and I have a 2.5 million followers in Instagram. I think, again, I'm telling you, what do you do is not as important as how do you do it. Sorry for interrupting. You were only telling celebrity or something.
No, I was talking about that people are following you. There are these young founders.
They are not following me. They are my fans.
They are.
They are following means they will become billionaires. They like it. They read it. They feel they could do it. But then, punchline, मन तो बहुत कुछ चाहता है, तन साथ नहीं देता है.
इसी चीज को मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ, what is it about the young generation today that worries you? These young people who want to do their businesses, they want to become entrepreneurs.
Impatience.
Mhm.
Impatience. You should not try to become a billionaire before you meet your father-in-law. But you must become a billionaire before you meet your son-in-law. Right? But having said that, we are blaming Gen Z. We are stupids to create that and then blame it. No children today are born in any different way than what it was happening 100 years back. Same process, same delivery, same time umbilical cord is same way cut. Subsequently, you have too much of money. You spoil them, you pamper them, you create attitudes in them, you create impatience in them, and blame them Gen Z. No, it is our mistake, our problem. Having said that, I'm sure plenty of you have children, and maybe it's little late, but my advice is make sure your children for first 10 years of life, they manage their work by themselves only. First 10 years. Next 10 years, make sure that they do your work and they don't allow you to work. That's what I did with my mother. At an age of 20, they can become CEO of any company. Trust me, this is known as parenting, not pampering. So my quote is parent, don't pamper. People follow me, people love me, children love me. साहब मेरी मम्मी मुझे बहुत बिगाड़ दी, अभी मैं क्या करूं? This is also a complaint nowadays. Yes. So it's not that suddenly Gen Z is very bad. Time's up हो गया. मैं तो ताकर नहीं हूं. Book. I think all of you must be not feeling hungry, right? Yeah, no, they will. Come on, we will have a last question.
No, we have the last question. In fact, it is the last question.
Right.
You know, if ThyroCare survives.
No, it is surviving, it will survive. Let me tell you my dream. why Velumani is back into that business. Because in spite of Thyrocare coming, there is still unorganized businesses happening in pathology industry alone 90%. What does it mean? Disruption was not adequately done. So मैं आके ऐसा बजाऊंगा सिर्फ थायरोकेयर ही बचेगा, बाकी बच नहीं पाएगा.
क्या बात है. I think that's a fantastic note to
And mind you, I want to have that feeling of Father Williams sitting and watching Serena Williams and Venus Williams playing Wimbledon final. That's Thyrocare and AVM Labs. This is a dream.
Do you guys want to have a 5-question rapid fire? Yeah.
But the question should be shorter than the answer.
Yeah. Sir,
Yeah.
one thing healthcare founders overestimate.
Market कुछ भी rate देगा, मैं मजा करूंगा. You can't charge more.
And what is it?
Don't bluff that my services are premium unless really premium. अरे OE मशीन टेस्ट करता है, पूरा हिंदुस्तान में 4 ही ब्रांड है, चारों ब्रांड ग्लोबल ब्रांड है, फिर भी बकबक करता है मेरा मशीन बहुत बढ़िया है. No, over. You can't charge more. Next question.
What is it that they underestimate?
They underestimate the population of India. क्या आबादी है? 1.5 billion population. I'm doing business in Bahrain and Oman. There is not even Indiranagar population there. So it's such a huge country. They underestimate the power of scale.
What is the biggest threat to legacy?
Next generation.
And the
Why
first,
I have to explain.
Yeah.
Next generation don't have that energy. Next generation have not seen that poverty. And let me give you one parenting punchline. What rich people do, stupid thing, what they do, they hold the child. जो प्रॉब्लम मुझे आया मेरा बच्चे को आनी नहीं चाहिए. गधे, तुम्हें प्रॉब्लम आया तो ही तू बड़ा बना, उसको प्रॉब्लम ही नहीं आया तो क्या करेगा? This is legacy problem. The child is not the mistake. You converted him as a consumer. You didn't create him as a creator. So legacy has the problem of next generation. Of course, Mukesh Ambani is rare. Must give an exception writer also.
What is the first sign that succession planning is already late for a founder?
The growth which was happening above the market growth has come less than market growth.
And what is that one thing that no institution should compromise on?
Let me tell you, customer first, you cannot compromise. Employee second, you just should not be stupid. Third is me. These 3 things, if they are in order, that organization will live for too long a time.
Dr. Velumani, thank you so much for not just sharing your success, but your thinking.
Let me tell you, I have given many fire chats. I don't know how today, but then a Punjabi and a Madrasi sitting and doing probably a reason, and I found all of you are enjoying these unique conversations. Wish you all a great luck. Wish you all a great future. And thank you, Business World.
Thank you so much.
For getting
Thank
me
you so
here.
much, sir.
Thank
Thank you so much. Really means a lot, sir.
Thank you so much. I'll request both of you to please kindly wait on stage. What I'm going to do is I'm going to request Dr. Vasudevan alongside Dr. Venkatesh to please kindly come up on stage and give the token of appreciation to Velumani sir, and Harbinder sir is already there. So I'll request all 3 of you to hand over the token of appreciation to sir over here. I'll request you to come forward, sir. We have the latest premium magazine issue of BW Business World, Healthcare World. And of course, Velumani sir will also be getting a special book written by Harbinder Narula sir. So that's going to be the token of appreciation. Vasudevan sir, please come on stage. Yeah. Let's do it together once he's here. Yeah. Yeah. And ladies and gentlemen, can we have a roaring and thunderous round of applause? What a session. Like I mentioned in the beginning itself, this is going to be full of fire. And I truly believe it indeed was fire. Thank you so much, sir. What an honor to have you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, I'll just quickly announce the fact that we'll be now breaking for lunch. This is going to be a 30 to 35 minutes break for lunch, and then we'll be resuming again with the second half. So see you all very, very shortly. This is going to be a 30 to 35 minutes break for lunch. See you all very soon.
Hi, this is Kenny G, and here's my new video called Silhouette, and I hope you like it.
Check 1 2 3. Mic testing. Check 1 2 3. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll request all of you to please kindly take your seats and settle down. We are all set to begin right now with the second half post lunch. So I'll request everybody to please kindly take their seats and also maybe occupy the chairs over here at the front first so that the ones who are joining us later, they can take the seats at the back. So if you're getting a free space or an empty chair forward, please feel free to take it because we are moving ahead with the next session. So we would want the chairs to be filled in, especially the ones in the front rows first. So if you can fill in the chairs in the front row first, then that would be nice. So thank you so much. I hope you all had a good lunch. And on that note, we'll be now moving forward. But prior to that, I'm going to request the console to please kindly play our partner AV once again.
Go, go, go. अब कौन?
गर्मी स्क्वाड हम गर्मी का आतंक मचाने आए हैं ओए प्लीज
Blue Star, AC on. Fast cooling inverter ACs with voice command technology. Blue Star गर्मी की छुट्टी. अरे फ्रीज तो आप हो गए.
नीचे नीचे ढककर ऊपर स्टेयरकेस के ऊपर चल 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 आन के पास स्लिप धक यार धक धक धक.
ओए, आप कौन?
टीम गर्मी ब्लास्टर्स. हम आपको हराने हैं.
बड़ी कॉन्फिडेंस मानना पड़ेगा.
बैग तो ले आओ.
ब्लू स्टार है ना. फास्ट कूलिंग इन्वर्टर एसीज फ्रॉम ब्लू स्टार. अरे गेम ओवर. ब्लू स्टार गर्मी की छुट्टी. ओए, आप कौन?
48 Dr. Gurmit champion 52 degree national army champion oh 56 degree international Gurmit champion.
मेरे पास भी एक वर्ल्ड चैंपियन मिलेंगे. ब्लू स्टार हैवी ड्यूटी इन्वर्टर एसीज फ्रॉम ब्लू स्टार. ब्लू स्टार गर्मी की छुट्टी.
गो गो गो. कौन?
गर्मी स्क्वाड हम गर्मी का आतंक मचाने आए हैं ओए प्लीज
ब्लू स्टार AC on. Fast cooling inverter ACs with voice command technology. Blue Star गर्मी की छुट्टी. अरे फ्रीज तो आप हो गए.
नीचे नीचे ढककर ऊपर स्टेयरकेस के ऊपर चल 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 आन के पास स्लिप धक यार धक धक धक.
ओए, आप कौन?
टीम गर्मी ब्लास्टर्स. हम आपको हराने हैं.
बड़ी कॉन्फिडेंस मानना पड़ेगा.
बैग तो ले आओ।
ब्लू स्टार है ना, फास्ट कूलिंग इन्वर्टर एसीज फ्रॉम ब्लू स्टार। अरे गेम ओवर। ब्लू स्टार गर्मी की छुट्टी। ओए, आप कौन?
52 degree national army champion. Oh, 56 degree international गर्मी champion.
मेरे पास भी एक वर्ल्ड चैंपियन मिलेंगे। ब्लू स्टार हैवी ड्यूटी इन्वर्टर एसीज फ्रॉम ब्लू स्टार। ब्लू स्टार गर्मी की छुट्टी।
Thank you so much. Powered by Blue Star, built on trust. Thank you. And on that note, we'll now moving forward to the next discussion. This is going to be the next panel, which is on where is smart money betting in healthcare. I'll repeat the topic once again for you all. This is going to be a panel discussion on where is smart money betting in healthcare. I'm going to announce our speakers, and then I'm going to be announcing our session chair to kindly join us over here on stage. As esteemed speakers, we have the honorable presence of Raj Gore, operating partner Advent, alongside Abhishek Yadav, managing director Quadria Capital, and Shurojit Chakrabarti, CFO MedGenome Labs Limited. And the session will be chaired by Dr. Swati Bhatt, director IPSC India, Bangalore. Can I have all of you on stage, please? And can I have the biggest round of applause for them as they make their way to the stage? Thank you so much. Thank you. Please. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first session post lunch. I'm sure खाना खाने के बाद energy आ गया होगा तो उसको थोड़ा और दिखाइए by clapping and appreciating this incredible panel. Thank you so much, ma'am, for doing this. And I'll request all of you to take your seats as per the photo arrangement. That would be nice. So if you all can take your seats as per the photo arrangement, that would be nice. So yeah. So I think, sir, you would be over here at the corner. See, world of social media, aesthetics important. So we have to keep this in progress. Thank you. Over to you. And update the timer as well so that ma'am can see from her end.
After a sumptuous lunch, I'm sure all of you must be hyperglycemic, but this session is going to be really, really interesting because this is to do with money. Money controls the whole world. And we are lucky to have people who control that money. So don't go away anywhere, be attentive. And I'm sure you're going to enjoy this session very much. So I once again welcome you all to my panel. I think we'll just begin to open with institutional and venture capital investors aggressively shifting capital away from speculative growth assets and reallocating it towards high conviction, operationally efficient, and data backed sectors in healthcare. So, where exactly are we heading? Where is smart money really flowing in healthcare? Where is this money being avoided actively? So, I think I invite Mr. Raj Gore to please enlighten us. Which sectors do you think will dominate the next decade, whether it's going to be the diagnostics, hospitals, home care, AI, pharma services, or something else?
Thank you. First of all, thank you for having us here. It's a wonderful gathering. Very interesting topic for the stage at which healthcare is today. With your specific question, Dr. Swati, I don't think this is winner takes it all kind of a situation. I think none of these sectors individually will dominate. In my view, it's the integrated healthcare system which covers all of these together to manage patient journey from before hospitalization and post hospitalization will actually end up, dominating healthcare going forward. While diagnostic, AI, home care, different these models are growing pretty fast, I do feel that hospitals will be still central to healthcare. No matter what, acuity care cannot be decentralized completely. Hospitals will continue to play a key role in acuity care, critical care, surgeries, transplants. And therefore, what will change is probably tomorrow's hospitals will play a more coordinating role, being a command center in managing patients' health journey, covering all these different models. And, I think that's what will, change going forward.
I would leave the house with the other two speakers. Would you like to add anything upon to this?
Uh, Good afternoon, Surajit here from Adgeno. So I think Mr. Gore is correct. So it is not one segment that the investors are going to look at, because if you see, I represent a genomic diagnostic company. We are from Adgeno, one of the pioneer of genomics company in India, one of the leading genomics company in India. Started way back in 2013, and the biggest pain point that we had that time in India was none of the investors at the Indian level were even encouraging to go or to venture out for this kind of a venture. So now the bigger question is, how do you get this latest newer age science and technology and give the benefit to the larger Indian population? So as a result, what had happened is we had to start the company. Our founders had to start the company in the US. I'm in this company right from the inception till now, 13 years now. And so that's how, because of three reasons mainly. One is obviously the capital, which is this is a capital intensive business, unlike the normal pathology business where reagent rental models are already prevalent in terms of the equipment and all these things. And there is a very low entry barrier because in terms of regulations, you don't need science, you don't need technology to analyze the large amount of data and all these things. So, and secondly, the talent, which was not available that time way back, I'm talking about in 2013. Third thing was also the equipment. Most of our equipment suppliers are, the large equipment suppliers are based out of US. So these were the biggest challenges. So we faced the challenge, and literally we started when we struggled a lot. We actually have convinced the clinicians that this is something which is going to be the need of the hour. And now we are seeing the table is reversed. Like we used to wait outside the clinicians to get appointment. Now, rather clinicians are, I'm not saying that they wait for us, but they are understanding that, and adaptability is much larger. So I think if you talk about, it's a very, like I would say that very difficult scenario for an investor. And because I know being in the finance, how the investor works and how they are, they are binded, because they also have a capital constraints. They will get some capital, they will have to deploy. There is a timeline, right? Finite timeline for them to give the return. Now, directly talking about that, how the investors would look at this segment. Of course, this segment is huge. The disease burden in India is, there is enormous disease burden in India, too much of unmet need and all these things. Awareness is very poor. Quality is absolutely not there in most of the cases, because I would say that many of the distinguished gentlemen sitting in this room, they will acknowledge that moment you go outside of the metro cities and tier 1 cities, you will hardly get any NAB or accredited lab, right? So that is a situation of the quality.
Yeah,
so,
I think we'll be looking at those things as well.
Yes.
So what I have in my mind is like a lot has been amongst all of us sitting over here. I mean, we are not from the background of investors, like for doctors or other medical associated personnel. There's a lot of hype being created about AI. There's a lot of things being said about how the pharma company genomics is going to change, and it's going to change the entire spectrum of healthcare to come future. So do you think, especially with your expertise, yes,
Yeah.
do you think it's going to make a massive change, or it's going to impact
See, if you draw a triangle, right? So genomics is sitting at the top of the triangle. It's at the pyramid, right? Is the top. Then the middle layer will be with molecular diagnostics. Then the third layer will be your imaging and all these things, which is obviously becoming advanced day by day. The lowest layer is the usual path. But each and everything will be, it is not that the genomics is going to replace the normal pathology. It is never going to be that. Because genomics will only aid. It is more towards the personalized medicine, more towards the early detection of the disease. Say, for example, the early cancer test, screening cancer test, and other preventive health tests, and all these things, which are already prevalent in the Western countries. India is adopting. Today, we see that earlier we were getting hardly any test on this preventive segment. Now we are seeing that adoption is there. We get about 100 to 150 tests in a month. So I am saying that, and without spending too much on the marketing side, right, to create the awareness, because there is no limit how much you need to spend, like on the marketing side. So gradually, I think it is catching up, and clinicians are also seeing there is a fast adoption to that. All I'm saying is any of the science, any of the genomics, or rather, let me expand from genomics to omics. We are also in proteomics, multi-omics, and all these things, entire thing. So post-genomics, it is omics, because proteomics is most important to find out how is your protein changes in your blood, this thing, right? So that will also help in detecting your early detection of cancer test and all. So these will definitely come in a large way, and but no test is going to be replaced by this. That is the beauty of it. So you will anyway need a normal PET test, even if you have, say, for example, any person does their preventive health checkup test before or regular interval, you will have to do your normal regular blood test to see the parameters and all. So that will help that person to really benefit, and also to see that how that person is faring in terms of his or her health, and can have a discussion with their clinicians based on the parameters. This genomic preventive test will give them a warning.
I think we'll discuss the preventive health more in detail as we delve into this. So moving forward, I would request Mr. Abhishek, is the future asset heavy hospitals or asset light, like platforms, home care, tech? What do you think about it?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having us here. I think, as Raj was earlier alluding to, right, there are opportunities and there is a lot of penetration which needs to happen across segments, whether it's asset heavy, asset light, whether it's technology. I think from I would say the topic of the panel, where is money betting on healthcare? Um, what's happened over the last 10, 15 years as I've been looking at healthcare investing, investors are becoming more and more disciplined. Earlier, they used to look at possibility, now they're looking at predictability. So how do you think predictability? Because we come with a particular, I would say, time period that we need to return capital. And hence, how do you make your model which is predictable? So if I had to look at a model, I'll look at, is there demand? How do you think of capability of execution? And how do you scale it up? Are the three possible? And what is my conviction on the three parameters? The golden thing is if all three meet, if your model meets and you are an asset heavy model, that'll help. But that's also difficult. So I would say a lot of specialization is happening, and that's where you see a lot of single speciality attracting capital, because you're able to scale. There is demand for specialization because people are looking at specialization, and you can scale. And there has been execution, so the economics is sort of there. Technology, I would say, is a lot more dependent, or I would say intertwined with the usual operating workflows. How do you make it efficient? How do you make it more productive? So a lot of AI, a lot of technology in the short term would be how do you make the same systems either more productive or more capable or more efficient or more cheaper.
So are the investors chasing this hype of AI, digital health, or are they actually backing up the fundamentally strong models?
So we come from the growth equity side. So we typically come in when models are a lot more predictable. They have cash flows. But as I think of, we've got also got a venture capital fund. They are looking and observing it very closely of how it is impacting the way healthcare is delivered, whether it's on the services side, whether it's on the pharma side. There is technology. One of the clear examples which we're seeing around the region is how technology is being used for revenue cycle management. It's a play in the US where technology helps working between hospitals and governments and insurance company to get money back faster. So is technology being able to use to enhance that? If there are models, if there are softwares, there are products which are helping it do that, yes, people are taking a bet. Standalone, will technology completely replace a hospital? I think that's not there today. It's going to be a phygital slash technology model where there will be something which is digital, there will be something which is physical. It's a space where you will need to have touch points at the end of the day. How do you sort of make it integrated? And to make that integrated, especially in a place like India where the primary healthcare is not as evolved, that's where technology can play a lot more role.
There has to be a blend of both the things together. A fundamentally strong ICU backed with trauma support and intensive care. All of these things would be definitely required at the end of the day. But then, of course, advancements in terms of technology, AI, they will definitely triage a lot of things much more faster than it is. And considering that we don't have that much of manpower, of course, things would help. So I think there is going to be what is required is going to be a union of both. So there has to be a intermission.
It's a collaboration between them, because as you think of the ecosystem, primary is where a lot of it is missing. So technology can help bridge that gap.
Yeah. So going forward, as an investor, what makes a healthcare business truly investable? Is it scalability? Is it margins? Is it the outcomes, or is it the brand?
I would want all four, because that's how it becomes an institution. But if I had to,
If you have to,
if you have to choose, if I had to choose one, I would say brand, because brand will allow you to build trust. As healthcare, you think trust needs to be built there. Um, Once trust is built, you'll be able to scale, because you'll be able to attract talent, both clinical as well as nursing and administrative and the management team, because there's a brand, there's a trust, and you see a lot of the large corporate hospitals that are there, they're able to do that because of the brand, and they're able to pull talent, and hence they're able to scale because they can set that up. um, Once you're able to scale, you will get to margins, you will get to profitability, because you've built that trust in the consumer and the patient. It's a very trust first business that we operate in, and hence I would say brand based on trust.
Would you like to add anything to that, Raj?
Oh, I kind of agree with it. If you, I mean, for you to get your desired returns on investment, you need to grow, you need to scale up profitably. Having a strong brand helps you to go into new markets, new geographies, adjacent businesses, and strong brand gets you kick-started faster. But strong brand, I mean, that shows trust in the brand, right? But the trust is built by delivering better outcomes. There's no question that in healthcare, as long as you deliver better outcomes, you will build trust and you will build a brand. So it's kind of all together. However, from an investor perspective, if you have a established, strong, preferred brand, that becomes a priority. But you can't reach there without building trust through delivering outcomes, and that's what makes you scalable.
I would again bring that brands are more specifically, like we do see a lot of them growing in cities like Bangalore, Bombay, or all the metros. What about the tier 2 and tier 3 cities? How would you, I mean, how would an investor, or how would anybody who's coming up like a small hospital, how would they be able to collaborate with this branding, and how would they bring about this kind of a branding, which means it's a no for them?
No,
Considering that
no.
it's still.
So let me put it this way. If an established brand in bigger cities enters smaller cities, things get easier for them, right? Because an established brand. For a local brand who's just starting, obviously it's a long journey which established brand has already gone through it, that you start somewhere from zero and then through delivering outcomes, better experience, you build a brand. So obviously it's not, I mean, it doesn't get served on a platter to anyone, even not to established brands also. But it doesn't mean that local brands cannot build, strong brands. There are so many examples across India, even the bigger players who started as a standalone hospital and then become, bigger players by establishing that brand. So I don't think there is a conflict in messaging here.
How we see usually whenever a smaller group or a smaller hospital is trying to scale up or is trying to come up with a chain or something like that, because of this brand, the norm being there, as you said, as both of you agreed to this. Of course, these are the, I mean, what about the individual hospitals who want to do better, who want to do good work for the society? And definitely they will cater to the society because they are present over there in the second and the third tier country cities. But because of this taboo of branding and image, I see most of the time that they get left out.
I don't think it's a disadvantage. First, every established brand started as a standalone hospital somewhere when they were not a brand. They were unknowns, right? Second, just because you're a strong brand in metro or tier one cities doesn't make you equipped to deal with tier two and tier three cities, because healthcare is very local. Every state, even cities, work differently. The patient referral patterns, clinician patterns are different. And therefore, if you are a local player from that specific geography, you actually know the market way better than some brand coming from some city. So look, there are advantages, disadvantages, up to you how you build on your capabilities and your advantages. And
The investor's mindset.
so investor mindset, I mean, we would obviously look at a established brand, but look, investment is also at what valuation you enter, then you scale it up, and when you get your returns, right? So there are examples right now playing out where there were one or two hospital players or three or four hospital players who've been acquired and have scaled, right, through capital by investors. So I'm not understanding the exact questions, but I don't think it's necessarily you can make your situation favorable for you because you are fighting on your own turf than someone else's turf.
Probably, I'll just give an example. We invested in a hospital called AIG, Asian Institute of Gastroenterology. If you look at any of the ratings, it comes as the top gastric sciences hospital. When we invested about 12 years back, it was one hospital, 150 beds. But they had built for 20 years. They had done work. They had been in that market, focused on outcomes, focused on, getting the right sort of patient experience outcomes, clinical outcomes. It was one hospital, but they had focused on doing things right, doing things efficiently, and doing things affordably. That was one hospital. Today it is about 1,000 bed, and if you talk about anyone in the hospital space of a hospital called AIG, everybody knows. But that was one hospital when investors came in. But that journey, can you shortchange that 20 years that they spent to build that credibility? That becomes tough. You need to put that time even for that one hospital, 10 years, if not less, if not more. But that credibility needs to be built. And then once you've built that niche, you've built that credibility, there'll be people at different stages, right? There are people who will put in small checks to do that. A lot of times we get swayed by the multi-billion dollar deals that newspaper sort of attract, but then there is a lot of activity from an investor standpoint that happen at local, regional standpoint. And some of the brands that you have looked at or heard about getting acquired in the last 3-4 years, they all started as a single hospital.
Yeah.
So I can actually, I am the receiver of fund, they are the providers of fund. So I can tell you the right perspective. So they are very correct. I think both Advent as well as Quadria, they come at a growth stage. For them, obviously, the stability and the growth and the profitability matters. They will not, unless they try to take a bet on only on capability or any new technology and all these things, that can be a different aspect altogether. But they have a certain time when they enter into the market. But what you said is also making a lot of sense, because there are many single doctors, single entrepreneur who wants to basically come up with some hospitals, some hospital chains in the tier 3 cities, tier 2 cities. A lot of aspiring people are there, but how do we support them? But as Abhishek said, there are investors at various stages, maybe at a venture level or maybe at a seed capital level. Nowadays in India, thanks to, we have a lot of HNIs. A lot of HNIs have got that habit of, voluntarily or putting some investments at the seed stage or at a just above seed stage. Then you have got banks. They also lease out your assets as well as various other things. Those facilities are there. And as I completely agree, today healthcare has becoming hyper local. So if you must have seen in Bangalore, I don't know how many of you are aware of Bangalore, Manipal and Aster is in almost every other address. Earlier, we only knew that Manipal Hospital is in the old airport road. There are 4 or 5 Manipal hospitals now across Bangalore itself. Similarly, in diagnostics also, like the large chains will have in every within 5-kilometer radius, because people are not going to go even for imaging beyond 5 kilometers in the metro cities for sure. So it is up to the providers that they will have to go to the to give the patients service at their doorsteps. So this is also thing, but at the same time, I would say that this concept of profitability as well as science and innovation is something that always comes in between which one to choose. Because as you get into the more predictability kind of requirement of deliverable, suppose any industry now goes and matured and goes for an IPO and goes to the capital market. So there, obviously, you will be measured by the performance. There is no other question, right? Your share price will be looked at by the performance on a daily basis or a quarterly basis. They will look after what is the results that you have delivered in terms of profitability. So there, the question of then innovations and all these things comes at a backseat, because you will only be focusing on profitability, selling those tests or using those frontline services which will give you sheer thought revenue. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that answers most of my question. But again, I still have a feeling that with the brand images being attached or today being has become a mandatory for any doctor. So niche specialties or niche areas where individual doctors or small scale hospitals would want to come up, like single specialties. There, I think, unless and until you make, it's between the egg and the hen. So one has to be given the opportunity. Before you get the opportunity, there could be a lot of people who are really capable and who are really honest to delivering good healthcare. But because of this so-called branding being associated with the investment being brought into this, that is where it all crosses down. So
Probably just from your perspective of single doctors, single speciality.
Not
What,
single doctors. Even if I say single specialties, it's very difficult.
So
Either you be associated with a big brand and you just flow with the flow, or else if you want to be on your own, it becomes a little difficult. Not everybody.
actually, single speciality is the flavor of the town. As you think of as you think of investments, if you think of us, we've done oncology, we've done dialysis, we've done eye care, we've done gastric sciences, we've done nephrology. All of these are single specialities over the last 13 years. The first one, in fact, 15, 17 years. The first one we did was in oncology about 17 years back. So we've done that. I think single specialty brings the theme of specialization. As you think of smaller doctors, smaller set of doctors who want to start hospital, of course, it's challenging for the large private equity or large venture capital to also invest because there's no track record. But there are, in today's time, there are a lot of means of capital. There is private credit, there is debt. So it's about the patience of how do you set up, how do you start small, how do you build credibility in there, and then think of scale up. Today, a lot of times we get proposals that there are a set of doctors who want to move out, but they want to create 1,000 beds overnight. That's where the gap believes that there are clinicians, there are people who've proven, but they're not getting the capital. They've done it in the institution on their own. The track record needs to be demonstrated for, like I said, predictability in the past. So how do you start small, build predictability there, build credence there, and then capital will flow. And to be able to do that, there are various means of capital today in India, not just private equity or venture capital, but various other means that allow you to do that. It's a slow game. Patience is there. A lot of people say, I don't want to do this for 20 years. I want to do this in 5 years. That's where the gap happens.
So I still have a lot of points to discuss, so I'll move quickly to the next one. Longevity medicine has transitioned from wellness hype into a legitimate multi-billion-dollar institutional asset class. Will home care and decentralized care disrupt traditional hospital models?
I Home care will definitely expand very rapidly going forward than it has probably done till date. However, it will not disrupt or replace traditional hospitals. It will probably complement traditional hospitals. As we talk, ICUs, OTs, imaging, radiation setups, emergency departments, these are, you know, there to stay. They are infra intensive. They're high acuity care. That is there to stay. However, like I said, when you talk about health, health starts way before hospital and continues way after hospital. Today, because of the obvious gap in demand supply gap in tertiary care, the industry has focused on it for last 2 decades. However, we know that you can only make a real impact on individual health if you track the health over a longer period, if you coordinate care between these different models, whether primary clinic, preventive clinic, diagnostic, post-operative recovery, rehab, um, staying healthy, eating healthy, nutrition, longevity, everything that comes with longevity. We focused on secondary care, tertiary care. But now the issue that we have is we are not able to still measure longitudinal, you know, outcomes of patient journey. And that's actually the gold standard, right? Whether you keeping your community population healthy or not. For that, you will need these distributor care models, right? So you will continue to have hospitals, but you will now see more and more investment going into these distributed care models, including home care. So what will happen is historically, most of the value creation was on the heavy asset side, but that pool will start moving into distributor care side. You know, with AI, with technology enablement, with digital monitoring, with home care, with, you know, preventive care. And therefore, the value pool will start shifting, and therefore it will continue to attract investment and continue to, you know, create value on these other sides. Eventually, we will need all of them as an integrated healthcare system to manage the health of the community.
So I think to add to that, it would be a great idea if in from the metros, the bigger hospitals or the bigger brands, which do not have that much of a penetration or people do not have a reach to them from tier 2 and 3 cities, if that could be integrated in terms of technology, AI, in terms of their pharmacy delivery services or pickup of tests, etc. So I think a continuum of care is something which could really bring in both these aspects very close to each other, and a good blend of these two working together could maybe mitigate the deficit that we have in tier 2, tier 3 cities. I mean,
Yeah,
of
you're
course.
right. You're right. So again, you asked the question about asset light versus asset heavy. Asset heaviness hospitals are continue to be there, but it's the technology enabled asset light models which will create access, which will give you remote monitoring, which will help you, manage preventive care remotely. So you're right. Eventually you will need that, and I think that's where the investment is slowly coming. I think it will scale up eventually in next 10 odd years.
Shodarjit, I think this question you will be the best person to answer. Institutional investors view regulatory stability as the ultimate baseline for predicting future cash growths. How does regulation and policy stability drive this investment decisions?
Yeah, I think any financial investors, particularly all these large funds where the money is coming from outside of India, they want political stability, they want stability in the policies for sure. Because the first and foremost things they look at is how easy to bring the capital in the country and how easy it is to take the capital out when they need it, or when basically they exit, right? So any sudden regulations or sudden kind of a policy change can spook these investors, and that is a very, very deterrent to any of the capital flow in the country. So rapid change of any policies is a complete deterrent, number one. Number two, sudden tax at the time of exit or something like that, or things like we all know there were a few instances of retrospective tax and all these things are going, revising the policy itself. So those kind of things.
It's very disruptive to the market, or either they would have escalated it too high.
Yeah, exactly. So those kind of things actually will create a lot of confusion, and investors will not like this kind of situation at all. So these are very important, and therefore, and also they look at suppose as we currently see that since if there is a kind of stable government at the center for some time with some policies, because it takes some time. It is not only 5 years is not enough for creating a long-term policy for any building any ecosystem within the country. So it takes a longer time. So if the following government also comes and basically add on to that and say that how we can, give the benefit to the Indian context and Indian population, because there is a lot of capital out there, but they should be very, very, fearless. And it should be much easier for them to say that, okay, India is the safest place. If I put X amount of money, I should be able to get it as and when is needed without any question. So if that environment is created with full clarity, then I think we will have a lot more investors in this stage.
Abhishek, you'd like to add anything?
No, so I think the main themes have been covered. From a regulatory standpoint. No investor takes bets on how regulation will change. People stay away when the regulation is not clear. Uh, People stay put when they expect regulations to change, because um, a lot of us are managing someone else's capital. We need to return that capital. Um, Most of us are ready to take equity risk, whether it'll become high, low. But in regulation change, it sort of changes the scenario from all perspective. Money gets stuck, exit sort of outlooks become longer. It could be positive as well, right? But even if it's positive, the thought process that comes for most global investors is that today it's positive, but if tomorrow it becomes negative, it could impact me again. So it's not about positive changes being made. It's about how they are thought through and how sustainable, how they've been coming through. Is it with a clear thought process? And that's where um, at least 2 decades back, there was a clear differentiation of how people will look at emerging markets. versus developed markets, because emerging markets, change in government, any change in regulations would happen based on the government. And capital flows would change from that perspective. So it's not, like I started off with, it's about the predictability, not about the possibility. So if it's a regulation possibility, we'll stay put and wait for that regulation to be clear. That's how we think about it.
Last question. What are the biggest missed opportunities in Indian healthcare?
So for the country that we are, we've been focusing on how do you increase accessibility and affordability. Whether it's pharma, we are the pharmacy of the world, which is generics. In all of this, we've built hospitals, we've built single hospital as well. I think how do we go to specialization, but more importantly, innovation. And it's not healthcare, but from our perspective, it's not hospital, but it's healthcare. When you think of pharma, it's the innovation where we are behind the curve for for the population size, for the healthcare market that we have. It's also dependent on the affordability, and that's why people haven't focused on it. But it needs that bridge between government and private investors, where the government supports the initial sort of innovation wave, how it's been done in China, and then it gets picked up by the private investors to scale that up. So I think innovation is one thing where we are behind the curve.
Raju,
Measuring outcomes by looking at as a valuation enhancer.
So I think what Abhishek said, I will just add to that, is absolutely bang on. Innovation, like if India has to be one of the player, I'm not saying in the global players or something like that, innovation has to be the key. And for innovation, you need a government support, and it can be a public-private partnership, but the initiative has to come like from the government, like in case of China and all. Why China today is so advanced? Because the government heavily funds all the innovation projects. So research infrastructure is something that needs to be built, because I can say, because we spend quite a bit of money every year on our own research to come out with new tests and new technology, so that we are compatible with our global peers. And that goes through our P&L. We don't get any support, and we have investors that question us on the profitability. So if we get a free hand, I'm pretty sure our science guys and these people say that if we get a budget, they can create wonders. So I think if that mindset has to be created, but the problem is it is not only the financial investors who can participate. It has to be like the government, like where India created the infrastructure, right? The national highways. So other large investors, there's a lot of money coming from the sovereign funds like OTPP and all these things. They do a lot of funding for the entire India's infrastructure, the national highways. I think many people don't know. So if those kind of public and private partnership happens, innovation will come, and I think India can go to the next level, and we should be able to compete with anybody.
Yeah, so I think to sum it up, the tier 2, tier 3 specialized care hubs, single specialty opportunity, nursing and technician gap, if it could be rectified in terms of giving them more skillful knowledge, upskilling them, breaking the continuity of care, making them in the loop. Like a patient goes to a doctor, a specialized doctor, a cardiologist, and thereby comes back to a 2-tier city or 3-tier city. And thereafter, he's left to his own self. He doesn't have the access to those specialized centers. So if in between something else could be done, if technology can be added to this, or if the bigger brands could bring in such kind of services which could aid or which could help sort this missing link, I think these are the areas where we can look. And yeah, yeah. So I think these are, of course, the areas where we can, we hold the opportunity definitely to improve upon. So I think our time's up. This debate is a never-ending one, but nevertheless, very fruitful, very insightful. Thanks for you all being present over here.
Thank you so much to all of you for doing this so wonderfully. Thank you so much to you as well for moderating it so well. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be requesting Mr. Dinesh Madhavan, President, Group Oncology and International from Apollo Hospitals, to please kindly come up on stage and give the token of appreciation to our esteemed speakers and session chair. So I'll request you to please come on stage, sir. Thank you. Can we have a big round of applause for Mr. Madhavan as well, please? Thank you. We have the latest BW Healthcare World issue, a very premium issue being given. Ma'am, please join them over there as well. And we'll do one group photograph with all of them together after all of them are being given away. Then you do a group photograph together. Can I request all of you to come forward over here so that the photograph comes better? Yeah. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, this being a very insightful session, if you also clap and appreciate from your end, I'm sure it's only going to add to the validation. Thank you so much for taking our time, and we look forward to having you all the next time we do this as well. Thank you. We will now be moving to the next panel discussion. I'll quickly need 2 more chairs on stage, please, for this one. Let's have the chairs quickly on stage. The topic that we are going to be talking about right now, yeah, this is mine, is health tech versus hospitals, collaborations, competition, or convergence. I'll repeat the topic once again for you all. This is going to be about health tech versus hospitals, collaborations, competition, or convergence. I'll request the console to set the timer for 30 minutes for this session. I'm going to be introducing our speakers, and then I'm going to be announcing our session chair, and then I can request all of them to join me on stage together. Thank you. So my speakers are Dr. Uma Nambiar, CEO, IISC Medical School of Foundation, Dr. Sandeep Vora, founder and CEO, Optiman and renowned psychiatrist, Sundar PRK, Assistant General Manager, Sales, Electromechanical Projects, Building Southern Region, Blue Star, Dr. Ayush Gupta, Director, Medical Services and Quality, Sarvodaya Hospital. And the session is going to be chaired on stage by Dr. Kirti Chadha, Chief Scientific Officer and Group CSR Head, Senior Consultant, Oncopathologist, MD, PDCC, Oncopath and Oncohemat, if that's how it's pronounced, Metropolis Healthcare. So thank you so much. And you will be moderating from here. I mean, you can sit over there as well, I think. I mean, the chairs are there for your comfort, so please feel free to use it. And set the timer for 30 minutes. And I mean, unfortunately, we would have wanted it to be a little longer, but since we're already kind of like quite delayed, so we have to cut down on the timing. Apologies from my end as well as on behalf of everyone, but let's just try to stick to the time. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you, all of you, for making it. One of us has not been able to make it because, she had a pet dog who passed away actually. So we'll miss her. But I think I have a very esteemed panel and a very diverse panel. There is a psychiatrist, there is a neurosurgeon, there is an educationist, a hospital, somebody who's running a hospital, and somebody who is, in charge of a tech company, so to say. So I think with that diverse thing, it's as good as the Indian paradox, right? So let's move ahead with that. It's very interesting. Today we're in a very interesting juncture. So while everybody is thinking that they are going to control it, really where is the control line? And where is the workflow getting totally recalibrated, if I can say so? Right? So the entire, actually come to think of it, India is full of, there is a poverty issue, there is an unemployment issue, there is an education issue. But still, everybody is on a digital platform. Today, the most uneducated person is also digital savvy. Can I have a show of hands of how many people believe this is true? Is there anybody in India who is not digital today? Right? That's what the paradox is. And it's so, and Bangalore itself, right? We have a screening device developed in Bangalore, which I believe 22 countries are using it today. Today, even without a radiologist, a chest X-ray is being read. So there are 3 kind of people when these conversations start. There will be, the pessimist or the negative people, who will start wondering, Is this going to happen? Is there really a competition? No, this patient is with me or this technology is with me, and it's always going to remain so. But that's not how it happens. That is what is called change, and change is happening as we speak. So now what becomes important? Who is the strategist in the room? Who's the optimist? Who's the pessimist? And who's thinking they can control, or who's thinking they can service? Because ultimately, I'm a doctor, and I'm sure many of you all are. This is all about servicing the patient. And is hospital more important, or is the technology more important? We cannot say hospital is not important. Today, if you drop dead right now over here or you fall, you're going to be in a hospital. You cannot do anything with an app. You actually need a doctor. You need the wisdom of the doctor. But at the same time, can you get to the hospital faster? Yes, and that is because of technology. Can you get care faster? That is because of technology. So what I would really urge, from all the, esteemed panelists over here, that we would save a lot of time and utilize the 30 minutes properly if we do not debate who's more important, because actually it's the patient who is the most important person in healthcare. Rest of us are all, here, there, gone tomorrow. But the patient is the most consistent thing. So with that, I would, since all of you have already been doing a lot of great work, I would like you to start with one example of how this, health tech versus hospital collaboration, competition, or convergence debate is playing out in your own institute, in your own hospital. And, you have got an example or a data set already to prove that, so that there can be a learning for everybody quickly, to go back and innovate something at their end. Why don't you start, Ayush?
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I think post lunch we all are a little sleepy. Huh? We need to get up. So we'll be. I like to have an engaging conversation. So as per the question that the example that we have, I am running a hospital. I'm a second generation entrepreneur. My father started up 35 years back. So now we are a big hospital, and now I have to change a lot of things because when it was made very physical. There were a lot of forms and formats. Now we are going towards digital. One of the very common example that I was discussing with our team was related to GDA transporters, patient transport system. We all know that in classic systems, we require the GDA to come, take the wheelchair and go, and then he's lost. We are tracing where he is, whether the patient is in radiology or in procedure room or wherever he is. We are not able to trace him. But with the help of technology, with the help of Ola Uber technology, we are now able to have an internal porter system for our nursing staff, where they can just punch in a request and a GDA will come with a wheelchair or a stretcher, whatever is required. And even empty-handed if he's required to transport some samples or forms or something else. Moving ahead, we were having challenges in some clarity in forms. So we made another AI solution and we made another portal on which we are putting those forms directly on the portal and they're getting cleared from the floor. The GDA is not transporting those files and formats. So there have been a lot of solutions which we have implemented in our own setup, and we see to it that with the help of technology, the things that we are trying to reduce, the things that we are trying to improve are the efficiency, the saving time, saving cost, and increasing transparency in communication. When these two, three things are kept in focus, the solutions become more collaborative and less competitive. That is one of my submissions towards adopting technology into our systems, into physical digital systems.
Beautifully depicted the collaboration and the convergence, which has, resulted in better patient care. Over to you.
Yeah, I started, see, whole world started this telemedicine, or all the doctors got to know about it during COVID, but I started 15 years back. And I would always feel in my branch, patients would come from all over the country. So I always felt that the technology was the best enabler for them not to travel that far to come and show me. And with in our field, one patient would have two or three relatives. So when I looked at the cost economics, I felt that this was the best one. That's how I started 15 years back. Uh, the major hospitals at that time were not very tech savvy, and the biggest hurdle at that time was that even the technology was not that enhanced. But if you look today, I think without technology no hospital can survive. But it's a convergence, I would say, because if you want patients to regularly be in touch, then technology is the one which can definitely give the quality services, and the fact that The patient and the relatives, whenever they want, they can come in physical as well as online. So phygital world is the future, I would say. Many times we say that, that what are the challenges? The challenges are for adoption of technology are at both the ends, both at the consumer as well as the service provider. Doctors themselves are not very technology savvy. That becomes a challenge many times. And consumers also many times they feel, when I say that, why do you travel, from South India to North to show me in Delhi, or why do you come from Calcutta to, they say, no sir, we don't get a feel unless until we meet you physically. So all these factors show that both the things have to converge, and coexistence of both the systems are required.
Thank you so much. So coexistence again. So I think this is a room of strategists, right, and optimists who are not debating whether it's health tech versus hospital. Clearly, the voice from the room, at least from 50% of the panelists that I have, is that it's more about collaboration and convergence towards better patient care. Yeah, madam.
So, healthcare delivery can never be without technology. So that I think the whole question of whether they will converge, we have always delivered healthcare only because there has been some technology available to us. Now, I want to, of course, contest him here, saying that doctors are not tech savvy. Doctors are very tech savvy, provided they know how their tech is going to work for them. So that question of why, so somebody has to make them aware. So today we are talking, of course, more when we say tech in forums like this, I think we are talking more about use of digital technology. So digital technology is nothing but a new tool available to make our lives better. And coming from IAC, I can tell you that the reason why we are setting up a hospital is purely for collaboration and convergence of science, of the engineers, basic scientists, and doctors to create an ecosystem where you can collaborate and create an ecosystem for developing newer medtech and innovating out of India, as an ecosystem which has been sort of missing in India and the other institutes, where we have lots of engineers and doctors who have brilliant ideas, who've been trying to work in isolation in various places. And the idea is to create a place where everybody can converge and work together. So there is absolutely no debate at all about the need for convergence, and a word about how we need to adopt digital technologies and going forward AI and depend on AI, because in today's world, when the world is so small, the need for the speed and computing high volume data is very, very high. And this is demand from the patient. And if we are going to service our patients better, we need to really step our game up and cater to the demands from the patients. And therefore, we all need to use technology and really be looking forward as being leading this game of use of tech. And I always say that the doctors need to lead it from the front if we have to work more sensibly in healthcare.
Yeah, there's a very interesting dual thing opening up, doctor and engineer. And I think that is where it's going to be. So when doctors, engineers, and scientists work together, that is where we're going to hit that sweet spot, because actually all three are required. And it's very interesting, like our MD, Mr. Surendran, he ran these cross-functional projects over the last 3 years. And I'm telling you, the kind of innovation and the kind of impact on patient care across disease, whether it's chronic disease, cancer, gastrointestinal, neuro, women and child health, genomics. I mean, the way we saw things opening up, because it's only when I listen to my IT CXO colleague and he listens to me rather than me having my way and him having his way, when both listen to each other and, they be the true devil's advocate and say, hey, Dr. Kirti, you may be a great doc, but I don't think this is a good idea from a tech perspective or from a service delivery perspective. And we may not be able to reach where we want to reach, and at least, and that is the voice I think that we need to keep hearing. We need to listen more than we sometimes speak, and that is where the beauty is. So let's have the last word from you.
Yeah, see, ultimately, it's a very clearly mentioned points.
See, basically, we represent the services industry, and our aim is to collaborate and ensure that the services reach it to all the areas of the, whether it is hospital, whatever we name it at the end of the day. But we have to ensure now we work with architects, we work with consultants, we work with doctors. See, because of this, we do a recce. Before the technology, we introspect in such a way that we get the solution out. When something is coming out that would have been inspected for quite some time, be it 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, the test would have done and it would have brought out just to give the best care to the patients. As Madam has rightly pointed out with respect to education point of view, the patients, the reports, everything has to be integrated. Now we have everything available. We ourselves can go last year, previous last year, and look at our reports and get the remedy within ourselves. And also, we were discussing with Dr. Sandeep, who will be bringing out the important points of the parameters. All these things are possible because of collaboration. If you are not working in collaboration, we will definitely not be able to achieve that 100% what is that we should achieve. See, ultimately what will happen, we cannot experiment on patient. We have to experiment first ourselves and then go to the field so that we make the success in all the ways which is required to be completed. I think this collaboration is going to take us to greater heights, and that's the way we have to keep building up and scale it up accordingly. That's the smart way where we build hospitals, smart hospitals. How we do the drawing, we do the engineering, and then we bring it out. So with this point, I'm sure that we are going in the right direction.
Yeah, so the first half was more, or the first half of our discussion was more about the positive aspects of it and, what is the utility and the usage that it brings on to patient care. And that there's no debate about. I think the debate, or the elephant in the room is who is going to drive this change? Who is going to benefit from this? Who is going to be the real driver? Is it going to be the government? Is it going to be the private players? Is it going to be the guys who drive the money, right? That's also becoming very important. So who is this person going to be? Or is it going to be the patient who's going to call the buck? Is it going to be the insurance companies? I think that is where the dilemma is, because there is a PMJ rollout, there is a ABHA ID happening, there's a DPDP Act. So this is all now about regulatory compliance, and who is going to own all of that, and who is going to sort of either benefit the maximum or perish, right? So I think in the second half, I would urge all my panelists to go a little brutal, and let's discuss more about what is what are you worried about, and what is really the concerns over here, or the elephants in the room, which actually need to be sorted out, through these strategy workshops, because this is what then gives, today it's a very interesting thing. I learned this from my younger daughter. She wrote a very beautiful article. She's a designer. I mean, she's no 14-year-old, but she's a designer. And she wrote a very beautiful paper whether you should use AI for designing or not. And when I asked her that, can you share it with me? I want to share it, with your grandparents. They'll be so proud of you. She said, no, mama. Until my boards are done, you cannot share with anybody, because the moment it's in the public space, I will get caught for plagiarism even though it's my article. So a 14-year-old child today is aware, and she's saying, I'm not sharing anything with my family till it's, I have secured that it's mine. It's an original piece. So I think this is the kind of, alertness and vigilance the next generation has. So I think this generation needs to ready the, ground. So let's hear now little some, challenging stuff from all our panelists.
Sure. So, addressing to the points that would like to take it up, please, please, please. All right, no problem. So, yeah, uh, as we were discussing about the challenges, who will own it up? See, when it comes to ownership, it is less about ownership and more about accountability, right? Who will take the accountability if something goes bad? Until everything is going smooth, nobody has any challenge, right? Patient comes, gets treated, goes home, nobody has any problem. Problem arises when the problem comes, there is this deviation. When there is any problem arising, and then who answers it? Who is taking the accountability? And according to the scenario that we are currently is, the violence against doctors that we face, I think the public has the answer that who is accountable. They are not going after their politicians, they are not going after their pharmaceuticals or hospital owners, but they target the person on the ground. They go after the doctors and nurses. they are finally held accountable for that challenge. But if it is ownership, then hospitals, brands, and everything comes into picture. We have to realize that technology is not going to replace humans when problems arise. And healthcare is only one place where the person is coming to you because there is a problem. They are not coming for entertainment. They are not coming electively. They are not coming to choose that, yes, let us go to this hospital today. I'm not gone there and not seen that place. Whenever they are in trouble, they will go there and they will expect certain things. They will expect certain quality. They will expect certain transparency. They will expect certain truth. And if that is not delivered by how many beautiful VR or augmented reality or big pictures or big screens we put it up, but if somebody is not communicating that there is a pneumonia, there is a treatment, there is a therapy, there is an operation that is pending, the person cannot get himself treated. So we have to understand that accountability is something that has to be shared with everybody. The patient who has to own the insurance has to pay for the insurance so that payment doesn't become a challenge. The government has to provide certain facilities which have to be part of infra, which not everybody can put it up as केपेक्स ओपेक्स में बोला जाए तो ओपेक्स में नहीं रख सकते, वो केपेक्स का पार्ट होता है, वो सरकार को प्रोवाइड करना चाहिए. And then doctors, they have to have their own responsibility. They have to take the accountability that yes, what the words they come up, what treatment they give, they have to be sure about it. They cannot be like, no, somebody else be volunteering for some evidence-based, some guidelines. Guidelines are there to guide you, but the action comes out of experience. I think I have two senior consultants here who can tell me that there are many guidelines, but when the patient is in trouble, it is their experience, it is their touch, it is their feelings that the patient realizes. And if they see that the doctor is in same pain, they do not go after litigation. You will always realize that if the doctor is in understanding with, he feels the pain, if he is there with the patient, the attendant will never go for the litigation. They go for litigation when they feel that something was not done correctly and it was not communicated to them. So when there is a lack of trust, when there is lack of transparency, those things come into picture. And technology won't play any role over there. How many better MRI images, how many better scans you do, what big modular OTs you make. If you're not communicating to the patient, if you're not touching the patient, if you're not feeling them, there is no point of all these technologies. My emotional submission. Thanks.
Yeah, to your point, I can talk of my field. Around 2 years back, I had written an article which was published in Journal of Technology and Behavioral Sciences on public-private partnership in mental health. For last, my practice is 35 years back, I started. The biggest challenge has been how many people are interested in helping the masses in mental health. I feel not more than 1%. Now, if you have that inclination to help the masses, you require a support. I never got any support from anybody. And once you are able to innovate, then the biggest challenge is how can a person sitting in private sector do something which there is not their domain. So research and development is only for the government sector. No, sorry, not at all. So the answer to this challenge is that if we want mental health services for the country, it has to be a joint effort. The government has to actively participate. Government is doing very well in mental health sector by allocating funds in last 2 years, but there has to be you know uh, collaboration between private sector and government sector. Me as a entrepreneur or as an innovator can do the scaling up for say whole of NCR Delhi. I can't cover whole country. For that, Niti Aayog has to seriously consider it. But Niti Aayog should not be biased with what man says. Government sector, because that is the irony. So if we are looking at the solution for the country, it has to be public-private partnership in which government must facilitate the genuine people who want to help the country. So these are the challenges, but I think the way things are heading, we are definitely in the positive direction. And I'm very optimistic that we will be able to cover the whole country through the government as well as private sector.
So let me start with what you know, the lack of trust. Okay, so let's start with what are the challenges that we face. And I think the lack of trust between the healthcare provider community and the healthcare seeking community is probably at its lowest since I think in the last 40, 50 years or since ever. I don't know whether it can go any lower. It's really tragic, and it's also very worrisome. The second issue that we face today is the mismatch of the people between, I mean, especially those who want to seek healthcare, between the expected quality and the cost that they are ready to pay for it. When we talk about quality, quality does not come cheap. When we talk about access, it does not come cheap. When you talk of technology, it does not come cheap. So we expect the best in technology be used for delivering my healthcare. I expect the best of quality. I expect a 5-star, 7-star kind of a setting when I go to a hospital, and I don't want to pay for it. So that's a mindset that we have, and the mismatched expectations. And the third thing is there is a huge mismatch between how the public healthcare delivery happens in this country, what the government is trying to do, and the kind of roles that the government is trying to play versus what happens in the private healthcare space. And this gap is widening continuously. So if we address the issue of the lowering of trust, why is it? It is perceived that the healthcare provider community is unethical and is out to make money. Major issue of this is because they have, and what you brought out, the issue of communication with the patient and the provider. And if we can use digital tools and technology today, and I strongly bat for digital technologies, not because of anything else, but because this is one tool which can improve the trust quotient that we have in the society between the rest of the society and the healthcare provider. Because of ease of communication, because of transparency in communication, because anyone can see what is the amount of money that is spent, what is the actual cost of a procedure. And you don't have to wait for 10 years, 10 days for the patient to get discharged, and at that time bring out your issue, or bring up the issue when the patient is not doing well or there is a mortality, and create an issue in the hospital at that time. So I think it is extremely important that we use technology for the purposes of improving communication between the patient and the doctor and the nurses and the rest of the society, to improve this trust quotient that this society really, really lacks. Because if we have to do better in healthcare, this trust quotient needs to improve. Okay, so that's one. The second thing that I wanted to mention about the mismatch in quality and the cost, and I think that's something that everybody sitting here will realize, that the investment in technology that we need to do to provide good healthcare is enormous. So you cannot expect quality healthcare being delivered at very low cost. Now you can't be socialist in your thinking and capitalist when you are going to do your own healthcare. So you need to really know where the expectations are. And you can't, just because when the time comes to pay, I become a socialist. I mean, it doesn't happen like that. So we need to figure that out. Why are we socialist in our mindset? Because when we started immediate post-independence, healthcare was given free to all of us at government hospitals. Whether that was right or wrong, maybe for that time it was right, but I think today, with change in times, we need to really change this. Talking about how healthcare is now, I mean, use of digital technology, and government almost nearly mandating use of digital tools and technology with this ABDM and what is happening in this space. It's a great initiative. And I think it is a very bold initiative by our government to say that, okay, I'm going to cover 1.6, 1/6 of the world by insurance policies, and at some point it'll become a social security blanket for the country if this goes well. But where is the problem here? The problem here is the costing is still an issue. Paying the provider is still an issue. So the payer mechanism of PMJ is not really in line with what the actual costs are. So if this has to succeed, if people in the private healthcare space have to join the ABDM and PMJ scheme for it to succeed in this country, and if they have to join, then there has to be a fair level, level playing field. So it cannot be, there's an attitude that all of us has that in a government hospital, the service is free. Come on, somebody is paying for it. It's just that it's not being costed. So let's just get our costing game right and then implement this, because it needs all of us to participate to make this scheme succeed. It's one of the most ambitious programs any government can draw or any country can think of. And I think if we don't succeed in this, we will not be able to bring out a service like this for the welfare of this population of this country for a long time to come. So the onus of making it succeed in all of us, we need to diagnose where it is going wrong and we need to correct right now in its steps and take the right steps so that programs like this can succeed.
Definitely, public-private partnership model will be always a successful model. But only thing is, government will provide whatever it is possible to the welfare of the hospitals. It is the hospitals, it has to be driven from top to top or down approach so that the necessary implementations are taken care. Ultimately, we have to definitely spend when it is required, as madam has clearly mentioned it out and wholeheartedly brought all the points which we get into a very practical mode of approach of not spending. That should never be the case. If you maintain yourself, we all believe if we maintain ourselves, we need not do any repairing at any point of time. Maintenance costs less. When it comes to repair, it costs more, and we never know whether it can be repaired or not. So knowing all these things, we have to implement it, diagnose it at the right time. The report in the reports, when we see whatever it is, the range, the details, everything is mentioned, and everything we are having in our own app if we download it and see. The only thing is we have to have the periodic checking of ourselves, because we have also got a big role and responsibility to take on, and we cannot blame the hospital management or government for not for some vicious list of ours. We should get into the details and see to it that we get that implemented. And by the way, word of mouth is very important in healthcare. See, I know somebody, I refer them, and somebody knows somebody, they refer them. That's where the trust goes. And definitely the communication is improving, and it's a long way to go, and it's a long drawn process to be discussed. But effective visits, regular communications will definitely help us to reach what we want to really see. And government budgets are also increasing slowly. Yes, they are taking seat 2, 3 for the healthcare. Slowly, they will also get into and give the importance for the healthcare, like how they give importance for defense sector and whatever budgets they are putting it across. Only thing is, it is up to us to utilize and see to it that all the schemes, whatever are there, are implemented from time to time for the benefit of all of us. Thank you.
So very interestingly, I think I'm really proud of the panel because they were very positive in the first half and very, cynical in the second half, which is very much required. Absolutely. Thank you so much for honoring that. Because we have to realize this. What is happening, as I said, there is a recalibration of healthcare going on. So yes, anybody is welcome to join the party, but are you coming in with the same ethics that doctors have? Because you've not taken the Hippocratic Oath, right? You are looking more at the numbers. So I think what is very important is that whether the government gets into it, whether a private player gets into it, whether a private equity gets into it, whoever wants to get into it, yes, join the gang, because obviously there is a lot of requirement. Today, the need is much, much more than the supply. We need more hospital beds, we need more doctors, we need a better interface, we need technology to scale. We need all of this. But do we need all of this at poor quality? No. We need all of this at the right quality, because all of us know that nothing is more important in healthcare than quality. Will you take a suboptimal drug? Will you do a suboptimal surgery on yourself or your mother or your child? No. Will you just only rely on technology, or will you also go and check with the wisdom of an expert? And will you take accountability if something goes wrong? Do you have the guts to stand in front of the patient and say, I'm sorry? Even though we do all because one of the roles that I don is a quality head as well for Metropolis. And we have these quality culture cascades, the pre-analytical, analytical, post-analytical arm. Everything is so stringently controlled, but still something will go wrong. And then you have to stand there and you have to own up. And you have to say, yes, this is what happened. And this is how we are learning from the mistake. And this is how we can help you. You cannot run away. So my earnest thing to everybody who's getting into healthcare, all the health tech companies, welcome. We need you. We need you for the consumer interface, for the patient interface. We need you to scale, but we need you to be quality conscious. We need you to be ethical, and we need you to keep the right cost, as ma'am said. Do not just show low cost just to get into something, because then you're going to start compromising. And every time you're compromising on somebody's life, think it could be your child next or your mother next. So on that note, I think, sure.
Since the morning, I've been listening to investors and, but I would like to share something. And I really, I would like to thank Business World for giving me an opportunity to see the people talking of value ethics. And I feel so connected. So I got very good funding by a very good investor in 2019. Can you imagine the pressure I had to create immediately revenue generation for something which never existed in the world? I have created something. So the founder versus investor conflict which I have faced, I'm so happy I never succumbed to that. And I said, we are doctors first. For me, value and ethics come first. The investor says, I have invested money. I want return. I said, you should know what I am talking of, which I'm talking of 2019, 6 years back, which I was able to get the patent last year. So it was a 5-year journey. The research was for 10 years before that. So I think there is where we as doctors are ethical. We as doctors, for us, the patient comes first. For us, empathy matters. That is the reason I'm so proud to say that I get patients from all over the world, not only India. But when it comes, if I want to do best for my country, I want to scale it up. And one investor comes and says, yes, do you do it? Very good. I've heard your idea is excellent, but give me revenue from day one. That is not possible. The balance between value, ethics, investment, and service to the nation is what matters the most.
This is the next topic for Mr. Narula. अगला symposium करिएगा. हाँ, अगला करिएगा इसमें.
Thank you so much, and I think perfect way to set things up for Mr. Narula. The next session is they've given you the kickstart point in a great positive way. Thank you so much. Kudos. Can we have the biggest round of applause for this panel, please? And on that note, I'm going to request Mr. Narula only to kindly come up and give the token of appreciation to our esteemed speakers over here. We'll be giving away the special premium and prestigious BW Business World Healthcare World magazines, the latest issue for all our speakers over here. And I'll request all of you to come forward, and then we'll do a nice group photo with all of you together. We'll do a group photo with all of you together, please. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you to everyone. And on that note, we'll request you to remove the chairs, please. Maybe just in the interest of time, just keep 2 chairs for the session after this. Baki remove, please. All right, so on that note, we'll be doing the next session. That's going to be a keynote address. Please set the timer for 10 minutes over here. And this is going to be the keynote address on Blue Star's integrated offering in healthcare space. I repeat the topic for the keynote address right now. This is going to be about Blue Star's integrated offering in healthcare space. 2 chairs on stage. Just 2. Yeah. Thank you. This, we are keeping it ready for the next session after the one that's going to happen now. This is going to be a keynote address, Blue Star's integrated offering in healthcare space. To do the honors on stage, I'm going to be requesting Srinivasan Mani, Deputy General Manager, Sales and Marketing, Scroll and Screw Chillers, Blue Star, to please kindly come up on stage and do the honors for us. Can I have a big round of applause for him, please? Thank you so much. Sir, thank you. Pleasure to have you. Thank you. Are you mic'd up? Or you? Sure. Yeah, yeah, sure. Over to you, and we look forward to hearing you.
Good evening. So I know it will be a bit heavy after lunch. So I will not take much time. So I'll make it very brief. It's about some 10 minutes slot. We got this. So it is indeed pleasure part of this event, and we thank BW for organizing such a nice event in Bangalore. So we used to attend many events with BW. So this is one of the great opportunity to meet you all. So let's start with our presentation, healthcare solutions. So at the current situation, healthcare is one of the major economic driver, right? If you see, sorry, slide is not moving. Yeah. Yeah, no issues. That's fine. Check. So sorry for this technical glitch. So Indian healthcare segment is one of the major economic growth driver. So even in the recent budget, so it has been positioned, it's not only a social spending, it's becoming a core strategic capability driving India's next growth of for phase for growth. So India will be focusing on three main things. One is for innovation for growth. So it will be focusing on technology and R&D at the center of healthcare policy. Second thing is we will be positioning ourselves as the world-class healthcare provider and economic integration. The healthcare is driving the GDP growth, not only the welfare. So this will be the future trend. So with this, Now you can change the next slide. Next slide. Right side, right? Yeah. So sorry once again. So what are the trends and opportunities we are seeing in the healthcare segment? So after COVID era, it's been completely changed, right? The access to quality healthcare has significantly improved in tier two cities, but not to the great extent, but somehow it is improved. And India projected among top 3 health markets by 2030. So almost 10,000 crore initiatives planned next 5 years for biopharma acquisition, boosting biological and biosimilars. And there will be a training of 1.5 lakh caregivers and 1 lakh allied healthcare profession is happening. 100% FDI, foreign direct investment is happening, and public-private partnership-led healthcare infrastructure growth is happening in the healthcare segment. Rising healthcare demand driven by population, income, and longevity. This is also one of the key trends and opportunities. Then we all know AI is dominating the entire industry, but it's not left even healthcare. So AI, telemedicines, and digital healthcare creating close to 3 million plus, tech jobs, with India emerging as a global AI healthcare hub. So having said this, we are also prepared for the, growth opportunities with our Blue Star integrated cooling solutions. So we are India's largest central air conditioning company and MEP service provider. We have close to 7 manufacturing facilities in India. And last year, we clocked 12,000 crores turnover. We have robust R&D facilities in India, also outside India. So we have one R&D facility in Japan. So with this is Blue Star capability. So if you look at Blue Star key milestone, we started in 1943, founded by Morgan T. Advani. We as a proprietary firm. In 1983, we became India's largest central air conditioning company, highlighting leadership position in asphyxiant sector. 2008, we ventured into MEP, mechanical, electric, plumbing, contracting. And 2011 onwards, seeing the growing demand of industry, we also diversified our business into residential segment. 2020, we all know we had challenging year, and with 2020 and 2022, from close to 3,500 crores company, we become close to 8,000 crores. And 2025 was one of the important year for us. We touched close to 12,000 crores. It's about some 1.4 billion US dollar. So this is the opportunity in which we grow. So with the strong presence from India and capabilities building, we also gone global. So we have close to 20 countries we have global presence. We started in Middle East, Asia, Africa, also now North America and Europe. So this 1.4 billion US dollar is contributed by 4 major business vertical. The major is Electromechanical Project Group, where I belong. And we also have Unity Product Division, where we sell residential split ACs. We also have Professional Electronics Divisions, where we trade medical equipments and critical engineering machineries. Last but not the least, when you sell, we need to give you a end-to-end solution and support. So we also have strong service group. So all is backed by 7 state-of-art manufacturing facilities. We have one in Dadra and 2 in Himachal Pradesh, and it is in 2 in Wada. And recently we started one manufacturing subsidiary in C-City, Chennai. So we have close to 46 patents because we invest a lot of capex in R&D. So we have close to 46 design registration and 6 patents granted during 27. So when it comes to healthcare segment, not only healthcare segment, each project poses a lot of challenges because for us, each project is special.
So there is no one solution fits for all. So we need to customize our solutions for the growing demand of the customers. So what are the challenges typically we see in MEP? In healthcare segment is the first one is MEP challenges. So integrating all the segments like mechanical, electrical, firefighting is one of the major challenge. The cooling demands and cooling challenges, it's big in healthcare segment because it is not the normal cooling. The operation theater requires 4-stage filtration and more air changes per hour. And zoning, maintaining the pressures, it's critical in operation theater. And refrigeration, because we will have some vaccines, we need to store the vaccines in the healthcare segment. So that will be a big challenge. We need to comply to the regulatory requirements in each country. Apart from this, service and maintenance. So we should be alert always to give the round-the-clock service. So these are some of the current challenges we have, but how we counter this. So, and what typically the facilities requirements for reliable operation is one is the HVAC system, electrical and plumbing, and we also need ELV and testing, commissioning, and facility management. So now, what HVAC system demands from a supplier? We need to give the better air quality control, maintaining the precision temperature inside the facility, airflow management in operation theater, maintaining the pressure difference between sterile and non-sterile area. Also, we need to meet regulatory requirements. We need to meet international standards, also the local NABHC standard, because without NABHC standards, we don't get the certification for operation theater. So this is also important. With all, we should be energy efficient because we'll be running the machines 24/7. So the machines or products which we supply should be energy efficient. Second, electrical systems. So each healthcare facilities require dedicated infrastructure, power redundancy. So sometimes it will go to 200% redundancy. Critical load management, right? For critical and non-critical. So medical equipment integration, because when we use MRI, so there will not be any harmonic distortions. So we need to maintain this medical equipment integrations. This is more important. Grounding and surge protection. So this is also more important in electrical system. What plumbing system demands is water supply, uninterrupted water supply at regulated pressure. Sewage water treatment is one of the requirements from the plumbing system. Hot water system for reheating or sanitary hot water requirements. So this is one of the major things we need for hot water system. Then water quality control, and not the least, wastewater treatment, because each HVAC systems we can get close to 1 liter per hour per ton. So those water can be recycled and used for facilities. Again, ELV, we have the security access control and CCTV and monitoring. Fire safety and fire alarm system is one of the requirements for healthcare segment. And apart from this, we also, so ELV system demands communication, the nurse calling system and public address system. So this is also part of the ELV system requirement. Then firefighting systems, because when you have the major equipments, the equipment to be protected. So, and we also need fire resistant infrastructure, fire rated doors, regulatory compliance. We need to meet the regulatory compliance. So water-based suppression system. And for the safety, you need pressurization system for stairwells in case of fire. So you need to maintain the staircase pressure system. So this is also a requirement from part of firefighting systems. Once we do all this, we need to integrate the entire system with the testing and commissioning and balancing, and also the facility management, post handover. So what as a Blue Star, as a solution provider, what we can go is we can give the complete integrated solutions, starting from site evaluation, right? And we can do also design and engineering. We can do the design build jobs. We can give the complete HVAC solution from chillers to VRF and ducted machines and split AC for the building needs. We can give the complete electrical solution from HT and LT panels and also the plumbing solutions. So apart from this, we can also do facility management, fire and safety solutions we have, the complete ELV system, including nest calling system and public address system we can do, and integrated BMS. So this is also part of our offerings. So apart from this, when it comes to HVAC system, we all know HVAC system consume almost 40 to 60% of energy. So each healthcare facilities needs most efficient energy efficient system. So we have tailor-made solution for each projects, from centrifugal chillers and up to ducted package. Based on each project requirements, we can provide the complete solutions. Apart from this HVAC, we also have the complete refrigeration offerings for storing the vaccines and security monitoring and contamination prevention, specialized storage, that also we can do. So, and also to meet the regulatory requirements, we can also give energy efficient products with low GWP refrigerant. Application specific needs, we can give the storage for medicines. And we also have some of the storage solution for mortuary. So in healthcare facilities, what kind of applications we can see is for medical labs, from close to 2 to 8 degree temperature you need to store the these vaccines. And sometimes you also need minus 40 degree for hospital labs, right? And for R&D labs, to store the samples, we need close to minus 86 degree. So hospitals demands vaccine storage, so which we can give from minus 25 to plus 8 degree. And temperature sensitive drugs, which also can vary from minus 10 to 25 degree. So what solution we have for this is we have the complete range from minus 86 degree to plus 80 degree. So we can give the complete solution for refrigeration for healthcare segment. So with this all products and solution, so what we can also do is we can also do the complete service. So what service and maintenance needs of the healthcare facilities? One is the periodic duct cleaning and maintenance. IAQ is become important after COVID, we all know. Infection control and sterility is one of the primary requirement for our healthcare segment. And to maintain the efficiency, so HV system efficiency meet the latest international standards. So that is also one of the requirements from this. Lighting compliance and precision airflow management, because without that, we cannot maintain the round-the-clock temperature and humidity. So Bluestar has got service capabilities to maintain all this airflow measurement, duct cleaning, and also do the HVAC system efficiency improvement, lighting compliance. So we can give the complete solutions from the products to service. So why Bluestar? We have been in the market for almost 8 decades with proven market presence. We have the complete comprehensive solutions. So our focus is on quality and safety first. Robust manufacturing capabilities with state-of-art 7 manufacturing facilities which we have in India. We have exclusive service network, close to 4,000 service stations. With the strength from India, we also have global presence. So trusted customers in the healthcare segment. Innovative product range we have from split AC to centrifugal chillers and refrigeration solutions. So these are some of the advantage of Bluestar. So apart from this, we also need to comply some certain standards. We comply some of the standards, IGBC and UL, to meet the regulatory requirements. So some of the awards and recognition we got over the years. Blue Star has been recognized for design, innovation, building at the Autodesk Imagine Awards. And we have been awarded the MEP contractor of year for 7 consecutive years. So from 2015 till 2024. This is some of the testimonials which we got for our complete solutions and for MEP contracting. So these are some of the client base. We have from Apollo and Venkateshwara Hospital, Tata Memorial Center. So with this, we thank you for your time. Hope I have not taken much time with all the challenges. Thank you once again. Thank you.
In the rapidly growing healthcare industry, urban facilities must match global standards to cater to the needs of an expanding population. Breach Candy Hospital, a premier multi-speciality healthcare facility situated on the coastline of South Mumbai, is renowned for its medical expertise, excellent nursing care, and quality diagnostics. The hospital decided to expand its operations by adding another 100,000 square foot space, a 84-bed, 11-story building adjacent to its operational main hospital, which required meticulous planning and expert solution providers. Blue Star, with its rich experience, is providing superior project delivery in healthcare nationwide, secured the MEP contract. Blue Star seamlessly integrated functional insights, delivering resilient and scalable solutions. Blue Star's BFT-driven 180-ton magnetic chillers ensured 40% energy savings while meeting dynamic HVAC load of the hospital with incredible sound levels of less than 70 dBA. The active harmonic filters in VFDs provided protection against power surges and reduced harmonic distortion. Air handling units with fixed-speed Blue Star 16.5-ton condensing units ensured consistent low temperature inside the state-of-the-art robotic operation theaters. Additionally, 35 HP Blue Star VRF system caters critical areas including electrical, BMS, and hub rooms, ensuring reliability and cost-effectiveness. Electrical system comprises of two 2500 kVA transformers, two 750 kVA DG sets, UPS for critical areas, and multiple electrical panels. Bus duct rising mains provided installation speed and aesthetics as compared to conventional cabling systems. Blue Star also seamlessly integrated ELV system, including access control, CCTV, fire alarm and detection, public address and nurse calling systems, providing high standards of secure and reliable environment for patient care. A conventional fire hydrant and automatic sprinkler system in compliance with fire safety standards were installed. A gas suppression system is provided for critical electrical panels, and all MEP shafts are equipped with passive fire protection. The public health engineering is meticulously designed based on requirement analysis covering water supply, waste system, stormwater management, along with water treatment plant, ultrafiltration, and RO system. Strategic planning ensured minimal disruption to the operational hospital. Owing to space constraints, the capital equipment was stored at OEM warehouses and brought in only when the site was ready for their seamless integration with existing hospital services. As Breach Candy becomes better equipped to handle more patients, it also adds to our prestigious projects, highlighting our presence as a leading MEP solutions provider in the healthcare industry.
I request to still wait on stage, sir. I think it's still not yet done. What I'm going to do is I'm going to request Dr. Venkatesh to please kindly come up on stage and give the token of appreciation to Mr. Srinivasan over here. So can we have the latest magazine issue for Sir over here? Can we grab a little bit as well? I'm sure that's sir, that is seems. Can move ahead with the next one. And also what I just realized is that even with the mic on or off, it doesn't make much of a difference. Maybe you all can still hear me, right? So even if it conks off, I have a backup, so that works. Anyway, jokes apart, let's have the chairs quickly up on stage. Anyway, it's not that we are running before time, so let's not worsen it even more. So this is going to be, ladies and gentlemen, a fireside chat. I'll request the console to set the timer for 25 minutes for this one, please. This is going to be a fireside chat on ethics, transparency, and trust, the tough questions that healthcare industry perhaps avoids. So basically, you get it right that those tough questions are going to be asked over here. I'll repeat the topic once again: ethics, transparency, and trust, the tough questions healthcare avoids. The session is going to be chaired by the one and only Harbinder Narula, sir, CEO, BW Healthcare World, BW Wellbeing World, and BW Pharma World. He's joined by Dr. B.S. Ajay Kumar, founder and chairman, HCG. Thank you so much. A bigger round of applause for Mr. Ajay Kumar, please. Thank you. Sir, and over to you. We look forward to hearing.
Thank you. First of all, apologies to keep you guys all waiting, and apologies to you, sir, for this delay. It means a lot for him to be here because he was to be in Mysore and he changed his plan to be with us today. And but you know what? Since morning, we've been listening to a lot of conversation around the importance of science and how healthcare is good because of the science that backs it up. But I think the difference between good healthcare backed by science and great healthcare is the factor that we call the trust. And unfortunately, we are all at the very uncomfortable intersection of the three things that I have kind of made a list of, which is the intersection of healing versus the business sustainability, the intersection between the innovation that is required and the inequality in healthcare. And the third is the intersection between transparency that we keep talking of versus the silence that we choose instead. And, patients come to us, healthcare delivery providers, at the time when they're at the most vulnerable situation. And they're guided by doctors who are inside a system which is not typically a black and white between right and wrong, and they have to make their choices. You are a doctor who came back from the US, set up a chain which was focused on cancer care. And I've seen that apart from cardiac care, cancer is one area where people are confused about what treatment process to go through. You have also, you started a hospital, which is a doctor-run hospital, and then you had an investor come in, and now you have a second PE. So I think you're the best person who can answer these questions between uh, honestly running the healthcare system, which is good, versus what it could be as a great healthcare system. So thank you so much for taking our time to be with us, sir. Dr. Ajay Kumar, my first question to you is that have you ever had moments in your career where you felt that we are not getting this right? What were these moments and what troubled you the most in what you've observed?
I think as a oncologist, also practicing apart from being a founder of HCG, when I was in US, I could really do whatever I want in terms of practice, guidelines, insurance companies. We were not in a position where we also had to look at the financial position of the patient. We looked at what is the right thing to do for the patient with guidelines, outcomes, systems are in place. But when I come to India, there are a lot of limitations. As a doctor, you train 10, 12 years, postgraduate training, oncology, technology. You want to do right thing for the patient, but the system comes in the way. The patients can't afford. They may drop out or they may borrow, they may have a lot of issues and they may not come for treatments afterwards when they go broke or lose financial strength. Second is insurance companies pay a certain limit, then there's no more they can support. And one of the things, I'll give you an outstanding example, is you see a 28-year-old woman, let us say, who's under schemes, and you want to do a certain therapy like immunotherapy, which is considered expensive but maybe curative, or Herceptin therapy. But 2 years later, the patient comes back with extensive disease. You ask the doctor in your tumor board, why you didn't do the right treatment? The doctor knows they have to do the right treatment. Sir, they say, the system did not allow me. It is tragic, truly tragic. All these schemes you have today, none of them justify. It's half-baked. And patient, cannot afford also is there. The per capita income of India is low. We spend, for example, $80 per person. United States spends nearly $14,000 per person. Europe spends 6,000 euros. China spends over $700. So we want the best of care and spend very little. And that is why, there is an issue. We have corporate hospitals, big hospitals doing standards of care. But the cost, perception of cost is high. Take, for example, a PET scan. In oncology common, we buy it for $1.5 million, same price as what you buy in US, whatever. We do it for here 20,000 rupees or 18,000. Some people even advertised 14,000 rupees, whatever. Competitive. In US, it is $2,000 and $3,000. What is the comparison? Truly, we do value-based medicine. We have to look at outcome. We have to do, but the perception in the public is cost is very high because you say $20,000 for PET scan, but you have to think what goes behind the story. When you do, what is the capex required? For example, I'll be very upfront, the doctor's cost. Look at the doctor's cost, sir. When today, what used to be 3 lakhs, 5 lakhs, today doctors are earning 30 lakhs a month, 40 lakhs a month, even 60 lakhs a month. Enormous cost has gone into it. And people go seeking. The hospitals poach doctors so they can double the salaries because they want to show the revenue. So it has become a race, corporate, and we always wonder, for me, what bothers is the trust. Like you said, see, when you order a scan for a patient, the patient family wonder, is it really needed? Why is he ordering so many times? We have to come up with formula to overcome that because there is always why. Do I really need? In a field like cancer, there are certain things are needed to get the good outcome. For us to get outcome we want, which we measure in HCG, it is absolutely necessary to do certain things. There is a cost to low cost. Because what happens if the patient recurs, if you don't treat the patient right first time, if the patient recurs, who is responsible? And a lifetime, the cost is going to be 10 times more, not only suffering. Nobody pays attention in India to the outcomes, but they always pay attention to the cost. We are a cost-minded society. We bargain everywhere. Even people, NRIs who come want to bargain, do something, give a concession. So cross-subsidy also becomes difficult. That is why majority of the corporate, we are different maybe, is they just say This is it. No, you want to come and take treatment, take. And that is why there's a backlash. But I agree that there is a certain amount of issues where maybe the doctors are incentivized so that if you earn so much, you are incentivized to get 20% of that earning revenue. So they feel they may have to do more tests. But majority of the doctors are honest. But maybe money is so powerful, you feel, okay, order some scan, do things because their revenue shows up. Becomes human nature. Money is always very powerful. And these kind of incentives, are they right? And giving money for referring a scan or referring a patient. I know institutions, corporates, within the hospital, I am very open about it. Within the hospital, you send a patient for a cardiac surgery. By evening, the institution comes and gives the cardiologist 25,000 in cash. See, these are wrong. That is why, we talked about good doctor and honest doctor. See, good doctor may be great for the patient, but is he honest? Is the institution, honesty and goodness have to go together. That is where sometimes there is a deviation. And I feel this particular rat race, what we are seeing in the corporate world today, is very unhealthy. We are doing tremendously. Harvard has written case studies about us, even HCG, reverse innovation. What costs 50 lakhs in India costs 10 lakhs, 12 lakhs for breast cancer. We have all written that. People have written on nephrology, cardiology. Our cost is low, but compared to our purchasing power, there is an issue. Particularly the rural and urban divide, what we have. It's a major divide. And I always say, a patient always has a choice to go to a government center, get literally maybe free care. I don't know, free care. But why they don't go? They want to come to private. And then when you give a choice and say the cost is so much, some of them are willing to sell their property to do. So we have made a case in HCG, at least they can't borrow money to be under treatment. We have to come up with formulas, cost subsidy. So for example, at 12 o'clock in the night, if they need radiation, why not open the doors and take free care? That was part of our Harvard case study. We should, compassion is important. And we should, but today with the advent of private equities and everybody else, it is becoming less and less. And people are always saying, I'll do what is good for the hospital, not what is good for the patient. There is a wide difference between the two. What is right for the patient is what we should do, not what is good for the hospital. That can follow. But we are seeing this issue, and it is, in my view, whatever government says, I will put restrictions and all. I don't think that can happen. It should be associations, doctors coming together. Why not we say we will limit what the doctors can earn? In each hospital says that. We will not. We will not encourage poaching. We will make sure there's a limit on what we have to come up with our own guidelines. Why do you want government to come up? Associations are there. We are pushing for it, but it is a daunting task, honestly.
So, Dr. Ajay Kumar, there were a lot of things that you mentioned about poaching of doctors, the kind of salary that they are being paid, the incentives being given to doctors or institutions who refer the patients. Uh, if there was to be one thing that you could pick up and say that, if asked anonymously, what would be that one thing that you feel the patients distrust about the hospital in India?
I think the distrust is mainly because of the fact they are very happy with the treatment. Distrust comes when the bill comes. you know, because when they see the bill, for example, you go to a hospital for a renal stone, get 1 hour procedure, some dilatation is done, bill comes, maybe a private ward, 6 lakhs. The patients wonder, okay, I got better. Was 6 lakhs really the cost? Is it? And how many people have that kind of cash available, 2 lakhs together? And that causes distress, they borrow. So the trust factor in India is very low. But in spite of that, patients go because they believe they want the best of care. Why can't they go to government public institutions? Because somehow the trust for treatment is not there. It's not the cost. For treatment, the trust is there here. For example, you do the right, but the cost trust is not there. Cost is too high. That is where the debate is. Why should it be so high? And why are, we see that a lot of, we are also a listed company. Listed companies are multi-billion dollars now. Listed companies are growing 25, 20%, 25%. And most of the growth is happening by increasing the charges. So where is it going to end is the issue. And in a democratic government, capitalism is there. People who can afford to pay should pay. How are the restrictions going to come? But all of this should come with outcome based. For example, I can do an esophagectomy, removing esophagus. Government or system pays, let's say, 30,000. I can do a peaceful esophagectomy and finish it in half an hour and collect my 25 and say, okay, but the patient will have recurrence within 6 months. Who is responsible? You did a bad surgery, you didn't do radical surgery. Because radical surgery would have required 7-8 hours operation, anesthesia, cost would have been more close like lakh or lakh and a half. But system doesn't pay. So what happens in a tier 2 city? They will do a whatever number, and cancer recurrence rates are enormous. By some accounts in India, 40 to 60%. It should be less. In HCG, it's less than 20%. And mortality rate, post-op death should be nil. Why does it happen? Because you don't do proper pre-op. Oh, cost. Why should I do a cardiac scan? Why should I do this? So do it. Death happens, how cancer death. So nobody is measuring the issue of death. Everybody is measuring the cost. And that is where also this unnecessary practice, this issue of ethics, transparency, everything comes. So it is really a vicious cycle. But what I want to say is, for the right patient, right treatment, India is one of the best countries, even in the corporate world, because our outcomes for a patient who comes with cancer, within 4 days, I can evaluate the slide, I can do scans, I can start the treatment. Nowhere in the world it happens. You go to UK, months together, you go to US, weeks to see a doctor itself is difficult. I practice there. You will see the nurse specialist first. So we have enormous access. We have a lot of good things, doctors, but we have these attached things which are not good. And this is where we are suffering. We need to really correct this as associations, and it has to be self-correcting. No government can do it. If we find government, we'll find other ways to do it. We'll find a devious ways. Cash. Some doctors are there, they say, come home and give me 25,000, I'll come and do it. Like that, it will develop, So we have to become doctors transparent, hospitals transparent, and build ethics, and most important thing is trust with the patient. We have to also say, I can see the face of a patient when I say you don't need a scan. Oh, really? There is this doctor saying no scan. Because they are used to saying you have to do a scan and all. So we have to build trust by that saying, no, you don't need treatment. I can't treat you anymore. See, these things also play a role in the psychology of the patient. So that is considered being truthful. And how can you do that? These are the challenges we face. But still, I can say that we are in a very area where enormous technology has come in. Complicated procedures are done, treatments are done in India today, research is also going on. So we are in best of times, except for these kind of issues in transparency. Corruption is major in India, we know. Public corruption we always blame. Private corruption is also huge like this. These are all part of private corruption. What do you do?
I'll just pick up two words from what you just said. You spoke about cost. You used the word transparency, and I completely agree with you that in my opinion, I think the basic challenge that a patient feels when they go to a hospital is the uncertainty. It's not about the cost. If they're prepared for an operation, they've kept that money aside. It is the uncertainty that मेरे को बोला था इतना आएगा लेकिन finally bill इतना आया. Now, The other thing is,
I want to answer that point.
yeah,
See, it's a very valid point. You give an estimate and you say above, below 5%, 10%. But patient goes into complication. Say you nicked a vessel. See, the hospitals are not accepting responsibility of these complications which are created and making the patient pay. That's not correct. Most of the hospital are making the patient pay. Suppose there is a complication, a leakage, anastomotic leakage. Why should the patient pay? You made a mistake. You did. You should absorb the cost. Not happening. And poor patients are put through this because you give a cost of 2 lakhs, it becomes 5 lakhs or 10 lakhs because of 10-day complication. Why should the patient pay? This is something which bothers me ethically and morally. And I feel strongly we should not. We should accept and be within the range we give. And you can always say if you develop sepsis, if you develop infection, it may go more. Those are natural. But unfortunate things which happen, and you give some medicine, there is an anaphylactic reaction, you do some drugs which is iatrogenic, we should bear the responsibility. That is not. And that is where the trust is lost with the patient because they feel, why was the estimate given? And look at what happened. That is where fundamentally we lose trust.
sir, you're also in a very unique situation where you are a doctor yourself, somebody who's very, very ethical in his approach. You want to run an institution in a particular way, and then you raised capital from a private equity, and then you further raised capital from another private equity. Now, my first question to you is, and this is a question that typically I've heard in a lot of these conferences, where they say, what is the difference? Which is a better institution? An institution which is run by a doctor or an institution which is run by a financial expert? And not that they are wrong, but they have not been trained on empathy. They've been trained on understanding the PNL and the costs and the profits. What do you think is the right way to run an institution since you've experienced both?
See, for me, as a doctor founder, it's very important the doctor be the person who runs the institution. Because you understand the details of the patient requirement, when to say, okay, I don't want to charge you. You know, for example, there is a patient who came from different part of India and they had spent a lot of money and they wanted to, could not spend money for cyber night. Can you give me a discount? I called the patient because I'm in charge. As a doctor, I could take. I said, what is it you want? She said, look, I want some discount from mother, the 6 lakh. I said, you want discount? I won't give you discount. I'll make it free. Because they would have spent so much. How can you morally, ethically say, keep on paying? So as a doctor does that more. I think as an administrator, there may be exceptions, but as an administrator, you always look at each case as no, I will not, I can give you 5% discount, 10%. But you know, this kind of empathy, this kind of touching the patient in terms of what they are required, understanding, lacks most of the, business run institutions in healthcare. And that is something they have to learn. Of course, when like now I have a PE, when I tell them that this is the way I'm going to run, they don't interfere. Of course, HCG wouldn't have been there, but for the private equity, they helped. None of the 7 private equities, to be honest with you, ever said, please make sure you do whatever scans and all, make sure the revenue comes. No, do the right thing. That is exactly what they say. They know what the right thing to say. But they do count the marbles, but it's okay. But there is a way, being a doctor at the helm, you can handle both. You can tell them, look, this is where I won't allow you inside. This is where buck stops. If I don't have a good IRR, somebody asks me, with a low energy linear accelerator, you will have a low cost, you can have a better IRR. I said, the patient is not going to have a better IRR. That is the problem. So we want to make sure patient has the best IRR. That's why we are in this business. But one thing I remember, we always have to go back. For me, having come from US, always have to go back and think as a doctor, entrepreneur, even getting a PE, why did I come back to India? What was my purpose to make a change in cancer? Never forget that. Money follows. Money can follow or not follow. But never forget why. For me, most important, why? Fight corruption. I ran a hospital for 1 year without electricity because I refused to bribe. 20 years later, land is coming because I refused to bribe. In Bangalore only, our land origin. But path is important. See, the end doesn't justify the means. That is what lot of people take this course. End is okay. Chalta hai. Somebody told me, one of the people on my own administrator, giving this money and it's a norm. What is norm? Today, we say judge is honest. All judges are supposed to be honest. We say, for example, a politician is honest man, look at you. All are supposed to, that's why you elect them. So dishonesty has become norm, and bribery taking has become norm, whereas honesty has become abnormal. And it is high time we change it. Unless we all gather and say we are going to damn change this, it will not happen. Because we cannot live in a society where there is intense corruption all around. For everything, get a license, get a building built, everywhere people are bribing left and right. This cannot go on. Then this is where it percolates to doctors also. Hey, if somebody is doing, why not me? Why not I do? Why not I also earn 40 lakhs a month? So this has become a disease of the society. Unless we address it and really go after it, it will only deteriorate. But quality may be maintained because there are checks and balances, the data, AI is coming in and all that. But at the end of the day, we have to take some action.
Sir, in your earlier answer, you also touched upon that who takes the responsibility if there are complications.
Yeah.
Now, one of the things, because I've done a lot of these conversations around quality and patient safety, etc., errors happen, and there are errors, there are mistakes, right? It is not done by purpose, right? But we have not been able to create a safe space for a doctor to go acknowledge that there was an error. So the reporting of errors is a very big issue. Now, this is also ethics of the doctor to be able to report it, but they don't feel safe about it. But now, second question, I want to club the second thing you spoke about, AI right now. Now, we are assuming that AI will always be correct, right? But if complications happen because of AI while you are treating the patient, who takes the responsibility? Is it AI, the platform? Is it the doctor, or is it the institution?
No, it's a good point. The first point is it is the institution responsibility to audit. See, when you have a doctor who is performing surgery, I always tell, we are not a rental agency. Hospital is not a rental place where the doctor can come and do whatever they want. That is where you get into problem. It has to be protocol, they have to follow. For example, you have to look at mortality rate. When in 2017, mortality rate at HCG for 5,000 discharges was 3.4. Everybody said it's okay, 3.4 cancer, even in multi-specialties below 5%. But when I started auditing and we have published it, now 14,000 discharges, mortality is 0.7%. No mortality is accepted post of 72. Nobody is accepted. The doctor has to come and explain. And if they do twice, we reprimand them, we remove them also. So there is a board. There is a board to look at it, audit, and we look at it thoroughly. Regarding AI, I'll tell you with one patient of mine who had a renal cancer. The patient said, at a recurrence, I asked him to come from Jaipur. Then he said, sir, they are telling I have only 3 months to live. Then he went to AI, ChatGPT. ChatGPT said, you have 4.5 months to live. What a point. Then I pulled him, treat him. He has 15 months living. So ChatGPT was wrong. You are absolutely right. AI is there as a helper, but not as a decision maker. We have to be very careful how we use this technology. Technology cannot dictate to us. We should dominate, like in cancer. Cancer cannot dictate to me. I will dominate over cancer if I treat the cancer properly. Like that, AI also we should dominate. We should not any of this technology become our bosses. So that is where I think sometimes we are making a mistake. Quoting AI, quoting this, and so much of fake news, so many things comes. We have to be very diligent on this, particularly in the medical field.
Sir, in the interest of time, my last question to you is, if there was this one issue that you feel healthcare delivery systems are avoiding to speak about today. They choose to remain silent about it, but will become a burning issue in the next 5 years. What do you think is that one issue that we need to tackle today?
See, one issue is in this country where there is a wide gap between the people who are wealthy and not. The gap is wide. Everybody wants the same type of treatment. We are unable to do. So the bridging that gap is only one way, a universal healthcare. I have been a proponent of that. I have written and written and written, but failed. Universal healthcare. India is full of youths. You have a healthcare cess, like I carry a US Medicare card because I paid when I was young. So even though I gave up my US citizenship, I carry because I paid. I can go to any US hospital and get free care. But you have to call a cess. Like everybody has a phone, smartphone, put a cess on it. You have to collect, according to my calculation, 150 to 200 billion dollars. Using that, you can even make it grow to investment. Make sure rich or poor get the same treatment with no limits. If we achieve that, truly we have become one step towards advanced country. We talk about 2047, advanced country becoming and all. We can never become that if we don't have universal health care. All these schemes, Ayushman schemes, are all half-baked, 5 lakh limit and all. What will happen in cancer care, 5 lakh? And also restrictions, no. There should be a committee, there should be a thing. How do you make sure what are approved so that even a rickshawala's wife or a Mercedes-Benz guy wife get the same treatment? And that is where we are striving, and that will transform India's healthcare. It is simple, simplicity in complexity, but nobody sees value in it in the system for various reasons. Something says, why is it? And for example, banning tobacco. I have proposed banning tobacco. And I proposed to parliamentary committee in this revenue minister, finance minister, doctor, there's a revenue source for us. If you ban tobacco, 40% of diseases go away. You don't have to, 40% of this cancer also, head and neck cancer, chewing. But we are not ready to take this. Today I have now called a movement called in Mysore, to tobacco-free Mysore. We have started a movement in 1,000 days. I want to at least create in one city tobacco-free. People don't understand the harm of tobacco. Passive smoking, every millions, 2.5 million people are dying out of 3 million cancer patients, 2.5 are dying from tobacco. These are simple things. We always talk prevention, prevention. Man, this is the best prevention. Why are you not doing it?
Absolutely. You know what? The other word that I've heard since morning is that healthcare should be based on outcomes. You know, we should judge the healthcare system on the outcomes created. But honestly, after having this conversation, I feel what we need to judge the healthcare system on is the trust that we have on the outcomes being created by the healthcare system. So thank you so much for having this conversation with us, Dr. Ajay Kumar. And you spoke about that cancer should not control us. We should control what cancer can do to us.
Like somebody has written a book called Emperor of Malady.
Yes.
I am writing a book which is about called Dethroning the Emperor of Malady.
Yeah.
So we have to dethrone the emperor.
And our conversation is actually a part of the book that I have written called The Will to Live.
Yes.
So The Emperor of Melody was written by a friend of mine, my classmate from
Oh,
school,
really?
Siddharth. And I think the next book is coming from another friend. So I think we're doing a great job. Thank you so much, sir, for your
Thanks.
being here.
Thanks a lot.
Have a bigger round of applause for sir over here. I'll request Harvinder sir only to kindly give the token of appreciation, sir, over here. Can we have the magazines, please? Thank you.
Oh, your book.
And also, sir's book as well.
The book that he's also a part of.
Yeah. And sir, all I can say is that tobacco-free thing is a beautiful idea. You're leading the way in that department. I hope that people follow your footsteps. Thank you so much for inspiring and doing such a great job, sir. It's an absolute pleasure. Thank you. Let's remove the chairs quickly. We'll now move on to the final session before the awards. This is going to be a quick keynote address. Please set the timer to 10 minutes, please. This is going to be a keynote address on the topic the next decade of Indian healthcare, who wins, who evolves, and who gets left behind. I'll quickly repeat the topic once again for the keynote address. This is going to be a keynote address on the next decade of Indian healthcare, who wins, who evolves, and who gets left behind. I'm going to request the honorable presence of Mr. Viren Shetty, Executive Vice Chairman and Director Narayana Health, to please kindly come up on stage and do the honors for us. Thank you so much, Mr. Shetty. Can we have a bigger round of applause for Mr. Shetty, please, over here? Everyone in this room, thank you. Are you comfortable with this mic? Yeah. Thank you. Need a clicker or?
No. Thank you, everyone. The topic of my discussion was future of healthcare, who gets to be disrupted, what gets left behind, what the future will look like, and every discussion of the future has to talk about AI. I unfortunately know very little about AI other than the applications I use on my phone to ask questions all the time. But this is not about that. But having said that, for those who are worried what AI will do for their children and the jobs that they're about to have, please tell them, as I tell all children today, joining the healthcare field is the most AI-proof career decision you can make. Because whatever may happen in any other field with AI, in hospitals, in nursing homes, there will always be a need for people. People are the foundational unit of how healthcare is being delivered for the past 10,000 years and will continue to be the case for 10,000 years from now. If your children are worried about not getting jobs from AI, just tell them, become a doctor. Obviously, I'm very biased towards making more people into doctors. Now, there is a lot that we cannot know about what the future looks like, but you have to make certain educated guesses. One of which we make as an organization in Narayana is the strong belief that there is always a need for more healthcare. Think about your great-grandfather. How much healthcare did that person get in his life? He may have never been born in a hospital. He would have been born at home. He wouldn't have, probably not, if he was born pre-independence, would have died at home as well, and may have taken only a few herbs, but almost no access to medicine in his lifetime. His child, your grandfather, maybe would have died in a hospital. That is their only one interaction with the healthcare system. Your parents, much more frequent users of healthcare, maybe 3 or 4 times visited hospital, but still, those of you who've tried to take your parents to hospital, you know what a task it is to get them to see a doctor. But already, across the generations, you've seen healthcare utilization go from 0 to 3 times. So that's, a 300% improvement. Your own experiences with healthcare, one in which these are frequent visits. For those of you with children who are very young, going to see the doctor is a constant effort. For every little cough, every cold, every vomiting sensation in the night, every diarrhea, every weird rash, you are calling a doctor, you are texting them, you are speaking to someone online, you are going on ChatGPT to Google symptoms. For your children, you're extremely frequent consumers of healthcare in a way that didn't used to be the case. Now, the one thing, every conversation about healthcare costs and why healthcare is so expensive does not factor in the most important point, which is even if by magic you freeze the cost of every medicine, freeze the salary of every doctor, freeze the cost of every MRI or CT scan, and keep all healthcare costs constant, there is nothing you can do to stop healthcare utilization going up not linearly but exponentially. And as society, it is incumbent upon us to not treat this as a bad thing that more people are accessing healthcare. In your great grandfather's time, the average life expectancy was mid 40s. In your grandfather's time, life expectancy was in maybe mid 50s, parents up to the 70s. These are good things. These are good things because most of you who are in your 50s and still extremely productive, if I were to tell you, that's it, you're done, you have no more use to society anymore, you would say absolutely not. I still have another 20 years of productive life left. So what I spend on increasing my life expectancy from 50 to 75 is worth it because I can pay back many multiples more than what I would spend on heart surgery, cancer surgery, any of the other medical procedures that you would require. So greater healthcare utilization is a net good. Life expectancy going up productively and in a healthy manner is a net good. However, there comes a cost. The cost is the cost. What do we do about it? We're a poor country. Tax revenue cannot fund infinite healthcare demand. People are growing. They're spending all their money in the West on greater and greater healthcare needs. So much so that people are deferring the decisions to have children. People are not changing out of jobs that they hate. People are stuck in certain states and not moving to others because they cannot afford the cost of healthcare. What do we as a country like India have to learn about healthcare systems and how we don't go the way of the West? Fortunately, there are examples that we can draw, good examples, bad examples, and we can craft a model that is far better, that allows healthcare to be affordable, accessible to every single person, while also keeping in mind cost will go up, salary will go up, more healthcare will be utilized, cost of medicine, cost of treatment will all go up. But it can be achieved simply through aligning the incentives of those who pay for healthcare with those who deliver healthcare. Today, either you are paying out of pocket to a healthcare professional, and what you're told is what you get. You have very little choice in that matter. Most of you, at least the ones in this room, give your money to an insurer. The insurer just sits back. You still go to the doctor, and he tells you this is something that you require, and maybe you debate it, maybe you don't. And the insurer, still sitting back, will decide whether they pay for that or not. And if they pay some amount, you're on the hook for the remainder. This is an uneasy equilibrium. This is the model that leads to medical bankruptcies, even in the developed world. So our model, what we followed with Narayana One Health, was to build a plan where we are the same as a healthcare organization filled with doctors, run with the idea of making healthcare affordable to everyone. What is our goal? Our goal is to keep you healthy, to keep you well. Heart surgery is a way of achieving that. But every unit of healthcare is not defined by heart surgeries. The unit of healthcare is defined by healthy people. What a heart surgery can achieve, so can a stent. What a stent can achieve, so can medication. What medication can achieve, so can good diet and exercise. But all of these can be implementable only at different stages of the disease. Some only apply early on, some only apply later on. But not everyone will know exactly when the intervention is required. So if you were to say, fine, Narayana Hridayalaya, I trust you with my healthcare from now on. Tata, I will see you when I get my heart surgery 20 years from now. We believe no, that equation cannot sustain. Instead, you pay us a small amount of money every single month or a year, depending on how you want to pay us. We will take your medical history. We will hold on to all your medical records. We will run all the algorithms, all the AI, all the software, all the tools and protocols that are normally run to see you as a person who is in mid 40s, you as a person in the mid 50s, you as a person with a family history of diabetes, you as a person with a family history of certain kinds of cancer, you as a person who carries certain genetic markers. These are the things you are most likely to face, and we will screen and look very specifically for that so that you can go for lower acuity interventions. And then when that happens, you get to stay out of the hospital. And should, God forbid, you have the heart attack, you get the cancer, the bad thing happens, it is covered, it is paid for. Because what we are offering with Narayana One Health is essentially insurance, because that is how it is regulated. But what we are offering is healthcare on EMI. So this we believe is one model in which healthcare can look very different for the future in a world where more and more healthcare utilization will be there. For patients to not have to worry about, is this person telling me the right or the wrong thing? From our perspective, it doesn't matter. You've paid us. My job is to take care of you. If I say heart surgery, it is heart surgery. If I say do 1 kilometer walk every morning, that is the intervention you are required to take because you're paying me for the privilege of telling you how to live your best and most healthy life. We've rolled this out in Bangalore, in Calcutta. We'll start rolling it out in all the cities where we have a presence. We've had a tremendous reception to this. And this is one way we believe that India can show the world that healthcare can be absolutely disassociated from affluence, where it doesn't matter how much money you throw behind a problem. If you just convert the way in which how Indians pay for things by converting very large fixed costs into small incremental costs, we were able to provide telecom connectivity to the whole country. We were able to provide healthcare for the whole country. We'll be able to provide connectivity through trains and airports for the whole country. we can again show the world that in healthcare at least, we don't need to follow the rules of the West, and we can provide long, healthy, productive lives for 1 billion people. Thank you.
And once again, I'm going to request Mr. Narula to please kindly come up on stage. That was really quick and crisp and fast. Thank you so much. Really, really nice. Can we have the token of appreciation, please, quickly? The magazine and also the book written by Mr. Narula. Can we please quickly have all of it on stage quickly for Mr. Shetty? Thank you. So that's the latest prestigious issue, BW Healthcare World, alongside a book that's also been unveiled today for all of us who have joined us recently. The book has also been unveiled today morning itself. So that's a souvenir that we have. Thank you so much, Mr. Shetty. Thank you so much. What a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you so much. I believe we will now be moving forward with the awards, but I need to understand if we're zooming like immediately or are we taking like a 5 minutes break or something? What are we doing? The update will be beginning the awards right away. Thank you so much for being such a wonderful audience. Can you clap for yourself, please? को आगे बढ़ाना है as the winners walk their way to the stage. They come and accept their awards. I'll show the format very, very quickly. Our esteemed presenters will present over here in the center. The winners, one by one, they come and join over here. They get their trophy, they get their photograph clicked with the presenters. Then they move over here at the corner. They get their solo photograph clicked with the trophy. And then they go down. And of course, in the meantime, we announce the next winner and they come and join over here at the center. So I believe the format is clear to everyone. Okay. We have all of them. Super. So what I'll do is, I need my mic. Where is my mic? Can I have one mic, please? Keep it over there in that chair. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you. We will now be going forward with the awards. What I'll request is that everybody, if we can have some volunteer maybe to ensure that the people who are present outside the room, if we can have them inside as well, that would be nice. So anybody from the volunteers from BW team, if you can please kindly ensure that everybody is seated inside. We don't want to miss out on the prestigious winning moments. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to move on to the most awaited and prestigious segments of the day, which is the 9th annual BW Healthcare World Excellence Award ceremony. The ceremony celebrates and recognizes organizations that have demonstrated outstanding excellence, innovation, leadership, impact, and commitment across the healthcare ecosystem. This year, the awards are being presented under the powerful theme, and I'll announce the theme. This is Healthcare Power Players of 2026. These awards honor institutions and organizations that are not only driving growth, but also setting new benchmarks in quality, trust, patient care, innovation, accessibility, technology, and healthcare leadership. The award category for the year is BW Healthcare Institutional Excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we celebrate healthcare institutions, hospitals, diagnostic chains, health tech companies, wellness organizations, medtech players, and healthcare service providers that are shaping the future of healthcare in this incredible country. Each award being presented today is a recognition of dedication, perseverance, purpose, measurable impact, and a continued commitment to advancing healthcare excellence in this country. Before we begin with the awards presentation, we would also like to express our sincere and heartfelt gratitude to our organizers, sponsors, support partners, and even partners whose support made this platform possible. Organized by BW Business World, powered by Blue Star, built on trust, Support partners Lupin Digital Health, Kites, event partners Joy Travels Private Limited, Opal Events, Beanley Coffee, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, and of course, Pitch. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have a big round of applause for all our partners, please? Thank you so much. And on that note, I'm going to request the console to please kindly play the partner AV for our esteemed audience over here.
आप कौन?
गर्मी स्क्वाड, हम गर्मी का आतंक मचाने आए हैं। ओए, प्लीज।
Blue Star, AC on. Fast cooling inverter AC with voice command technology. Blue Star गर्मी की छुट्टी. अरे, फ्रिज तो आप हो गए?
नीचे नीचे ढककर ऊपर स्टेयरकेस के ऊपर चल 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 आन के पास स्लिप धक यार धक धक धक।
ओए, आप कौन?
टीम गर्मी ब्लास्टर्स, हम आपको हराने हैं।
बड़ी, कॉन्फिडेंस मानना पड़ेगा.
बैग तो ले आओ।
ब्लू स्टार है ना? फास्ट कूलिंग इन्वर्टर एसीज फ्रॉम ब्लू स्टार. अरे, गेम ओवर. ब्लू स्टार गर्मी की छुट्टी. ओए, आप कौन?
48 Rock champion, 52 national champion, oh, 56 degree international गर्मी champion.
मेरे पास भी एक वर्ल्ड चैंपियन मिलेंगे. ब्लू स्टार हैवी ड्यूटी इन्वर्टर एसी फ्रॉम ब्लू स्टार. ब्लू स्टार गर्मी की छुट्टी.
Can I have a big round of applause once again for all our partners, please? You know, before we get going, I'm going to now request for a quick moment. Can we have the event AV being played as well? Because a lot of us who have joined us right now, if we can kindly play the event AV as well quickly for them. So can we have the event AV as well, please? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That was a special glimpse of today's event, AV. Of course, all of you are prestigious and esteemed winners over here doing great work in the healthcare space, which is why you're getting honored and awarded. But I think the most meticulous and unconditional thing to do is actually pick among the winners because everybody's doing a great job. So, how do you actually adjudicate and decide who's winning and not? It's a very, very difficult job. That's where, we kind of need to thank our honorable jury members as well on that. So, I'll request two things. One is, can we have a quick round of applause for all our esteemed jury members, please? Thank you so much. And to take this particular thing forward, I'm going to request the console to play the jury AV for our esteemed audience over here.
It's a great feeling to be part of the jury to select the outstanding institutions and individuals who have demonstrated their excellence and innovation in healthcare. And thanks to business world for creating this, sustaining it. This is the ninth annual award, which is due on 15th of May, for which we are all eagerly waiting. Thank you. Congratulations to all of you.
First, thank Business World for inviting me as a jury member, and I find the whole process to be very good, efficient, and transparent, in which all the nominees have been given ample amount of time, and with all the well-reputed jury members, it was nice seeing them, and all of us have been, instrumental in selecting the merit-based excellence for the country in the field of health. Again, thanks to Business World.
As a jury member, I must congratulate and compliment Mr. Arvinda Narula and his team for putting up such a good show. The authenticity and the scale of the program can be gauged from the fact that practically every part of the country was represented in this competition, I would say. And so the participants were big in their own field, like who is who in the medical field. And it was good participation, a lot of innovations and good works by participants were presented there. And the jury member had ample of time to judge and gauge all the participants. And I think this was totally impartial and totally merit-based selection of the candidate we did. And I must compliment, I must give my best wishes to all the participants as well as the BW birds. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Can I once again request all of you to give the biggest round of appreciation and applause for all our incredible esteemed jury members taking time out of their busy schedules to adjudicate all of you. So thank you so much. What I'm going to do is we're going to be beginning the awards prior to that with a special welcome address. And of course, it has to be very, very inspiring from the, I would say, boss man indeed. So on that note, I'm going to request on stage the esteemed presence of Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World. Can we have the biggest round of applause for Dr. Batra, please, as he opens up the awards for all of us?
Yeah, good evening. Give Shubho a big round of applause. One of my investee companies is called IWM Buzz. It's the Hollywood Reporter Variety of India. It's the New Age Film Fair. It's number 3 on ComScore, 25 million traffic, and the founder of that is a Bengali gentleman. I met him when he was 32 or 33, Siddhartha like. And he one day called me and saying, I don't like a guy, I want to introduce him to you. So he introduced me to Shubho. So for the last 3.5, 4 years, I think he must have done all our real estate, because our real estate team has hijacked him. He's in every city, Pune, this, they only take him. He's based in Bombay. So Shubho's been hosting a lot of our events in Bombay, Delhi, some in Bangalore, some in Pune. So give Shubho a big round of applause. I was telling Mr. And he never wears socks, so today, for the first time, I'm seeing he's wearing socks. I think he's made enough money to buy socks. We pay him well. But I was telling Mr. Arun Samuel of Wings. Most of you in Bangalore know Wings, right? And I met his son-in-law for the first time. Where are you? Benny? He's gone out, okay. And I was telling, because he is now into, sports infrastructure. He has the sports dome in Bandra. Got a land from the government, and it's really, he's turned it into a huge sports complex. He's building hospitals, he's building hotels, he's making sure that there are jobs for people. Of course, he still works in his core business of helping brands and businesses do experiential stuff, which is where he started, and he's built a very large company. And I heard his story. He was once telling me, I went to his office and he told me how he started supplying milk to a certain school chain, right? And how he used to make 1 paisa, 2 paisa, 5 paisa. I don't remember exact paisa, but few paisa, and everything counts. So I was telling Arun that he must look at Shubho, and I'm serving you what we eat. So it's, so to say, metaphorically speaking. But coming back to the healthcare awards, like a jury member said, it's Mr. Harbindan Narula's, you know, let's say business. He's my friend. We work together. He's 20th December born. Harvinder, I finally got a birthday right. I wish him every year on 19th December. So it's really Harbinder's initiative. Sanjana has worked on it. There are other colleagues. There is a colleague called Raki who's in Delhi, who I, said you should work from Delhi only, right? And many business world colleagues who, my colleague Rohit Chintapalli is there. He's one of our best writers. He's taking the briefs. Read his stories. He's outstanding. He writes on technology, GCC. So, and many colleagues from business world there, Sarvotama. My colleague from, our head of South for Exchange for Media, Ms. Asha Rathi is also here. And I don't want to stay between you and the awards. The lead man of India is there. He's also our jury member. And lead eradication, let's say. Let's, like, he does a cancer event. I say cancer eradication event. It's not to give people cancer, it's to eradicate, right? So say it in the terminology. Uh, we heard many of the jury members. I know we live in a cynical world. If somebody is too nice to us, we believe he must have some work with us, right? I didn't grow up. If somebody was nice, they were nice, right? If somebody is too honest and critical of us, they're bad people. And the reason I'm saying this is I'm not cynical. I wake up every morning excited. My life is close to perfect, and it may get better and better. It will get better and better. But I run a businesses, so there are always different kind of days. And I'm always hopeful and excited. I was telling somebody said you lose weight. I said I'll be dangerous. I already have so much energy, and my wife and kids and people who work with me can't deal with it. If I lose more weight and be fitter, then it'll be very, very dangerous. But the reason I'm mentioning all this is we do our awards very honestly. And that, a lot of my cynical friends say, oh, judiciary can be fixed. I don't know. I'm not endorsing that. I don't know. Right? That's what some people say. Right? I have no reason to believe that. I haven't done anything that I haven't witnessed anything like that. But some people say, right? Our awards, we don't sell our awards. They're not commercially available to be bought. That I know for sure. Jury members are there. They don't have any brief for selecting someone or not. And these are still, for healthcare awards, these are still early stages. We do awards in many domains. Asha is there. Today we had a jury meet one of our awards virtually. And I was there for 10 minutes and I'm out of it. I have no brief for the jury members. And again, the kind of jury we have, they will not accept a brief. In fact, I have had close friends whose sons, daughters haven't won in our awards when I wanted them to win and I believed in them. So these are awards which are done honestly. And there are cynical people who say, oh, this can be fixed and that can be fixed. And how can you can't even give me an award? I said, you have to come through the process. I respect my own process. Harbinder respects it. And when he first joined, I must tell you a story. He's a friend of mine. Over a casual discussion over an event, I asked him, Harbinder, क्या कर रहे हो? He said, मैं ये कर रहा हूँ. मैंने कहा यार कुछ इकट्ठे कर लेते हैं. Let's do something together. For those of you who don't understand Hindi, right? And then we met, I think 2-3 days or a week, 10 days later, and we decided because he has understanding of healthcare and he has passion for health. So he became, and then first jury meet, he asked me, आज jury meet है, I think he called me early in the morning, क्या करना है? मैंने कहा मतलब क्या करना है? नहीं, but anybody you want to win, anybody, I said, Arvinder, I don't want anybody to win, nor do you should want anybody to win, nor should you want anybody to lose. However, he shows me the list. I have never changed the list. I think once I have told that this person should be there. And in almost all our awards, like one or two where I'm fully involved, are news broadcast awards that I sit through the jury all day. And Arun, you must come for the jury this year. And sir, we must get sir from Bangalore to see that there are honest media awards also, right? And again, my friends in the media also don't do it. They apply every year, so they believe. So our awards, the awardees that are winning, I keep saying nothing is imperfect except three people. One is Lord Shiva, I'm Hindu, sir. Or Jesus Christ, in your case, God is one. Whatever root, Guru Nanak Ji, whatever God you follow, one is Lord is perfect, whichever Lord you follow. Second, so perfection is only with God, my wife, and Modi ji. Baki sab to imperfect hai. I know I'm in Karnataka, you may not agree on the third part, or may agree, I don't know, but I'll put it out there. So our awards are done through a process. No process is perfect. It can be close to perfect, but it's an honest process, it's a transparent process. And at the end of the day, awards are human beings judging human beings. So it's a process of elimination. I can tell you awards are a process of elimination, right? So it's an honest awards. I think that's the only thing I want to say. And I can tell you, there are 3 Shark Tank judges who write on their resume this morning, it's a winner of BW 40 under 40, 3 judges. Their first awards, business world. And in fact, then one of the judges went on to become a chair of the 40 under 40. And he went on to say, my first award, honest award, I have been a jury. I think that's the only thing and I know today we in the media can do a much better job because we are constrained. Either we run a business or we become an activist. And media should be an activist. We shouldn't be just cheerleaders for people in power and people who give us advertising. These are 2 people matter. But the real people matter is the people. If we do that, we will do much better for the country. And hence we need an environment where today the laws are stacked against media people. You read the new IT rules. It's tough to report on the government. Very tough. Any government, state government, central government, it doesn't matter. All politicians are broadly the same. They're about self-preservation and they don't like criticism. Right? It doesn't matter who the politician in which party. Doesn't matter. So it's a very tough job for media people, but we still, nevertheless, we should do it better. I just want to say to the winners, I've seen the list, you're very accomplished. In the morning, Mr. Baswa Raju was there. What a person. I got to know him. And he's going to be 80 on 5th June. And you only become 80 because and he was very fit, touch wood. He was very active. He looked more like 70, 65. And I'm sure he has a good lifestyle and he has good karma. But it also happens when you have simplicity. I think when you're simple, you put less pressure on yourself. दिखावा कम करते हैं. Right? I think he was very, very nice. His work was very deep, and I did talk about two things. Sir, can you stop chatting? Dudes. Okay. In this your job, you should. I'll build a company. We'll make you a speaker, okay, or sponsor our event. Either of these two. Okay. I talked about two things which I will again reiterate. Some of you were not there in the morning. I talked about public health. I know you want to build a profitable hospital. Unfortunately, healthcare has become a business. Okay, unfortunate. It's fortunate because it builds capacity, it saves lives, so it's good. Unfortunately, media has become a business. It's also unfortunate. Unfortunately, religion has also become a business. Unfortunately, being the president of a certain country, also you still behave like a businessman. Which country and which president you can figure out, right? But we have to also improve our public health, right? Where the cost of healthcare is affordable. I think, as I said in the morning, I lost my mother almost 19 months back, and I was in a very tony, top-notch hospital in Delhi. And I told my mentor that the doctors care more about the health of the hospital than they do care about the health of the patients. I said it in a nice, graceful way. And I genuinely believe doctors want their patients to heal. I mean, they may work in business ecosystem, so I'm told some of them have targets and so on and so forth. So I think you have to bring down the cost of healthcare for people. Right now, it's unaffordable. If you have a serious disease and if you don't have insurance, it can have severe implication. It can set you back, right? Second is the biggest health pandemic, Mr. Samuel, is mental health. Two people I personally know, their children committed suicide. I mean, it hasn't been called as suicide, but one in the media, very big guy, one in the agriculture sector, right? 118, 125, 24, 25. I think how we deal with our own mental health, how we deal with young people, and we have to be very forgiving with young people. Whatever they are perfect. If you keep telling them what's wrong, 15% of Indians are dealing with mental health officially. And as I said in the morning, my estimate is it should be 30%. Because a lot of people don't like to come and say that they have something. I mean, I'm not talking of mild anxiety. I think mild anxiety almost everybody has. We deal with it, me and Arun deal with it better because we grew up in a very different environment. We're also, God's been very kind to Arun, very kind to me. We've done well. So आसानी से anxiety नहीं होता है, right? बीवी से तो डर लगता है, मेरे को तो लगता है, पता नहीं मिस्टर सैमुअल को लगता है कि नहीं लगता है, अपनी बीवी से डर लगता है, right? So I just want to say, all of you, if you can take 5 children, one child, I don't know, whatever, and mentor them. And parents cannot mentor their children. They can, but parents are parents. However wise I may be, I have two children, 22-year-old and an 18-year-old. Parents are parents, right? And they take us seriously because they see our actions, so they take us seriously. But at the same time, parents are parents. So somebody other than like Masi can be their father's best friend, mother. If you can counsel children, because we don't know what children are going through. Children have so much pressure today. Peer pressure, pressure of performance, pressure to look good. And they don't, some of them don't have real life relationships. They're all the time on their phone. So I think mental health is the biggest issue that I've told Harbinder, the two things that we have to work in. The third is elder care. I lost my mother. She was 83 years old, 4 months, 19 days. And if she was alive on 6 June, she would be 85. My dad will be 87 in December. I think is the elder care. When he joined, I said, we must do something about elder care. I think these are three areas we want to do something which is impactful, which is truly makes a difference beyond doing a conference and awards, which we are very good at. So I want to leave you here, and I want to end by saying what I said. Say at all our awards, most of the winners are new. 18 organizations represented. First is do away with the 3 C's. Sir, which are these 3 C's? You know the 3 C's we should do away with? There's some young winners, but even for somebody like me, it's reiteration for myself. And you know, I have become, let's say, not sunky is maybe too much. I'm not afraid anymore. I mean, I'm paranoid about something, but I want to get it right. I want to do it the right way, but I'm not afraid of anything. Saying no, saying yes, both ways, I'm not afraid. Maybe I'm growing older. So I say these for myself also. The 3 C's are: first is criticizing. We criticize people, sometimes my colleagues also. I have minimized it. I haven't got to zero, but I'll get to zero in criticizing. I don't want to do negative talk about anyone, whether I like the person, not like the person, neither in his absence nor in his presence. So don't criticize people. You don't know why people are acting like they are. What is the pressure? What are the circumstances? What were the choices? Second is complaining. I am doing very well. I have nothing to complain. I mean, even my loss of hair is good. I don't have to spend half an hour like Mr. Samuel to look at his hair, shampoo, spend money, nothing, none of that. Right? So don't complain. You know, I mean, I have nothing to complain. I am happy every day. And the third is, which is the toughest comparison. I also compare. I compare my revenue, I compare my valuation, I raise capital, I compare a lot of things. I would say on that I may be still at 5. I still have a long way. I don't want to compare. My journey is unique. I've done well in life. I don't want to compare. Whatever I have, I'm contented. So do away with these 3 C's. If you can't do away, minimize. Comparison, criticism, and complaining. It's tough. If you do away or minimize, it will help you. Forget it will help anybody else. The 3 H's I keep saying we must embrace. First is hard work. There is nothing like hard work. Whatever you focus on, I know Arun very well, I know Harbinder ji very well, I know Sanjana well. We work very, very hard. I know Asha very well. And you know, I was telling Asha, I was in Bangalore on 1st, 2nd, 3rd March. I met her and I told my co-founder Naval, who's my friend, worked with me now for 36 years, my college junior, that we have very good colleagues. She's very conscientious. काम में अच्छा होना वो तो चलो एक bonus है ही. अच्छा होना बहुत important है. And you know, I don't spend enough time with her. I meet her for half an hour at an event, then go away. I mean, Naval engages more deeply with her. We had her predecessor, Sneha, who was with us for 12 years. I hope she comes for the cocktails. Outstanding people. So hard work matters. Whatever you focus on grows. Wings is grown because Arun is at it. At it, at it. He likes it. Okay. It's not because he wants to make money. He has enough money. Right? He can give you 100 crores each, still he'd be a billionaire. Right? So hard work. Second is most importantly, Arun is such a big guy. I don't want to tell you his turnover, but I will tell you. First time I met him, he sent me. I was staying at this hotel. He sent me his Rolls Royce to take me to his office. Yesterday also I landed. He offered me a car, but I was in a different kind of mood. I was cribbing about my car not being on time, and he was sending me a car. And I'm not used to asking. But what is most important is humility. He's a humble guy. He's built. I know too many big people who are too humble because they're happy and they know who they are, so they throw their weight around. Some don't even have the weight; they're very fit. So first is hard work, second is humble, the third, which is Harvinder is my friend. He works more with me as a friend. He has complete freedom, trust, and he works with limited resources. Let me say this: I'd like to be real. He's only working with I still, and he has hope for future. I wake up every day because we want to build 100 times bigger impact than we are doing right now. And I really mean it. And we will. I wake up every day with this H. It's called hope. If you have hope in life, you can do anything. जिस दिन उम्मीद खत्म हो जाती है तो सब कुछ खत्म हो जाता है, चाहे वो पर्सनल रिलेशनशिप हो, बिजनेस रिलेशनशिप हो, योर फेथ इन अ फ्रेंड, व्हाटएवर. सो होप मैं हिंदी में बोलता हूँ, फिर मैं उसको अंग्रेजी में बोलता हूँ. अरुण, यू नो हिंदी और यू डोंट? You know it well? Okay. Uh, in life, only two things matter. One is koshish, which is efforts, and the other is hope. If you have hope and you make efforts, everything else will work out. Action matters. Everything else is good to have, but it may not take you where you want to. And the three G's I added since the last time I met you, Arun. Uh, one G is the first name of one of your favorite people. The first G is very important, most important. It is gratitude. If in life you have gratitude, I have gratitude to my parents first. The most important people for me are my parents. Then is my older sister, then is my wife, then is my children, then some of my friends who believed in me early, some investors who believed in me early, right? My colleagues who believe, I mean, some of them have offers, they still choose to work with us. Some are, it's okay. So gratitude. When I was 10 years old, my mother would say, thank God for eyes, ear, limbs. And I used to tell my older sister, Mummy, pagal hai kya thodi si? Because I wouldn't understand today I understand the power of gratitude. I sleeping well. Last night I slept so well after many days. I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful a lot of people trust me, right? I'm grateful. I'm completing 25 years of marriage to the same woman. Congratulations to her too in 4 to 5 days, right? So gratitude is the most important. My colleagues, I express gratitude and I'm a driven person. I work 12, 14 hours except when I'm sleeping. Asha sees, I don't work directly, but every day I write one new idea, something I want to do, right? That's how I am. I'm a dreamer. So the second G is very important. Sometimes we don't know we have it. We're forced to have it. It is grit, resilience. I acquired Business World 12 years back. For the first 7 years, I burnt a lot of money. And I built Exchange for Media as a profitable company, number one. Profitable till today. Profitable for last 18 years. Never raised capital like you, right? And I struggled. I still have a long way to go. Still, Business World has a long way to go. But I have hope, and grit was forced on me. I had no choice but to be gritty. वो हिंदी में कहते हैं ना, मजबूरी का नाम महात्मा गांधी, right? You've heard that, right? But the third G is the most important. She's an important person. She's played an important person. The name, the third G, which I sometimes when people don't do, you expect things of people, they don't do, situations don't. If you have that quality, one, it will keep you calm. If you're calm and happy, if you have this ability to stay in a good mood in spite of whatever happens. I'm trying to. These days, I try and not get irritated. I say what I have to say, but it's not out of irritation. The third quality is grace. If you have grace when things don't go, something better may happen. It's happened in my life. X doesn't happen, X plus happens. Better. So if you embrace the three G's of gratitude, grit, and grace, I think all of us do well. Ultimately, we work, we earn money, whatever we do is to feel good. You know, ultimately, it's that much food only you'll eat, that much, it doesn't, they've given me a suite, it's for my ego. I'm hardly in the room. Feels good, I'm staying in a suite, right? Yes, it's convenient. So I want to end by saying thank you for being here. Thank you for being patronizing. Your time, attention is the biggest asset. And I want to end by saying something that I say always, that the most important thing for health is good sleep. Of course, if you have good conscience, it will lead to good sleep, right? So if you, India is a sleep deprived country. We sleep average 6 hours, and good quality sleep and duration of sleep are two different things. Some people sleep long, they don't sleep well. Rajiv is also here. Rajiv, and me worked together in the early years of, he was an editor of exchangeformedia.com. Yeah, I called him, he used to work, he used to be editor of Financial Express in Chandigarh. Was a 28 and a half year old person, called him and saying, Rajiv, will you edit? He for him. So yeah, me and Rajiv go back 25 years. Our children are almost the same age, right? So I end by saying that there's a book I read 18 months back, 1 or 2 weeks after my mother passed away. It's called Fluke. I keep talking about it. I talked about it in the morning. इसका मतलब है तुक्का. chance, luck, serendipity, prarabdha, preordainment, whatever word. In life, what matters is giving credit to others. In my case, I give 99% credit to my parents and the 1% to my wife, or maybe 90 to my parents and 10% to my wife. If my parents didn't live in Gurgaon, my life would be very different. If my dad hadn't bought my MDI form, my life would have been very different. You know, I learned all my relationship skills and sincerity from my mother. My father is also very sincere, even as sincere or more sincere as my mother. So really what matters is we give ourselves too much credit for our success. Success is about you bumping into someone, following through. You know, I bought Business World like that. I started Exchange for Media. It's in my book. Hopefully this year, Harbinder's book is here. It's about cancer survivors, and you know, it's a lovely cover. You may want to buy that. And don't give yourself too much credit for your success. Give it to others. Be humble. Be light. uh, you'll be happier, calmer, and hopefully more successful. Thank you. God bless you. Shugo, back to you.
You set the tone right. Thank you. Yes, that's how we do it. So यही जो जुनून था ताली बजाने में यही थ्रू आउट रखना है for all our winners to feel happy and special. So I hope we can do that. Can we do that? Can we do like a replica of that? Can you all clap loudly? यही intensity maintain करना है throughout. Thank you. Amazing. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be first calling upon stage our esteemed presenters for the first set of awards. To do the honors on stage, I'm going to be calling back once again Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World, alongside Mr. Harbinder Narula, CEO, BW Healthcare World, BW Wellbeing World, and BW Pharma World, alongside Dr. Thuppil Venkatesh, QIM PRO 2024 Platinum Awardees under Healthcare, Lead Man of India, Medical Diagnostics India. Can I have a big round of applause for our esteemed presenters, please, as they make their way to the stage? So like I earlier kind of mentioned, I'm just going to quickly reiterate that fact. Once our winner's name is announced, you come over here and join the esteemed presenters over here in the middle. Get your photographs clicked, and after the group photo is done, you go over there at the corner, get your solo photograph clicked kindly, and then we follow the same process throughout. And also, we're doing a nice group photo with all the winners at the end with your trophies. So please, humble request to stay back with us right till the very end of the awards. We're going to be like moving very, very fast. So on that note, it's now time to get going. Can we have the first award, please? This is under healthcare organizations. Congratulations to IHX, Apotheos Company. Can I have our esteemed winners? Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, can I request all of you to clap? This is the moment where you show your energy. Full power it is. Come on, everybody, clap at the back. Yes, thank you. Amazing stuff. We'll do a nice group photo with all our winners. And I'll request. Can you all clap a little bit louder, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. You can get. Yes. A little louder. Let the decibels go higher. We're not complaining. Thank you so much. Congratulations to all you winners. Incredible stuff. May the great work continue to happen, and may you bring a difference to people and their lives like how you're doing. And on that note, what we are going to do is we are going to move to the next award, please. Hospital above 100 beds. Congratulations to Care Hospitals. Can I have the biggest round of applause? Care Hospitals it is. Our esteemed winner from Care Hospitals is here. And I request all of you, throw us a clap, throw us a snap. Let's make our winners feel happy and proud for the work that they have done, and they deserve every bit of it. Thank you so much. Louder, louder is what we want. Thank you so much, sir. On that note, we are going to be quickly moving to our next award, please. This is congratulations, Vital U Health Tech Startups on less than 2 years. Congratulations, Vital U. Can we have our winners from Vital U, please? And ladies and gentlemen, as they make their way to the stage, this is the moment you need to make more noise. Come on, yes. Can you all clap a little louder, ladies and gentlemen, please, throughout. Let's continue the momentum. Congratulations to our winners. Little louder, little louder. Come on, everybody. It's a full house. You all know it better than anyone else as doctors that clapping is good for the heart. And of course, like Batra sir loves to say, there's no GST as well when it comes to clapping. I keep stealing that dialogue from him. So, you all can kind of follow that route as well. So kudos to the team of Vital U. This one is for the subcategory of excellence in AI-based healthcare solutions. Congratulations. And on that note, we'll now move on to our next winner, please. Hospitals above 100 beds. Congratulations to Apollo Hospitals, Shishadipuram, Bangalore. Congratulations. Can we have a bigger round of applause for Sir, please, as he collects his trophy? Come on, everybody. You all know how to do it better. Bangalore, show some love. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Congratulations to you and your entire team. And on that note, we'll move on to our next winner, please. Health tech startups, less than 2 years. Congratulations once again. Vital U, you got to take a U-turn and come back. But this is a happy U-turn indeed, is what I can say. Not one of those where you're troubled because of traffic. Congratulations, both of you. Incredible stuff. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Can I request all of you, people at the front, people at the back, on a countdown of 1, 2, and 3, make some noise, the loudest amount of noise that you can make with your clans. Thank you so much. Congratulations once again. And on that note, we'll now request for our next winner, please. This is hospital up to 100 beds. Congratulations, Gautami Eye Institute. Can I have our esteemed winners from Gautami Eye Institute over here on stage, please? Are they around? Oh, yes, sir. Can you all clap it up a little louder for sir, please? Yes. Show some love, show some spirit, show the respect that it deserves. Congratulations, sir. इतना सन्नाटा क्यों है? अगर मैं बोलूं शोले का डायलॉग तो फिर आप लोगों को पता है कि क्या करना है, right? That is what it is. Congratulations to Gautami Institute.
I keep saying that you should always applaud for others because someday you'll need the applause, in this karmic balance in your applaud bank will come in handy. So please applaud for the winner. Some हो सकता है आज, हो सकता है किसी और दिन. You may need it.
Thank you so much. Now, on that note, I'm going to be requesting our console for the next winner presentation, please. Hospital above 100 beds. Congratulations, MMRI's Kamal and Bajaj Hospital. Big round of congratulations. Congratulations, sir. Can you all clap a little louder, ladies and gentlemen, please? Thank you so much. Truly, truly spectacular indeed. Thank you, sir. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make the stage a little more memorable by calling some more people as well to join and make this moment a lot more special. I'm going to request Arunji, Ashaji, as well as Rajivji to please kindly join me over here. He's been there since morning as well. He's a part of a special session as well before. So thank you so much for showing so much of love, patience, and cooperation throughout, dedicated to the healthcare space. Thank you so much. The stage just got bigger. Wow, that's what it is. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. What a pleasure. And on that note, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be requesting for the next winner presentation, please. This is hospital above 100 beds, excellence in cardiac. Congratulations to CK Birla Hospitals, VM Birla Heart Hospital. This is for excellence in cardiac care. Congratulations to the team of CK Birla. Remember the name, ladies and gentlemen, CK Birla. Congratulations. And of course, celebrations pouring in for the entire team of CK Birla. Bajate rahiye aap log zor se tali. They deserve every bit of it. Thank you so much. Congratulations, sir. Thank you. Badai ho to you and your entire team. Some really, really fantastic moments being captured over here. Gentle reminder, please be with us right till the very end for the special group photograph. And on that note, we're going to be requesting for the next winner presentation, please. This is once again hospitals above 100 beds. AI data analytics for clinical. And once again, CK Birla Hospitals it is. Ladies and gentlemen, this time, CK Birla Hospitals, PM Birla Heart Hospital. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations to you and your entire team. Talion ki goonj, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. Kya baat hai? This is what it is. This is what we are celebrating. Like Dr. Batra earlier rightly said, today you clap for others when you're going over there and you have your moment. Others will be clapping and appreciating for you as well. Isi baat ke liye bajaye zor se taali hamare winners ke liye, please. Thank you so much. On that note, I'm going to be requesting the console for the next winner, please. This is hospitals above 100 beds, excellence in organ transplant program. Congratulations to MMRI's Kamal and Bajaj Hospital. Congratulations, sir. Welcome back once again. Very well deserved and rightfully so. We love that smile on your face, that beaming smile and joy. Thank you. Congratulations. Incredible stuff. Especially people who are coming back, winning multiple awards. They deserve louder appreciation, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. Thank you. On that note, I'm going to be requesting for the next winner presentation, please. This is healthcare organizations, excellence in AI in healthcare organizations. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, to Binox. Can I have our esteemed winners? Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Once again, very happy to see both of you over here. Thank you so much. Congratulations, sir. Big stuff indeed. Can I request all of you to clap a little loudly for sir, please? Thank you so much. Wow. This is what happens, you know, cross exchange.
I'll plug it for Asha and myself. For those of you who don't know Exchange for Media, clearly you're not in advertising marketing media, because if you were, you would know. It's India's #1 community for the last 25 plus years on marketing, advertising, media community. It's the homepage of every CMO or anyone who invests in brands or media. And with all humility, thanks to work from my 189 colleagues at E4M, we're absolute leaders. Now 25 more players, but they're 10%, we are 90% still. If it put pressure on us, but I think we do okay. We have the patronage and as a platform. I talked about not just celebrating what we do well, but also being a little honest. In E4M, we are very honest. As a leader, we are able to do that, but in a constructive way. So we do about 80 IPs in the advertising, marketing, media. Imagine you're doing 70 events in the healthcare business. That's the number of events she and her team do, right? So that's what exchangeformedia.com. We have a weekly called Impact, which is India's only surviving advertising magazine. There's no other magazine, right? And I hope it thrives. It's a weekly. Then we have a monthly called Pitch. We also, in exchange for media, on India's #1 real estate magazine, which will complete 22 years on 27th August. I will never forget that date because my daughter was born in the morning. She'll also be 22 that day. So that's what I want to tell you. I want to plug Exchange for Media. Asha represents Exchange for Media and her team in the South. And anybody who wants to do anything in that domain can talk to Asha. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a true story of success. Great, like sir mentioned, you all can clap a little louder. Of course, E4M, everybody knows. And more details, please get in touch with respective teams. And on that note, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be requesting for the next winner presentation, please. This is Healthcare Organizations Excellence in AI and Healthcare Solutions. Kudos to the team of Apollo Hospitals Indore. Can I have our esteemed winners from Apollo Hospitals Indore over here, please? Thank you so much, sir. Congratulations. All the ये सब तालियां आपके लिए है, sir. आप और खुश होके आ जाइए. We want you to see. Congratulations. Can I request all of you to clap a little louder? Come on, Bangalore. You're known for your spirit and love. You can show that a little better. Congratulations, sir. Once again, you know the signal. Itna sannata kyun hai? Let's avoid all the sannata. We can bring back Sholay memories in a different way, not over here. So, thank you so much.
Yes, Mr. Money from Blue Star here. Mr. Money. Yes. Mr. Money, why don't you also join us? Blue Star has been a very big partner to us over the last few years. And we are grateful to Blue Star. Truly, we enjoy working with Blue Star. The only problem I asked Mr. Money today is asked him when is his birthday. He said 21st December. I told him, how could they hire you? Because in Blue Star, the MD is a Virgo, the CMO is a Virgo, both September born, good friends of mine. So I was a little surprised, but nevertheless. But on a serious note, gratitude to Blue Star for partnering with us throughout years and so many initiatives.
Thank you. And I think I must also add to that fact that he gave a beautiful presentation as well a little earlier. So Blue Star built on trust. That's what the motto is throughout. Absolutely. Thank you. On that note, we'll now move on to our next winner, please. This is going to be hospitals above 100 beds. Congratulations once again, CK Birla Hospital, CMRI Kolkata this time, the city of joy. My city, I can say very, very proudly. The land of Rasgullas, although it's a debatable topic, Odisha and Bengal Rasgulla, but we can keep that aside for now. Congratulations. Let's clap for her, please, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, CK Birla Hospital, CMRI Kolkata. It is hospitals above 100 beds for infection control excellence. Thank you so much. What I'm going to do is I'm going to request Dr. Venkatesh to please kindly take his seat. Can you give a big round of applause to Dr. Venkatesh, please? Thank you so much. And I'm calling...
Dr. Venkatesh just shared that become the Consul General of Bolivia and formally he'll take over in June, right? Yes? So please give him a big round of applause. To be a Consul General of any country, you have to be respected, you have to be eminent, and you have to have absolute character and impact on the society. So I'm sure I don't have to tell about him, but he wants to say something.
No need, no need. I have a request to make to every one of you. You have one of the very low cost material which is kept on your table. Can you identify? It may cost some 5 rupees or 4 rupees. Very useful.
Pencil.
Pencil. This pencil can kill the IQ of your child or a grandchild. Not because this is lead. This is only graphite and carbon. They paint on the pencil. I don't know why they paint. They can give a wooden finish pencil. The paint on the pen.
Looks better with the wooden finish.
But you would like to have a child with a lower IQ. One end is used to write, the other end is to chew. This lead at 2 microgram per deciliter can bring DNA aberration. If any one of you can get this Hindustan pencils or Apsara to get this wooden finish, not with paint, you will be given an award.
I'll try. I don't know whether I succeed, but I'll try.
Great stuff. And congratulations, sir. Once again, we look forward to seeing you in that role as well. What I'm going to do is I'm going to now request Mr. Abhishek Yadav, Managing Director from Quadria Capital, to please join us on stage. Thank you so much. Mr. Yadav is joining us as an esteemed presenter. Can you all clap a little bit for Mr. Yadav as well as he makes his way to the stage? Thank you. And on that note, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be requesting for the next award, please. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be hospitals above 100 beds. Excellence in cardiac care. Congratulations, Care CHL Hospitals Indore. I'm over here. Thank you so much. Congratulations. This one is special for Care CHL Hospitals Indore. Can we have a bigger round of applause, please? Thank you. Can I have a bottle of water for myself, please? Thank you so much. On that note, बढ़ेंगे आगे to the next award, please. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, hospitals above 100 beds, quality improvement initiative. Congratulations, CK Birla Hospital, CMRI, Kolkata once again. Congratulations, sir. Very, very well done. Thank you. Badhai ho to you all and your entire team. Ladies and gentlemen, clap it up and make some noise for CK Birla Hospital, CMRI, Kolkata. On that note, we will now be moving on to our next winner, please. Can we have our next winner, please? Congratulations, CK Birla Hospital, CMRI, Kolkata. Once again, this is hospitals above 100 beds, this time for patient experience excellence. Congratulations. Can you all please kindly continue the momentum of clapping and appreciation, please? Clap louder. Thank you so much to both of you and your team as well. And on that note, we'll move on to our next winner, please. Hospitals above 100 beds, ladies and gentlemen, excellence in cardiac care. Kudos to the team of the Bangalore Hospitals. The name in itself has swag, unleashing like never before. Congratulations to the team. Once again, the Bangalore Hospitals. I'll repeat sir's dialogue once again. No GST in clapping. You all can do a little better in terms of appreciating our winner. It's a heartfelt victory, of course, hard-earned victory, so to say. So kudos to the gentleman over here. Thank you so much, sir. And on that note, we'll be moving on to our next winner presentation, please. Hospitals above 100 beds. Once again, excellence in cardiac care. Congratulations, Apollo Hospitals Indore. You people are doing an incredible job. Very well known to the entire country. Of course, that effort has resulted into something truly spectacular over here. The ninth edition of the Healthcare Institutional Excellence Awards 2026. Kudos, congratulations, Apollo Hospitals Indore. It is, ladies and gentlemen. Badai ho, congratulations. And few more awards to be given away. So a humble, gentle reminder to everyone, please stay back with us right till the very end for the group photograph. That's a part of not just curating memory for the day, but also the coverage. So I'll request all of you to remain over here so that we can do that group photo with your respective trophies. And on that note, let's move forward. Next award, please. Hospitals above 100 beds, ladies and gentlemen. Excellence in minimally invasive surgery. Congratulations, CARE CHL Hospitals Indore. Indore is on fire in Bangalore, is what I can say. There was Apollo earlier, now it's CARE CHL Hospitals Indore. Congratulations. Badai ho, zor se tali, Bangalore, make some noise. For the love of dosa and uttapam, come on, make some noise, Bangalore. Congratulations to all of you and your team members. And we look forward to many more incredible of these amazing work. On that note, can we move on to our next winner, please? Hospitals above 100 beds, excellence in incredible stuff. Congratulations once again. CARE CHL Hospitals Indore, a double one. Congratulations. Yes, you can come back, ma'am. Amazing indeed. You know, this is the world of social media. If we ever shot a reel of her taking an award, going down, again, keeping it, coming back, that would be one of the coolest reels from corporate award shows, is what I can say. Congratulations, ma'am. Kudos to you and your entire team. Thank you. And on that note, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be moving to the next one, which is, can we have the next one, please? Hospitals above 100 beds. Congratulations once again, Apollo Hospitals, Bilaspur. Congratulations. तालियों की गूंज थोड़ा और जोर से हो सकता है, please, if I may request. Thank you. Congratulations. Can we have the trophy quickly as well? I know technology is advancing, but we need some more time for the trophy to fly on its own. And in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, in order to motivate our winner, you all can continue clapping and appreciating. Thank you so much. Can we have more water bottles for everyone, please? More water bottles for everyone, please. We have 3/4 of the earth is covered with water, so this is something that we can offer to anyone. Please, sir. No, please, sir, please. You fine, sir? Okay. Okay, keep it over there. Yeah, there it is. Kudos, congratulations once again, sir. इनके लिए और जोर से ताली बजाइए, please, everyone. Kudos, sir. हम सर के लिए थोड़ा और जोर से ताली बजा सकते हैं, please. He's been very kind and sweet enough. Thank you so much, sir. Congratulations to you and your entire team. Keep inspiring with all the great work that you're doing, sir. Thank you so much. What I'm going to do is I'm going to request everybody to take their seat, of course, apart from Anurag sir and Harbinder sir. Thank you so much. Can we have a big round of applause for all our presenters, please? And I'm going to request Dr. Uma Nambiar, CEO, IISC Medical School Foundation, to please kindly come up on stage as an esteemed presenter. Thank you so much, ma'am. Aye, ma'am. A big round of applause for ma'am, please, as she makes her way to the stage. Thank you. My pleasure. Thank you. I'll also request Dr. Rajiv Raghunath to please kindly join us over here on stage as well. Thank you so much, sir. Very, very kind. You have also been super supportive throughout since morning. So thank you so much for being such a wonderful gentleman. Thank you. All right. So on that note, this is the new combination of presenters. Can you clap for the presenters as well? Huh? Yeah, thank you. And on that note, we'll move on to our next winner, please. Hospitals above 100 beds. Ladies and gentlemen, excellence in robotic surgery. Guru, CK, Birla Hospitals, Rukmani Birla Hospital, Jaipur. Hammagani Jaipur, that's what I can say. Congratulations, our winners. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Congratulations. For the love of Jaipur, for the love of desert, for the love of all those beautiful camels, if you all can please kindly clap and appreciate. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Congratulations. And on that note, we'll move on to our next winner presentation, please. This is Healthcare Organizations, Excellence in Patient Support Programs. Make some noise for Lupin, ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Lupin it is. Congratulations, Team Lupin, Team Squad, full power. समझ में भी आ रहा है यहाँ पे एक साथ आप लोग आ रहे हो इकट्ठे, which is what we love. Congratulations, Team Lupin. Yeah.
You know, yesterday, just before I flew into Bangalore, I did a conversation with a person called Mr. Manish Sabharwal. Are you aware of it? Right? And the reason I'm mentioning that, the conversation was about his book, which is the story of Lupin, of Mr. Deshbandhu Gupta. Manish himself is a very accomplished entrepreneur. He's the founder of Team Lease. Now he's on the RBI board. He's on the CAG board. He's also chairman of the Decriminalization Commission, which is a commission the government has set up to decriminalize laws because clearly, you know, they're not relevant or they're not being implemented. But Mr. Manish Sabharwal is also the son-in-law of Mr. Deshbandhu Gupta, who founded Lupin. And the book is called Made in India. And it's a lovely book. You know, I do buy 50, 60 books in a week. I do read five, six, three, four, maybe not all. It's a lovely book. And in some way, it's synonymous with the growth of pharma companies in India. Out of the top 10 pharma companies in the world, 9 are Indian. We do 60%, you know, generics in the world. Market cap of Lupin is more than 1 lakh crores. And more importantly, in some way, India missed the manufacturing bugs in electronics, in lots of industries. The fact that Lupin was successful shows you that we can make it in manufacturing. I mean, it's happening in air conditioning. Blue Star has set up a plant in Sri City. Daikin has set up a plant in Sri City. The PLI scheme is working. And it's a story of entrepreneurship. You know, he started with nothing. You need two things to be successful, at least in that erstwhile India, not anymore, which was either lots of money or lots of connection. Mr. Deshbandhu Gupta didn't have either. You know, he was a professor of chemistry at BITS Pilani. And I was telling Manish that my father studied chemistry at BITS Pilani. He's 86, but he chose to be a professor. So do read that book. It's called Made in India, a story of Mr. Deshbandhu Gupta of Lupin and about the pharma industry in India. Is written by Manish Sabharwal. I promise you it won't be a waste of your time. So congratulations to Lupin. Mr. Annamala, you want to say something?
Thank you, sir. Basically, Lupin is one of the leading pharma companies, and we are here particularly in terms of we run the flagship product of Lupin is Amrai, which is a patient support program, and we have spread across India close to about more than 350 educators, well qualified educators are there who support and help the patients in terms of adhering to have a better outcome and better lifestyle. And basically, you know, we have wanted to continue this so that after the diagnosis, the patients continue to have the therapy, only then their outcome will be better and lifestyle will be better. Thank you. Thanks to the juries for considering it as one of the what you call as human as well as innovative program which we are doing it. Thanks to BW Healthcare also.
So much, Mr. Annamalai. Nandri. I also want to say one of the things that stuck out in the book, it's subtly, it's not like, for an entrepreneur, there are three roles. There is a role of being an owner or a shareholder, depending on what's your shareholding, the role of being a board member because of your shareholding, and then there is a role of being a manager, whether it's called a managing director or an executive director. I think if you separate these three, you'll create more value and more impact, and you'll free your time. I think in that book, he appointed his two children, he had 5 children, right? Yeah, he's appointed 2 of them to run the company in 2013. I read the book. Like I read books. I remember Kuzar. I remember names, faces, people. So that difficult to compete with me. I read the book. So he's one daughter and one son. And look at where it in the last 13 years. I think he did it in 2013. Yeah, in 13 years. Where's Lupin? In any company, look at Mahindra. Where it was 6-7 years back, market's cap was nowhere. It got out of the right businesses. Mr. Mahindra brought in a team, let the team run the business. Look at where the company is today, right? Mr. Anish Shah is doing a fab job. So, I'm a relatively smaller entrepreneur, though the impact of a media product is much more than the impact of a lot of other things. But it's at an appropriate time, I will be more like a shareholder and manager, Of course, my board role and my shareholder roles are sometimes intertwined, but clearly in the book, it comes out that, if you separate and you delegate, you have to choose, because self-realization is a very difficult thing. Even if you realize you don't accept, you have to accept what you're good at and what creates value. And clearly in the business school 32 years back, I read, what got you here won't get you there. And Mr. Samuel, it's true for you. You're getting free advice. Deloitte charges you a lot of money. This is free. Okay. Uh, if you separate that, trust me, it creates much more value. And hopefully the reason I could build Business World to the next level, and we've done 5% of what I thought 12 years back when I acquired it. And I left Exchange for Media to my co-founder Naval to run it. I don't run it. I don't go to the office for the last 12 years. Maybe 1 or 2 IPs I'm involved, which are more about passion than anything else. It's created value. It helped me create value in something else. So it's not something that is like bullshit. Because anyway, I won't bullshit you. You know why, sir? Sir, you know why? I never bullshit bigger bullshitters. You didn't get the joke, but anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm not paid to be a comedian. We'll go back to the awards, but congrats to Lupin. You're a bellwether company. You're in a sector which is very important. And after your success, there are at least 5 Indian pharma companies which have gone that route and successful. I also learned, I was doing some research, that now the largest sales are coming from weight loss drugs. Almost all companies, the weight loss drugs, and we don't know about the side effects. Some we've read about. So I think it's much better to lose weight organically. In media we say organic reach, inorganic reach. I think eating less, sleeping more, and movement helps. Breath work helps. And I hope I'm able to implement what I say. And next time when I'm at your awards, I'm at least 10 kg lighter, okay, without using any of your products. So give them a big round of applause. Thank you.
Congratulations, team Lupin. Thank you so much for being an absolute leader in the space. आप लोग और जोर से if I may request ताली बजा सकते हो for our winners from Lupin. Thank you. Congratulations to all you incredible winners. Yeah. And before we move to the next award, I'm also going to request Mr. Raj Gore, operating partner at Advent, to please kindly join us over here as an esteemed presenter as well. Thank you so much. Clap it up for Mr. Gore as well. And he's also been a part of a panel earlier and shared some wonderful insights from his end. So we love that as well, and we are loving this as well. So on that note, we'll move on to the next winner, please. Ladies and gentlemen, healthcare organizations, excellence in patient support programs. Congratulations, IMS Pharma Point Group. Kudos to the team of IMS Pharma Point Group. Can we have a big round of appreciation for our winners from IMS Pharma Point Group? Thank you, sir. Congratulations. Pleasure. You know, there's a kahawat in cricket where they say that it's not over till the last ball, right? Similarly, when it comes to clapping, it's not over till you actually finish clapping till the time they are done taking the award. So please continue the momentum throughout. And that's how we encourage our winners. Thank you so much. Congratulations. And on that note, we'll move on to our next winner presentation, please. Ladies and gentlemen, this is hospitals above 100 beds, cost optimization, efficiency improvement. Give it up for KIMS Hospital Thane, Kim's Hospital Thane, KIMS. Four legendary alphabets that has made an absolute legendary space. Congratulations, sir. Pleasure. Thank you. Kudos to the team of Kim's Hospital Thane. On a countdown of 1, I won't even need to say 1, 2, and 3. You know what you two need to do, right? Yes, absolutely. Oh, yes. Because we're just unfolding cocktails after this, right? Incredible. What I'm also going to do is for the remainder awards, I'll also like to request the esteemed presence of Dr. Reema Nadik, Director in Group, COO, Lightbridge Group, Columbia Pacific Community, Senior Shield, and Kite Senior Care as an esteemed presenter on stage as well, please. Thank you so much, ma'am. Can you all please clap it up for her as well? Thank you. On that note, we are now going to be moving to the next presentation, please. This is, ladies and gentlemen, healthcare organizations, excellence in healthcare industry leadership. Kudos to the team of Prius Healthcare, a unit of Prius Communications. Prius, is it Prius or Prius? Prius. Congratulations to the team of Prius Healthcare. Kudos to the team. Healthcare organizations made they are winning it, ladies and gentlemen, for excellence in healthcare industry leadership and leading. And how can you all clap and make some noise for our industry leaders? Congratulations. We have about 6 awards left, so I'll request all of you to please remain with us right till the very end for that group photograph. So on that note, can we move on to the next one, please? This is Diagnostic Change, Excellence in Laboratory Quality. Kudos to the team of Metropolis Healthcare Limited. Can I have the team of Metropolis over here on stage? Team Metropolis in their metropolitan avatar is what I can say. Congratulations to the entire team. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Badai ho. Kudos. Taliyon ki goonj inke liye, please, if I may request. Thank you. Congratulations, Metropolis. Congratulations. Few more awards to be given away, ladies and gentlemen. The least that we can do is to ensure that their photos come out well, and only that can happen when you are clapping loudest tarike se. Thank you. On that note, we will now be moving on to our next winner presentation, please. This time it's for excellence in women's health diagnostics. Once again, it's Metropolis Healthcare Limited. Congratulations. It's almost like you don't have to even take a U-turn. Stage आपका ही है. आप ही dominate करो, आप ही आओ, आप ही celebrate करो. That's what it is. Congratulations, Team Metropolis, once again back this time. Diagnostic chains के अंदर, this time they're winning it for excellence in women's health diagnostics. Congratulations. Make some noise, everybody. Come on, yes. Cocktails about to open up for the energy in that space. Congratulations. Thank you so much. And on that note, we'll now move on to our next winner presentation, please. It's now time for diagnostic change excellence in molecular diagnostics. Core. Congratulations. Core Diagnostics. Core Metropolis. Wow. So ये hat trick हो गया basically. क्या बात है? Congratulations. Photographers have an opportunity to get multiple shots and angles and expressions. And of course, they can use it to good effect. Come on, everybody, clap it up for them, please. 3 awards in a row. That's not an easy thing to do. Congratulations. Congratulations. Metropolis everywhere. Metropolis, har jagah. Congratulations. On that note, we'll now move on to the next award, please. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Healthcare Organizations Excellence in Chronic Disease Management Programs, Lupin Digital Health Limited. Once again, congratulations. Congratulations, the forces behind making this possible at Lupin Digital Health. Kudos. Congratulations, team Lupin Digital Health. Congratulations. Yes. थोड़ा और जोर से, like, come on, this was like the third last award. Two more awards to be given away. Let's continue the energy throughout. I know it's been a long day, but now we are going to be networking and celebrating as well to good effect. So the party has actually just begun. So on that note, thank you so much. Congratulations. And we'll now move on to our penultimate award for the evening. Congratulations, health tech startups, less than 2 years. Congratulations, Premom Health India Private Limited. They've been doing a great job in this space. And of course, they deserve to be acknowledged and awarded. Premom Health India Private Limited. Congratulations, Premom team. Yeah, Miss Sharon over here, kudos to her and her entire team at Premom Health India Private Limited. Congratulations. Come on, everybody, make some noise. The photos will come better only if you clap. Yes, that's how we do it. Thank you. Congratulations.
This pre-word is a very good word. 3-4 years back, we were at my design conference at the Four Seasons, and there was a certain designer you can figure out the name of. So designation said pre-loved, whatever. You know, and I learned a new word, pre-loved. Do you know what is pre-loved? Second hand. That's what it really means. I mean, at the brass tacks, you know. So pre-mom clearly means before, you know, during pregnancy, right? That's what it means. But I loved a new word, pre-loved. I mean, it also meant, you know, they're getting some people, these are matrimonial sites, not that I look at any, but I know a lot of things that I don't do, right? So they say what is the word they use? It's also like a pre-loved, which means married once. In some cases, married twice, thrice, looking for a perfect partner, you know, it doesn't happen.
So the ones who are actually searching for partners still, maybe they can take note of that fact. On that note, to keep the energy going in, we'll move on to the final award of this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, for all of you over here. Healthcare Organizations Excellence in Healthcare Marketing. Congratulations, Price Healthcare once again. Kudos to the team of Price Healthcare. Congratulations once again, Price Healthcare. Make some noise. Congratulations. And of course, time for celebrations, right? Yes. Congratulations to all the winners. What I'm going to do is I'm going to request Sir to remain on stage, and I'll request all our esteemed winners from today's awards to please come up on stage with your respective trophies. This is the moment where you flex it with pride and happiness. We're doing the group photograph with all of you. Kudos and congratulations, all of you. It's a collective victory of the healthcare fraternity, all thanks to the great work that you all do. All the incredible winners and also our esteemed jury members present over here. If you can please kindly come up on stage. Sir, please aa jaiye yahan pe. Please, please. All our winners over here. I know you might have one more than two. Haath do hi hai, kaise leke aayenge wo sawal ho sakta hai, but you know, that's what it is. Come, enjoy, celebrate. That is what it is. All our winners, I'm requesting everybody to please join us. This is going to be a monumental photo, so I request everybody to ensure that they don't miss out on this one. So I know a lot of you might want to capture these moments, but he's the official photographer as of now. So for the first photograph, in order to ensure it comes well, you need to look at his camera, and then all the other cameras can follow later on. But his camera is like the first one, so which means we all have to move back. Just guide them how they should stand and everything. You know, you're the boss man now. Thank you so much. 9674. Yeah. 9674 352 253. I'll request all of you to look over here first in the main camera, and then I'll request all of you to remain on stage. We have a couple of announcements to be made. So I'll request all of you to remain on stage, please. All of you. Oh, the video will not come. All of you, please, if you can flex down. Is the frame coming correct? All okay? All photos perfect? I'll request all of you to please remain on stage. Thank you so much. Couple of announcements to be made, so I seek your presence for that as well on stage. And then I'll after that announcement, I'll pass it over to Harbinder sir for the closing part. So done. I'll request all of you to please remain on stage. Thank you so much for being such wonderful people when it comes to building the healthcare community of our country. Can you all please clap for yourselves for all the great work that you have done? Please continue to do the great work because we need incredible people like you. And like Dr. Batra says that we always believe in the attitude of gratitude. So can I request all of you to thank a few people, please? Of course, to start with the team of BW Business World for organizing and doing this wonderfully. So can I have a big thank you for the team of BW Business World? A big thank you to the videographer and the photographers out there shooting all of you constantly throughout, as well as the console members and all the hotel staff getting all the chairs and tables, the culinary staff getting us good food over there as well. And most importantly, please continue to inspire the way you are. And this has absolutely been a fantastic experience for me. And on that note, before we conclude, I'm going to pass it over to Harbinder sir. He has something to say.
So first of all, thank you so much, all of you, for being here. It's been a long day, and I know that we were running a little late, but this was something which was unavoidable, something that we added in the morning. But the patience that you guys showed was like amazing. Second is, I mean, we had a lot of entries, but the jury was very, very confused. I remember that we had this yes, no, maybe, and we had maybe coming in because they said, हमें समझ नहीं आ रहा कि किसको दें किसको नहीं दें. So it was a very, very tough thing, and at the end we had a tougher time in just trying to calculate कि किसको कितने points मिले हैं. And uh, I also want to take this opportunity because अभी बंद करेंगे तो आप सब भाग जाओगे, इसलिए I thought कि पहले ही कर ले. Sanjana, Rakhi, who's back in our office, Prashant, Prashant sitting in Delhi is coordinating everything for all of us. Uh, you know, uh, the we have a lot of people who we forget to acknowledge, but they have done work on this event for not last 1 week but several months. And it is to reach out to you to make you aware of what we are doing, sometimes to even convince that we are doing it genuinely. Now you guys have experienced that we are doing it genuinely.
People, and I get involved in hiring 100%, doesn't matter. And the people who work on the audience side, award side, and tell them we don't sell awards and it's not a spiel. And anyone who says that I will only apply if you sell, and we get mails, we do art awards, Josna is our arts editor. And some people are there continuing to mail us and ask, did the jury look at it? Did the jury look at that? I'm not an expert in art. Jyotsna is. She and the jury decided. I mean, we've taken legal view. We politely replied to them, but we're not going to get heckled. And it is very difficult for people to believe that awards honestly bhi hote hai. Because there are lots of people who are doing it in a different way. So I don't blame them also. But what is the point in winning an award that you can pay for? Is there any value? What is the value? There's no value. I mean, that's how I see it. And so and again, as I said, Harbinder he joined and his first jury meet, he says, any brief for me? I said, no brief for you. Just see that it's done fairly and decide for yourself. If you feel somebody should win because you feel that he or she should be there, then impress on the jury. Otherwise, let it be. I mean, let the jury is a jury. So anyway, I'd say that. Thank you to Sanjana, Prashant, Rakhi back there, Akash, his team, Tanvi and her team. There's lots of people that work on the back end. So Harbinder ji, मैं और where is Rohit? I don't know where is Rohit. He's our technology editor, is out of Bangalore, one of the best writer. Rohit, you're very good at hiding yourself. Yeah, you must get the Mr. India gadget. Then you'll be disappearing. So he's mostly touring somebody. Sometimes Adobe is calling him to center, wherever their headquarters. Sometimes in Vegas, sometimes at CES. He's hardly in Bangalore, huh? Right.
And also, I must acknowledge Dr. Batra. It's been no, but it's been 4.5 years that I've been working on healthcare. There's not been a single day, not been a single event where he's come back and told me that Harvinder, ye karna chahiye, nahi karna chahiye. He's oblivious to the winner sheets. He does not know. I mean, many a times today, yesterday we shared the sheet with him, but otherwise he does not even get into who's winning, who's not winning. And I can tell you that most of the brands who apply are already very, very large brands. And, it is very difficult to uh, say that we have some say in it. But at the same time, one thing that we have learned is that the reason why we are doing honest awards is because we truly believe that awards are something that we are not entitled to. You have to deserve to win the award, and that's what we respect. So our biggest metric of success is when you go on to LinkedIn, upload a picture, nobody's going to question you or say that ye award khareedte hai. So that is one. Second is, I think, just to make up for the trouble that we've had you go through because of the delay, respecting your patience, we have extended a dinner invite for all of you, and we'll have drinks and dinner after this. So please join us. It's in the lawns. So please join us for dinner and drinks. And that's our way of saying thank you to all of you. Thank you.
I just want to say, it's not that if I have doubt over someone, I get into so much detail and I have a point of view and I'm like stubborn about it. Okay. While I listen to everyone, if I am asked, I'll, I say what I really feel. Okay. I've learned to know that. Say it politely, but say it. But one of the reasons is Harbinder is very passionate. He's my friend. He's more like a partner. It's not an employee-employer relationship. It's a relationship of equals. And I have a strong view on things. It's not like, if you ask me that, I tell everyone in the office, don't ask me. Because if you ask me, I have a point of view. Are you ready to deal with my point of view? Like today, one of my most favorite people in my company, both husband, wife work for me. She was going at me on something, I've not responded to her. She's one of my most favorite people, does the best work. You understood, right? But if you ask me, I will have a point of view. So one of the reasons I don't interfere in most is because I know that the same value system exists. There is a domain expertise also, and then there is a process. So there are checks. Like art awards, I don't know too much. I buy a little bit of art, but that doesn't mean. I mean, Josna knows. I don't know her more than her. She's been doing this for a while. She used to work for an art house. She's decided with the jury. Jury chair was Kiran Nadar. Do I think I know art more than Kiran Nadar? I don't know, honestly. So just want to say thank you. Our best time is ahead of us. We've only achieved 5-10%. And I want to tell you all kind of people. We have our education awards. I have to tell you 3 years back, there's a person who applied, he didn't win. Then he's threatening me on LinkedIn. मैं ये कर दूँ, मैंने कर दे यार. आज तक नहीं गया उसने. उसको पता है कि वो. Then we have in our exchange for media, we have a website for the 17th year called Samachar for Media. And we do our Samachar for Media 40 under 40. And 2 years back, we decided that we'll make entry fee zero. So Hindi journalism is a different ball game. And what happens if you put a fee, the larger organizations participate, and now 40-20 are one organization. So we said that's not the reason we are doing awards ki ek company sare awards jeet jaye. So we made it free, but there are cynical people who still put out after the winners. देखो ये तो पैसे देके होता है. तो winners killed them. We didn't have to say anything कि इसकी तो entry fees भी नहीं थी. So people are so cynical today. And I'm not saying that they're not cynical because we haven't in the media given them a reason. But celebrate your work, and every opportunity to put a pat on the back for someone for the right process is welcome. So I won't go on. Time for cocktails and dinner. We'll see you.
So one, yeah.
So what we'll do is, of course, we had the group photograph with all the winners and the jury members as well. We want another group photograph with just the winners, where you kind of use multiple poses to flex your trophies and all that. Can we remove the chairs, please? I know they played a good role in the panels and all throughout, but right now they're not needed. So we're blocking the frame. So yeah. So let's quickly remove the chairs. Last one, can we please remove quickly? And this is going to be a group photo with just the winners. So yeah. Again, of course, main camera this, and then of course others can follow. Yes, nobody wants to be cropped out, right? So, I mean, if you have to go a little close, then please follow his instructions. He's the man. Yeah. Ready? Huh? Here. Thank you so much. My name is Shobojit Ghosh, anchor, MC, and talk show host. My absolute pleasure to host all of you. Thank you so much. I'll see you all the next time when we do this. Thank you. Pleasure. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.